on the ground?
Right, Joshua, just as you mentioned, some polling stations have already closed polls because the numbers are not encouraging. But we are at the collation center where everything will be collated, as you are aware. But apart from that, the collation center itself has about 3 different polling stations. And so they are still waiting for those who still want to show up to come and vote. But you see in the background that we have a lot of barricades here and a heavy security presence here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church here at Nima, basically to ensure that there is enforcement of law and order at the final collation center. Earlier, the woman in charge of the Greater Accra Regional Police PRO, Superintendent Juliana Obeng, spoke to the media to make sure that everything is sorted in terms of accreditation, because without accreditation, you will not be allowed here at the collation center. And so some media houses without accreditation they have been asked to go out because they are dealing strictly with media houses with accreditation. And so, as you mentioned, any moment from now, polls will close and then counting, balloting will begin. And after that, they will start bringing the boxes and the figures here at the collation center. So that's what is currently happening here at the collation center. Let me try and speak to Sofo Azoka, who is the NDC vice chair, to speak to us. He just sat down a while ago. Let's find out from him what he makes of the election process so far. Chairman, you are live on GH1 TV.
Yeah.
How are you doing? It's been a while.
Oh, we are in system. We are in the system. We didn't hide ourselves.
Yeah, I can see so. I like your white shirt. But away from that, what's your monitoring of the election?
But the turnout is, because of the fasting, the turnout is low. So we are praying hard that the victory will come to the NDC.
You are optimistic that Baba Jamal will emerge victorious?
Yes, we are praying so.
Well, by how many percentage?
I can't tell. I'm not a god. I can't tell. Okay. But we want to win.
Okay. I'm sure you know the dynamics of this constituency. Yeah. There is a candidate who defected from the NDC to contest independence. Aren't you scared that he will affect your chances?
No. We are not scared. We are not scared. So we are hoping that, praying that the NDC will become winner. Baba Jamal. That's all.
Right. Yeah. Chairman, I want to also give the opportunity to advise the voters in terms of accepting whoever will be declared winner, so that there will be peace and order in this country.
The Electoral Commission declare, finish. If Electoral Commission declare, nothing else. Or you can say no. Maza, you can say no. Electoral Commission declare, you can say no. Never. Everybody who wants by Electoral Commission, it's okay.
But is that people expect, although Electoral Commission has declared that this person has won in some areas. So,
wait. The simple question you ask me, I'm giving you simple answer. If so far as you are candidate and you stand there and Electoral Commission declare, you don't have any option to do. So far as you declare, go home and cry.
That's so that's Sofo Azoka, who spoke to us a while ago. Let's engage you briefly. Superintendent Obeng, let's engage you briefly. That's Superintendent Obeng, the woman in charge of the Greater Accra Regional Police PRO. Sorry for this, but we need to talk to you to spell out the security arrangements for us as the collation process is about to begin. What are the security arrangements?
So, we still maintain arrangements made or plans that were made earlier ahead of this by-elections. The difference is that we are beefing up security at the Collation Center here. I didn't meet you a bit earlier, and I mentioned that for those that are not accredited, you cannot go beyond a certain space, and that's just what's happening.
Right.
We're getting close to polls, and so we're beefing up security here.
Yeah, people believe that your presence is too much. It's intimidating people. We see people in dressed up in protective gears. People believe that it's a bit intimidating. What will be your response?
It's not intimidating. Earlier in the day, I did grant interviews, and I did mention that our presence here is not just to provide security for the voters. It is also to provide security for those that are going about their usual duties within the constituency. For us as an institution, we believe that it's better to come over-prepared than under-prepared. So yes, we are not intimidating anybody. If you are not doing anything that will attract our attention, we are not coming to you.
Right. Your advice to constituents here in terms of the coalition process, and at the end of the day also ensuring that whoever emerges winner should.
After the collation, just as we behaved or we have behaved up until this stage, we do not encounter any problem, or we don't have anybody going up and below the law to give us any problems.
All right. Thank you very much, Superintendent Juliana Obeng, who is Greater Accra Regional PRO for the Ghana Police Service. So basically, those are the comments of Superintendent Juliana Obeng, who is in charge of the PRO of the Ghana Police Service here in the Greater Accra region. I've been here all day with my colleague Benjamin Saki, and he's a Nima guy. He knows the terrain. It's almost close to polls. What do you make of the election? Because it's been quiet, without prejudice. You know that Nima is noted for certain type of So I want to find out from you, what do you make of the outcome, the serene atmosphere?
So far so good. It's been topsy-turvy from beginning, from morning 7 a.m. right up to now. We are just waiting with bated breath for the close of the poll. Security has been heavily, visible here at the Collation Center. So if you are here to, foment any trouble, I don't think the police service will just do with you. There are so many barricades from the entrance of the Collation Center right up to where the counting and everything will be done. So I think so far so good. Everything is good. And like you said, Nima has been tagged, as a violent constituency or a violent place. But God being so good, this year's by-election, I think it has been peaceful. Yeah.
Right. Benjamin Saki, my colleague there, will be monitoring the election since morning, and he says that though Nima is noted for a certain kind of behavior, it's been largely peaceful. I'll be engaging, I beg your pardon, shortly, the presiding officer of one of the polling stations here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church. As I mentioned, that apart from the fact that it is a collation center, it has 3 polling stations. So let me engage here briefly. Madam, you are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
You're live on GH1 TV. Tell us, in terms of numbers, what are the numbers at your polling station?
It's still low. Out of 69, I have only 47 voters.
Really?
And it's almost getting to 5. So I don't know.
What do you think is accounting for this low voter turnout?
The fasting too is included. The fasting, and it's a weekday too. People have gone to work. So if it were to be maybe on Saturday, the turnout would have been different from today. But today, most of them have gone to work. Some too are fasting, so it's not easy to come and vote. I think so far that is why the turnout is low.
Grateful for your time. That's one of the presiding officers of one of the polling stations here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church, which also doubles as a collation center for the whole constituency. So, Joshua, that's by way of update. It's some few minutes to close of polls, and we will give you more updates when things...
Right, so Obed Kingaglo with updates from the Collation Center, where we have about 3 polling stations as well. Quite interesting comments coming in from Sofa Zoka, who says that, listen, regardless of the pronouncement from the Electoral Commission as to who wins, that is final. Nobody can do anything about the final results declared by the Electoral Commission. But of more worry is what we heard from the presiding officer, who mentions that out of 163 people expected to cast their ballots at that particular polling station, only 49. And that's what? Barely 11 minutes to the close of polls. So it tells you, it paints a picture of the voter turnout, and we'll get to that conversation shortly. But let's find out the situation in other polling stations. My colleague Calvin Powell is also stationed in the constituency and is joining us with some updates. Calvin, some 11 minutes to the close of polls. What's the situation where you are?
Well, Joshua, the situation here is quite a calm one. It's been a serene environment since the start of poll as of this time. And to my left is one police station and my right the other. This place is the Nima cluster of schools, but the name of the police station is Nima JHS 1 and Nima JHS 2. Now, to do with Nima JHS 1, 249 eligible voters are expected to cast their votes. And as you rightly mentioned, in 11 minutes, polls will come to a close. And I can confirm to you that for now, only 83 voters have exercised their franchise as far as JHS Police Station 1 is concerned. And Nima JHS 2 police station, we are expected to see 162 voters. But as I speak to you, only 58 have cast their ballots. So generally, the turnout has been that on the low. And earlier on, I engaged the NDC parliamentary candidate, Baba Jamba, and he's been saying that that could largely be attributed to the fact that this is the month of Ramadan and making it difficult for people to come out in their numbers and vote. But John Bwedu of the NPP, a former general secretary, wouldn't have any of that. He says the low turnout is an attestation to the fact that the people of Ayawaso East are disappointed in the NDC. They've been voting for NDC since 1992, and there is nothing to show for their loyalty to the party. So this is a rehearsal to 2028. So they are just throwing caution to the NDC that it is over for them as far as Ayawaso is concerned. And I can also say that security has been a top-notch from start as until now. I've counted about 40 policemen, and currently 10 additional riot control police personnel have been deployed here as the polls come to close. So generally, the area has been peaceful. There hasn't been any incident recorded. Previously, we learned that this constituency is a hotspot, but I want to submit that this by-election has given us a different perspective as far as incidents associated with elections are concerned, Joshua.
Interesting. And so you mentioned that out of over 100 that are expected to vote, just a little over 40 have cast their ballots. But have you cited the political parties around, and how are they reacting to the low voter turnout?
All right, so all the representatives of the candidates contesting are here. And the major ones, NDC and MPP, are also here. So the reaction has been that they are a little bit surprised as to why the turnout is that low. But they also mentioned that maybe it's because of a working day. Some people would want to go to work and after closing, come over and cast their vote. But with less than 9 minutes, I don't believe that there's belief it will manifest. It's been largely a low turnout, and from look of things, there's nothing we can do to make up the numbers. It's been 83 for the police station 1, which we expected 249 persons to vote, and 58 for police station 2, which we expected 162. Well, within these few 8 minutes or 7 minutes, we are yet to see if some other persons will turn up. There haven't been any form of queue from start to end. It's only seldomly you see 1 or 2 people walking cast their vote and depart from the premises. So generally, this has been the situation as far as this election is concerned.
So that's Calvin Powell there giving us updates from the polling station there. And it looks, for me, quite worrying, even though, yes, we know that by-elections naturally do not attract the numbers as compared to general elections. It looks like this is very, I don't know the word to even use. It's, it's very unusual. Yeah, yeah.
Of course, and earlier you were relating to the political party bigwigs crisscrossing the constituency, when you were relating to the fact that the MPP seem to be much more present today.
Exactly.
Yes. One other factor is the fact that it's more or less like an auditioning forum for those who are aspiring to take some leadership positions in the NPP in the internal elections coming up.
In
so
September.
John Buedu, maybe Sawa Kumsin, mention them. Salah Mustafa, Nanabi, all of them are there. Now, another activity that's taking place today that has drawn the numbers of the NDC from today's exercise in Ayawaso East is the late father-in-law of Samijan Fi.
In Kumasi.
It's happening in Kumasi. So, from the national chairman to you name them, many of them have gone to Kumasi. So, yes. That explains the difference in presence of bigwigs. So I've seen Tanko Rashid Computer and a few others crisscross and show up. But back to the numbers. Yes, I think even though the Ramadan is largely to mention for the low turnout, because there are many people who think that, see, this is a holy month. I'm trying to get my sins forgiven, right? I'm trying to get closer to the Almighty Allah, right? The worldly things should not matter to me. And if you're counting worldly things, there's one of them.
Voting.
It is.
Choosing a leader.
Yes, it is, right? And of course, or giving somebody's father or somebody's mother employment. Trust me, the electorate, that's how they see it. Nothing more, nothing less, right? Again, I also think the noise around the NDC's primary did not help. They ought not to have spoken. Statements were issued that ought not to have been issued, right? And I hope the conversation, and I mentioned this on radio, that at the point it looked like the NDC had felt that a criminal as a candidate. And that verdict came from within the party itself.
Yeah.
Right? So, yes. And also, complacency might equally play a part here. There are many people who think, oh, the NDC candidate will win anyway. Whether I vote or not, he will win. So those who can marshal the strength, regardless of the fasting, those who have the time, regardless of whatever that they are engaging, should go and just endorse the NDC candidate. And this is where, after it's all said and done, Baba Ali and the MPP might be biting their fingers. And I agree with you that they will say that, look at the numbers. If we are putting the work just a little more, we might have crossed the threshold. And unfortunately, if it doesn't go the way of the MPP, that's the conversation that they will be having. Because
okay, so let me quickly hold you, Ibrahim. On your screens now, you see Christian Teteyohuno, the Inspector General of Police himself, making an appearance at the Collation Center. Mind you, today the Ghana Police Service indeed have showed presence in Ayawaso East. I said earlier this morning that on my way to work, I counted no less than 7 FPU trucks moving towards the constituency. And if you're using the enclave, you realize that from the Nima police station, there is heavy police presence. And even prior to that, over the weekend, we saw the police also doing the show of force march in that particular constituency to indicate and send a message to the people that, listen, we will not tolerate any form of illegality, we will not tolerate any form of disorder or any activity that seeks to mar the smooth process that we are supposed to have today. And so, yes, indeed, the police have maintained their presence. And this, for me, would be the icing on the cake. The IGP himself, the head of the Ghana Police Service, making an appearance there. Mind you, his office is not too far from the constituency. Yes, he lives close to the constituency in terms of the Ghana Police Service headquarters. And so, yes, the IGP also showing face at the Collation Center, where all will be counted, and then the declaration would finally be made. And for me, Nadedi, I don't know what you make about the police and their preparation towards this particular by-election.
You know, the police, after the incident we witnessed at the, is it
Ablekumanov?
Ablekumanov?
Yes.
Where they...
Where Howard Kunsin...
Yeah.
Was it Howard Kunsin's concert? Where they had to rerun?
No, where Howard Kunsin was...
She was
beaten and she fell, she was manhandled. That's Ablekumanov.
Okay, so where some of the constituency had to be rerun?
Yes, they ran. Ablekumanov ran.
You realize how chaotic it was.
It was, yeah.
And it was under Christian Tetuyehunu's tenure that this happened.
Yes.
And they got a lot of flack for it. Since then, the other... this should be our second by-election.
Well, Nadedi, let me hold your thoughts there. Let's go pick the feed quickly. Calvin is on the beat. And so let's go listen to that interaction there.
All right, so currently the IGP is interacting with the presiding officer of Nima JHS1 police station in the person of Benjamin Amankwa. He is briefing the IG on the processes so far. In the next 5 minutes, polls will come to an end. But the IG himself is here to see things for himself. And I believe the security situation from morning up until now, he'll be proud of his men and women on the grounds. They've largely discharged their duty succinctly. And this is what everyone have been praying for. We don't want a situation where our elections will turn to battleground and leading to loss of life or maim to people's limbs or whatever body parts that might be hurt in the process. So, there are some executives from the constituency who are also here from both sides of the leading political parties, just in handshake with the IG. Largely, the place has been peaceful. All right, so the spokesperson of the Ghana Police Service is here.
Thank you so much.
So let's quickly listen to her.
What has been your assessment of the voting process?
Okay, so far, as you can see, the IGP is on the grounds to monitor how the election has gone so far. His officers, operations, and also the Accra Regional Commander has also been on the ground with his team. From the beginning of polls till now, everything has been peaceful. It shows that the security measures that were put in place have really yielded the expected results. Also, all the stakeholders that we work with, everybody has played their part, and we've recorded one of the most peaceful by-elections so far. We are preparing to go for collation, and we are anticipating that the process will continue as it has been up until this time.
How many men do you have on the ground currently?
We usually know it's part of our deployment strategy. We don't like to put out the numbers, but you have been around. You can tell that we had deployed adequately to cater for any eventuality, but thankfully everything has been peaceful.
Did you record any acts of violence in any of the polling stations?
So far, nothing recorded.
So today has been largely peaceful. Are we going to see the same in 2020? Despite it's going to be the bigger one?
I think that is going way ahead of ourselves, but that is what we are anticipating, that we are all learning as Ghanaians how to conduct ourselves during polls. That is the matter of exchange of ideas and everybody coming to express their choice. And so, on our part as police officers, the necessary measures, the necessary deployment that we need to put in place, we have done so, and we are hoping that going forward, we will be getting better with our election security management. Thank you very much.
All right, so that was DCOP Grace Ansah-Krofi, the Director of Public Affairs of the Ghana Police Service, giving us some brief on the performance of the police service as far as today's by-election is concerned. The IGP himself was here, and you could see from his demeanor that he is actually proud of his people as far as the discharge of their duties are concerned. And I believe that this will be carried to other elections, preferably the 2028 bigger general election that is ahead of us, that the police would always be on the guard and be able to protect everybody. Elections are just decision-making times, not times of war that we should see violence acts being perpetrated against each other. Joshua.
Thank you so much for bringing this update there. So we saw the Inspector General of Police there, and the police hierarchy also indicating that indeed no incidents have been recorded so far. And like we've said since morning, it's been largely peaceful. But Ali, you were making the point before we had to cross over to Calvin.
Yes, I was making reference to that election we had for a few polling stations, because that was in contention. And many people criticized the police. They got a lot of flack for how seemingly unawares they were caught by events of the day. You'd realize that there was an instance where Hawa Kumsin, as you mentioned, was being assaulted, and this police seemed so helpless. And many people criticized them. So since then, you'd realize that all the other by-elections, I think it came on the back. After that, we had Akwitia, right? Mm-hmm. Where Enes Kumi, unfortunately, we lost him there. And then we needed to go for a by-election in that area. You saw the police visibly present because, you can be a fool once, you cannot be a fool twice. So I believe those lessons there is what they carried into Akwitia. And then from there, they are carrying it on to, they brought it on for the Nima one is Ayawaso East election as well. So I guess that is where they are picking their lessons from in relation to this, because imagine they are not there. Exactly. You know, at that time I think they even talked about having the Black Maria and everything. Some people would even say that they're overly prepared for it. That they are even, in terms of their numbers, in some areas the police presence is more than the number of people that have turned up to vote. However, I think it's better to be safe than sorry. They are better off for people to tell them that, you know what, you over-prepared. It's better that way compared to when they say that, look, as a police service, you lost the plot then. So I think it's better to be safe than sorry in the police
I think with Ablekuma North, the challenge was not with their presence, because the police were present. In fact, they were there in their numbers. It was perhaps the strategy that was deployed. Maybe they did not anticipate that it would get that violent, and so they were also holding back a bit. But then, largely, like we said, this has been really peaceful, very encouraging, just that the numbers have not been encouraging. And so far, the numbers we've heard from our reporters clearly points to a little over maybe 30% in terms of the voter turnout. But in some other polling stations, we are told of figures that are about 50% and all of that. Well, let's check out Isaac Abila. He is also in the constituency. He is reporting. Abila, where are you reporting from, and what's the situation in terms of the turnout in that polling station?
Well, Joshua, I'm reporting from the Frankie's Annex polling station at the Ayawaso East constituency. And when voting began and we got here, I can say that I have not recorded more than 10 people standing on a queue. A few people will come and cast their ballot and leave. And most of the voters we spoke to earlier said the scorching sun is one of the factors that they are not able to come because of the Ramadan fast. But I can say that the voter turnout is low here at the Frankie's Annex polling center. From the polling center A, the polling officials say out of the 329 total voters, 388 total voters, 119 people are the figures, the number of people who have casted their ballot.
Like
women.
What?
Women.
Why? What's women?
Women.
What's with that?
Oh,
when you complain that, why are you not calling and texting me again?
Okay.
2 days, he will just be texting and calling, and then he'll stop again. You know that, when he does something and you complain, he'll buy you something. But that's fast. Okay. It doesn't mean anything. Every trick is random.
No, it's not.
Well, we seem to have lost Abila there, but out of 380 people, 119 were present to cast their ballots. As it stands now, it's over. If you're not in the queue, well, we've been told that there have been no queues. Yeah. So clearly it's over for anybody who is nursing any last-minute thoughts to go and vote. It's over now. We are going to look at sorting, then counting, then we'll make some declarations and get to know who gets into Parliament to represent the people of Ayawaso East. Now, I spoke to Musa Dankwa yesterday. Very confident about how the turnout would be in terms of who gets to win and the margin per his polls. We're looking at a little over 75% for Baba Jamal, according to Musa Dankwa's polls. I don't know the impact that the low voter turnout would have on this prediction. Ivy?
Well, in elections, low voter turnouts often do not help incumbents. In fact, I sat where Nadide is sitting during the 2024 general election. And when Isaac Bediakun was reporting that members of the governing MPP then were struggling to convince voters to leave their houses to just walk to the polling station to cast their ballot. Some had given the excuse that they had prepared their cassava and plantain, right? So they were about to pound fufu after they will come. So there were some ladies who had been commissioned to go around the houses. They went there and the excuse was that, the fufu was still not done. And I knew the MPP was in trouble, right? Now, but here is the case. Just reversing the 2024 figures. 9,000 to the MPP candidate as against 22,000 for the NDC. And that is where the NDC will be comfortable. Because these numbers that you are recording, divide them into 3. If you give MPP 1, you give NDC 2. So regardless of the low turnout, the NDC will be very confident that it was 22 v 9. So if you do the ratio, regardless of how low the turnout is, they will have the majority of the few that decide to show up. And that's where you will say, but the point is that the percentage will reduce.
Exactly.
The MPP out of today's exercise will have a message to take home relative to its performance. And already it started. You heard people talk about the fact that it's because of the lack of activity as far as development is concerned in the constituency. It's because of the goodies that were shared and the conversation around the goodies that were shared during the NDC's internal process to get a candidate. That's how come the residents have been discouraged from coming out to vote. So from tomorrow, you hear more of such conversations. So it will not be about just the victory, but it's about how the one who won lost ground.
Quite interesting, did he?
What if it's a situation of the supporters being overly comfortable and thinking that, look, we already have the numbers.
It's in the bag. Yeah.
This is a seat that has always been ours. What's the stress? What's the fuss? Look, whatever be the case, we are going to win anyway. So what if it is that the supporters are being complacent in this instance where they feel that, no, I mean, it's a safe seat.
If out of 22,000, 12,000 decide to vote, we're good.
Yeah. So
10,000 of us can stay back.
Yeah.
So there could be complacency on the part of the supporters, on the part of the party itself, and also, like Ibrahim said, the events that characterize the primaries for the NDC, I think it even would generate a lot of disinterest. Some will be appalled by the alleged monetization or vote buying. Others will equally be peeved by how the party handled the whole situation. And so it's a mixed bag of issues. I'm sure when everything is said and done, we'll see if NPP will be able to cause an upset. In the morning, our colleague Isaac Adeo was saying that he wouldn't be surprised if there's a surprise. I told him that at that point he can turn water to wine.
So, and there's, I don't know, but it's just occurring to me as well. In the NDC, for instance, we saw how the voting went in favor of Baba Jamal as against the widow of Nasser Toure. So could it also be that some people are still not pleased with the fact that Baba Jamal has to be the one to lead the party?
Yes, that's an interesting dynamic you are introducing. And of course, I was relating to that earlier. See, at the general level, they made up. Right? They made up. To the extent that the widow of the late MP donated some T-shirts to Baba Jamal to campaign. But don't forget that Baba Jamal contested against the late MP. And he lost marginally. Right? And don't forget that when we talk about 22,000 votes, we are referring to votes garnered by the late MP and not Baba Jamal.
Absolutely.
Right. How do the over 22,000 who voted for the late MP
feel about voting for Baba Jamal?
Especially when he won by 32 votes.
You get the point. That's one. Two, how do they relate to Baba Jamal at this material point in time? They had a history with the late MP. Because he had been there on three or more occasions, right? And so, yes, the dynamics are quite interesting. Apathy setting. We might blame Ramadan, yes, but in the end, you also realize that apathy has impacted what we are witnessing.
Absolutely.
And the apathy is as a result of how the voters there feel about the entire process and the candidates they're in. See, let me tell you, when you go to strongholds of political parties, sometimes not coming out to vote,
it's a message.
It's a message, right?
It's a protest.
The point is that they cannot see themselves coming to the realization of voting for the opponent. So the worst they can do is no vote at all.
Yeah, that's what MPP suffered in 2024.
Exactly.
But you know what? As we're talking about the whole issues about the alleged monetization of the NDC's primaries, well, Alhaji Masawudu, who is the third national vice chair of the NPP, believes that that is why the people have decided not to come out, because they are appalled. They are appalled by the sharing of motorbikes and all of those things during the NDC's primaries.
From stent, you will share motorbikes, clothes, monies, everything he has shared just to become the parliamentary candidate. And today,
Chairman, they're saying you both did the same.
No, let me learn so that you ask questions. You did that. You did that to become the PC now. And today, the vulnerable people that you deny them TV, you deny them motorbike, you deny them Kosiani Moko, you are telling them that they should come and vote for you so that you become MP. It doesn't speak well to the people of Ayawaso. That is why I've seen that Ayawaso people refuse to come and vote
for the
NDC.
Vote for you?
I think they will vote. Some of them will vote for us, and some are voting for the independent candidate.
What's the chance of your candidate winning this election?
The chance of our candidate winning, we know that here is the stronghold for NDC. We never won here, but if you look at the turnout, we can see clearly that those who refuse to vote are the NDC, but the MP people are willing to vote. We have hope and pray that after the election, when sorting and counting has been done, our candidate should be declared the MP of Ayawaso.
Right, so the NPP very confident that when all is said and done, their candidate, Baba Ali Yusuf, would be crowned the winner and he would get to represent the people of Ayawaso East. Well, it's not far off. We have some few minutes. I'm hoping that latest by an hour, due to the numbers that we are getting to hear of, it shouldn't take too long to count. And if they need help, perhaps we'll be able to join them to make it happen really quickly. But then, shortly, we'll get to know what the decision of the constituents would be. And quite interesting dynamics he raises there, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, talking about the fact that, well, people are disgruntled because they did not get their share of what was shared during the NDC primaries. And that could be a reason why they decided, you know what, we are not happy with the party. We are not happy with how Baba Jamal became parliamentary candidate for the NDC. So we will not show up.
I related to this, that nobody will say that the noise surrounding the NDC's primaries has not had an impact on what we are witnessing today, or we witness, right? Obviously, it has an impact. Now, if you go beyond that, the NDC has been in power for just a year, right? I've covered almost all by-elections in recent past. Somebody related to this earlier about activities that you witness in constituencies when by-elections are coming. For some reason, Nima or Ayawaso East is an exception, right? So the roads are done already. I'm yet to come across an untarred road because they don't have many roads anyway, right? They don't have many roads anyway. And then, like I was relating to, if government wants to take a project to Ayawaso East, Nima to be specific, even land will be an issue. Land will be an issue.
It was supposed to be an agenda 111 there.
Yes, they cleared my favorite tea seller from the Nima runabout. From the Nima runabout. But it was not to be. And like I've explained this, I was explaining this earlier, that if you look at where Nima is located and you look around, it doesn't make sense for you to sink another agenda 111 there, right? Better equip Ridge is in dire need of retooling.
I think the phase 2 is not done, is it?
Oh, John Mahama
says not even done the phase 2, right? So instead of the agenda 111, do the Ridge phase 2, retool Ridge.
Yeah.
They are struggling to even get access to oxygen, right? 37 is just a stone throw away. There is Mamobi General Hospital, right? There is the Bank Hospital, also stone thrown away. Stone throw away.
Experience cool comfort with Cool Binaton fans, now with air freshness and mosquito repellent features. Aerodynamic designs for superior airflow. Wide range with 2 years warranty, with over 60 years of excellence. Binaton, simply better.
Need for the people, jobs. Because too many people are wasting away at bases. Of course, Benjamin was trying to explain 15 bob. 15 bob is a base, right? And the base in our parlance simply means that young people have identified a particular spot where they sit and talk about life. There's parliament. There's parliament to Nima. So there's parliament. There's Buza 11. There's 441. There's Hamburg.
They play games.
They play games. Sometimes they play drafts. Sometimes they play cards. Right? They talk about life in general. Right? They unwind their non-alcoholic do.
Yeah.
Right.
And not for attire.
And an attire.
Okay.
You get it. They do that. And like I said earlier, they look forward to an uncle who is in Germany or is in Belgium or is in the UK and not sending something, processing their documents so they take them away. Right? And then their own colleagues who have been able to, when Libya was Libya, go through. The point I'm making is that jobs are pressing needs for the people.
Well, I mean,
hold
your thoughts there. And quickly, some results coming in from the constituency. Nima JHS 1 polling station. Registered voters 249. Total votes cast 85. Baba Jamal gets 59 of those votes. Baba Ali gets 25. Umar Sanda gets 1. Kano David, Kano David gets 0. And Ibrahim from the LPG also gets 0. So Baba Jamal, provisional results coming in from the Nima JHS 1 polling station. Out of 249 registered voters, only 85 showed up. And out of the 85, Baba Jamal walks away with 59 of those votes. Baba Ali gets 25 and Umar Sanda gets 1. So that's what we are getting from the grounds currently. And we'll be also making sure that we give you more as and when they roll in. So, Ibe, you're talking about the pressing need for people in Nima, for instance. Jobs. And
education.
And the CEO of the Zongo Development Fund, when he was in the studio, alluded to that. That there are so many young people who are wasting away because they do not have the jobs. And even for the Zongo Development Fund, it's one of the problems that they face because they are supposed to uplift the living standards in Zongos. And for instance, Nima, he mentions clearly, it's just about jobs.
Yes.
The people that need jobs.
That's it. And once you give them the jobs, gradually, the reputation that has been ingrained on the minds of many of violence, right, of crime, right, of people, in fact, and I tell you this, that there are people who live in Nima, but when they step out and you ask them where they live, they tell you that they are from Newtown. They tell you that they are from Pig Farm. They tell you they're from Kanda, right? Because of the perception about how troubled that particular community is. So you give them jobs, give them education. In fact, apart from Accra girls, right, there is no any other senior high school within the enclave that's public. Now, even Accra girls, go there and find out how many people from the constituency are able to have access to this beautiful educational infrastructure, right? So, yes, if, for instance, the Zongo Development Authority or the Zongo Development Fund decide to locate a nursing training college or a nursing training school in the constituency, that is a pragmatic way of equipping the indigents there with skills that will be in high demand.
Okay. Well, Benjamin Saki, the birthday boy, Kwashikojo, he's joining us from the Alhaji Idrisu house. And Benjamin Saki, any figures trickling in so far?
So far, so good. Counting is underway together with sorted. So we are all waiting patiently. So the results will be declared. Polling station had about 166 out of the 699, and also with the Alhaji Idrisu, we have 2 polling stations. It's just like two stations within one. So we have P1 and so for the P1, we have 266 out of the 428 that were expected to vote. For the B2, we had 130 out of the 604. So that is what is going on here. As you can see, Joshua.
Yeah. So we'll get back to you when we do get some figures from Alhaji Idrisu House. Benjamin Saki, the boy, joining us with those thoughts as well. And Ibrahim, before we went to Benjamin, you were talking about
Yes, so there must be that conscious and deliberate effort to send the people these targeted development. The brick and mortar, like I said, yes, the Kanda Highway was a monumental project. It uplifted Nima in a way that you can imagine.
Yeah.
Right? Because, see, when you were describing slums, and I see it as it is, right? When you're describing slum, you mention Nima. But in the last 10 to 20 years, there's been that deliberate effort to send development to the community. The roads, not enough. Because if you say you are giving the community enough roads, what it means is that you have to displace people. You have to break down houses. And you break a single house in Nima, you have no idea how many people you are throwing on the streets. Right? I've realized that they've done some work in the hot coffee area as is related to, yes, of course, there was a woman there who was selling coffee. So, and that's how those suburbs get their names. Yeah. So the hot coffee, the
11 electoral areas, and I think in the Global Info Analytics poll, they mentioned all of them. Hot coffee had the most numbers in terms of the numbers for the polling.
Yes, so they made effort to give more or less like a connecting route between the Kanda Highway and then the Nima Highway, and that was beautiful. it was challenging because they needed to pull down houses. So you look at that road, whenever you use the enclave, pay attention. It's a narrow one, but it serves its purpose, right? It has been able to link the market area all the way to the Kanda Highway. There's no space, but they make do with what they have. Like I said, so for Nima, the developmental needs are quite simple.
Well, we're getting some more results trickling in. Frankie's Annex A, the NEC's Baba Jamal gets 87, Baba Ali 21, Umar gets 7. Rejected ballots 2. And then independent candidate Kano gets 1. The LPG candidate also walks away with 1. So for the Frankie's Annex A polling station, Baba Jamal 87, Baba Ali 21, Umar Sanda 7, Kano 1, and the LPG's candidates also 1. So more results trickling in, and we'll be updating you on that. For me, no surprises so far.
No, we've seen a trend. You already started seeing a trend, right? Yes, the numbers are low, but in the low numbers, Baba Jamal is leading by ×3. Yes, just the figures you have just related to. Baba Jamal is winning those polling stations by at least ×3.
Okay.
And if that trend continues, then we all know where it's
Well, let's get to Calvin now and see if we get some figures from the Nima cluster of schools. Calvin, what do you have for us?
All right, so at the end of polls, Nima JHS 1, we were expected to have some 249 eligible voters to exercise their franchise. But at the end of the polls, 85 persons voted. Just 85. And there hasn't been any rejected ballot. So this is the distribution of the vote as far as the candidates are concerned. Baba Jamal of the NDC polled 59 votes. Baba Jamal, NDC, 59 votes. Ibrahim, LPG, 0. Baba Yusuf, NPP, 25. Mohammed, independent candidate, 1. David Kano, also independent candidate, 0. So let me take it again. Total votes in the ballot box, 85. No rejected ballots. Baba Jamal of the NDC polled 59 votes. Ibrahim of LPG, 0. Yusuf, NPP, 25. Mohammed, independent, 1. And David Kano, also independent, 0. Now, the same environment but different police station. That's Nima JHS police station 2. 162 eligible voters were expected to cast their ballots. But at the end of polls, 57 persons voted. Just 57. And this is the distribution of the votes. Baba Jamal, 43. Rejected ballots, 1. Ibrahim, LPG, 0. Ibrahim, LPG, 0. Baba Yusuf, NPP, 14.
Every modern Ghanaian kitchen deserves appliances that make life easier. And Media Gas Cooker does just that. I love how sleek and durable it is, and how it instantly elevates your kitchen. The glass oven door, it keeps heat locked in, so your cakes, pie, and bread bakes evenly every single time. And with the flame failure feature, I never have to worry about accidents. Media always has my back. You can have this and many more at affordable prices at any electoral sale shop across the country.
Good. What these numbers as well, what it means is that it will not take so much time for the sorting and the counting. The counting is underway. And this means that we are likely to retire earlier than if even about 60% of the voters on the electoral roll had turned up, right? So we are recording 50, like student election, right? So it shouldn't be, it should not be dragging.
Yeah. I agree in total. Did it?
Yeah, I mean, you know what? I think it just falls in line with what Ibrahim has said, that even though the turnout is low, if the NPP's Baba Yusuf records 1, you're most likely going to see a 2 or 3 for Baba Jamal. So in this case, for instance, the one Calvin just gave us, we see Baba Yusuf polling some 25, even though just about 80-something voted out of the 249. So Baba Yusuf polling some 200 from 25, and then you see Baba Jamal polling almost 60, which is 59. So it feeds into that line. Let's see how that goes. Essentially, yes, the numbers will be low, but it looks like it still will go in the NDC's favor, basically.
Quite interesting. Well, you can also join us with your thoughts and let us know exactly what your thoughts are regarding the numbers that we're seeing from Ayawaso East constituency. And if anything that we've seen is worthy to go by, we know that we shouldn't spend too much time being here because clearly very soon we should get some results and declaration from the Electoral Commission as well, helping us appreciate really who gets to head to Parliament. From all indications now, as we speak, based on the results that we've seen, it's quite clear that Baba Jamal is likely to represent the people of Ayawaso East in Parliament and would add up to the minority numbers in Parliament. The majority numbers, I should say.
So, in this instance, many people ask, okay, so the polling stations that are yet to come in, who has them in the bag, right? If you look at the previous election, okay, so the Nima cluster, that's where the former President Akufo-Addo lives, and it's the elite part of the constituency, right? So Nima cluster, and then Ruga, that's the Kanda area, right? So MPP does very well, and those of you who know the Kanda Highway, from where we are, Platinum Place, from the
Ring Road
TV studios, when you are going to, let's just say, Gold House, and you are on the Kanda Highway,
Kaukuri Junction.
When you are going to Kaukuri Junction, to your right, it's more or less like the estate part of the constituency. The MPP does well there. So where the Flagstaff House is. In fact, if the president has his vote in the constituency, he should have been voting today. But of course, the president's vote is in Bali. So that area, the MPP does well. We are yet to see the results from that area. Where Akufo-Addo lives, the former president, that's the Nima cluster, right? We have seen that one. Calvin has given us those results. The MPP lost there. Now, if you go to the Gota, to the research area, that's the inner perimeter of the constituency.
The heart of the constituency.
Yes, the NDC does very well in those areas. The 15 Bob, the Nephew, all the way to the Gold House, as you related to. The NDC equally does well there. So, yes, just to give you an idea as well as going. But again, the point must be made, Joshua, that this is not a presidential election, so we are not looking for 50+1.
No.
The numbers as counted, if you win by just one extra vote,
you're done.
You are a member of Parliament. As I related to earlier in the day, Titus Grover was in Parliament because of 3 votes. And he stayed in Parliament for the 4 years there and delivered as member of Parliament for Tema East, right? So, and given the figures we are seeing, it doesn't look like the one who will win by +1 vote.
Yeah.
And interestingly, even if the turnout is 30%, there's no law that says the elections should be annulled for everyone. Unfortunately, our electoral laws do not allow that. So even if the turnout is 20%, out of the 20% voters, the winner will go to parliament.
Yeah.
That education must be given to our viewers. But of course, you can make the political argument about legitimacy and what has been taken away from the entire process just because many people decided for one reason or the other
to stay away,
not to turn out and exercise their franchise.
And we keep saying that voting is a civic responsibility that you and I need to be a part of. Once you're a registered voter and there's a process in the constituency, you are entreated to also be a partaker of that process, because at the end of the day, if you fail to join the decision making, a decision will be made for you.
Yeah.
And when that decision is made for you, you then do not have the moral right to complain about how that person gets to perform for you. And so that's the admonition that usually you will see the NCCE and other agencies go about and sensitizing the people about this. I don't know the kind of work that the NCCE did in the constituency, because usually this is their responsibility, to go around the constituency, announce to the people and tell them that, well, you need to be a part of this process, regardless of what period it is. You're encouraged to partake in that process.
Yes.
And that has brought into question, usually, whenever we have to talk about things like this, the question we ask is, what role did the NCCE play? And mostly is, they are under-resourced, they are not retooled enough to be able to go. But this is not a general election. It's in one constituency. Are we saying, I don't know, I did not hear of any work done by the NCCE, and I stand to be corrected if that is not the case.
Yeah, maybe, Joshua, the NCCE stood on existing protocols. So they felt they had done enough public education for the just ended general election, right? And so people ought to know their civic responsibilities. But Joshua, another reason why our by-elections have always recorded low turnout is the added encouragement, the added incentive of choosing a president. Once that is taken out of the equation, many people do not care.
Yeah, that's true.
They do not care. Like who becomes an MP, they don't care. In fact, they care about who becomes an MCE or a DCE than who becomes an MP during by-elections. And that's how come it's become transactional. What am I getting? Okay, so we told many people got something when they were choosing candidates, right, for the political parties. So we as ordinary voters in the constituency, what are we getting? For now, if we are getting that, and you see, let's face it, our body politic has become transactional. The MPs will tell you. And that's how come I was very incensed when people were throwing stones, when they themselves could not pass that test, if that question that Jesus Christ asked had been asked of them.
They are living in glass houses.
That's the point. If Jesus Christ had asked them of those questions, they could not have found answers. But they were throwing tantrums about. Out of that chamber, point to me who did not induce one person or the other, whether internally or externally, before they go to parliament. Not one. Not one.
Interesting.
Not one. See, Alban Bagwin, the Speaker of Parliament, got himself into trouble for speaking to these same facts when he himself was in Parliament and got elected by the system. He mentioned, if we have something to do about this system, it's about a general draining of the swamp, which we call a system. Unless we do that, we are all pretending. The voters know that they are giving you an opportunity to become an MP, and automatically you acquire a four-wheel drive, and you drive with a siren, and you will not obey the traffic rules. They know that when you are caught up in traffic, you have the authority and ability and that privilege of getting a dispatch rider to come and then move you away from the traffic. They know that. They know the privileges and the prestige. And so if that is the case, then before they give you that anointing, something must equally part ways. You must part with something. Until we do away with that system, we will pretend. So, Joshua, today's exercise will come to an end. Ayawaso East will have an MP. And I tell you, when Baba Jamal returns to face these same constituents in the general election, he will do much, much, much better, because they will turn up by then he will have taken care of as many people as the late MP did. And they will have that direct link to him. And so it will be in their interest to show up and come and vote. For now, no. Baba Jamal has not been an MP in the constituency before. So that personal connection is not there. But for the next 3 years, if he's declared winner, he will cultivate that personal connection. And there are people who will not just show up, but when they are showing up, they will show up with others because they now have an interest to serve.
Lily, quite interesting dynamics there.
Well, you know, one thing that has been running through my mind ever since we started having this conversation about the turnout and everything is also the timing of the by-election.
Yeah.
It's in the very early stages of the administration.
Yeah.
And it's not a seat that is in the opponent's camp.
No.
You would have seen a lot more activity.
Oh, yeah.
If perhaps it was in a constituency that was a swing constituency, for instance.
That's true.
Or even if it's the opponent's constituency.
Yeah.
You would have seen a lot more activity. Because the government is still in the early stages, you cannot equally discount the goodwill. People are comfortable.
Oh, yes.
And they know the numbers in parliament. They know that they have a very comfortable majority. And so people really are not as eager to step out there to vote. I mean, would it have been different if it was in the third year or even in the first few months of the fourth year in government?
Every day, we make choices. Some big, some small.
What would you be doing today?
I want this or... Every day, we make choices. And sometimes, choices that shape our hearts.
Hi.
Whether it's a long-term or short-term decision. The Lydia range of contraceptives gives you the power to truly decide. With Lydia, you truly decide.
And then many people feel that is something that they could have done a lot better. So many people are watching and see how this is going to pan out. But I've heard you, for instance, and the likes of Emmanuel Biko talk about what he's going to bring to the House, the experience. And at a time where Parliament, there's constant complaint about the exit of experience, hands from the House. What contribution does Baba Jamal bring to the table? What does he bring to the conversation? I'm sure he'll be one of the firebrands for the governing party in Parliament. He sounds well read, and so we'll see what he brings to the table.
I mean, in terms of the kind of worth that Baba Jamal would bring, no doubts about it. But then, like you mentioned earlier, the relationship with the leadership of the majority, because they didn't mince words at all when they decided that, well, no, this is the way things should go, even when the party had initiated processes. Would it be easy? I mean, and I'm asking you, IB, because you are in Parliament, you've seen the dynamics play out over the years. How difficult or easy will it be? Because there are some MPs in the majority side today who are not even noticed.
Yes, some wedges have been driven between people that might never be undone. And I'm being blunt here. Emotions took the better side of many people when they were reacting to what transpired
in Ayawaso
East during the NDC primaries. If people had reflected soberly over a period and not have reacted in a rush, I'm sure the story might have been different. Many people do not realize that Baba Jamal has once served as a deputy information minister, right? He's a lawyer who has his own chambers, right?
He has a nickname.
Yes. Okay.
Askolondo.
Askolondo. Yes. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting one.
People mentioned it for me to hear.
Okay.
Askolondo.
Yes. Yeah. So I knew him before he entered politics. And that's because I think he was a travel and tour agent, right? So at the point, a remote family member had some dealings with him. So I got to know him. And from Akwatia, and we have family members there as well. Now, then he came to Parliament. in under the most uncertain circumstances. In fact, how Baba Jamal won the seat and the times he kept knocking on the doors of Akwetia.
The number of times he had tried.
Exactly. It was quite interesting politically, and he couldn't maintain it. And that's because he, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, Ama Benyuadu, at the point where the sole voices you were hearing on the part of the NDC, on the airwaves.
Yeah.
Baba
At the
Jamal,
time when the people within the party were struggling to defend the government.
So Baba Jamal, Samuel Ofosu-Ampofo, Ama Benyuadu. These three names, right? So for Baba Jamal to have been treated the way he was treated because of these actions, of course, the NDC says it's dealing with the committee's report, right? Yes. All of us should be concerned about monetization of our body politics.
Yeah.
But like I said, and I kept repeating, it's not going away because the system that we have built over the years, unless that system crumbles, we just have to deal with it. Now, you asked a direct question about the relationship.
Yeah.
So Baba Jamal will come to Parliament if he's declared the winner. Alliances will be formed. Old alliances will be rekindled. Right? On the face, people will laugh with people. But trust me, those inherent concerns will be there. It's for the leadership to know how to deal with this.
But I mean, you know, the majority stands in connection to this matter. There are those who say that, I mean, what's the fuss? Why are people criticizing them? This is a party that campaigned heavily on reset, right? So, yes, it may be the case that not all of them are clean when it comes to the matter of vote buying or voter inducement. But it does not mean that they are willing to mend their ways and do better. That is why they wanted to set a new standard by calling out this for what it is and then setting a new standard. So the next time, whenever there's a primary within the various political parties, people would think twice. Because many people have talked about how it's becoming increasingly unsustainable, the levels at which you're going when it comes to our politics. We are sharing everything. Even before the primaries, the general elections, I saw stoves being shared.
Oh, yes.
I saw that they say,
yes.
How do you say it in English?
Iron pot.
Unless
Iron pot.
Nadima.
Yeah, cast iron pot. Yeah.
Nadima did a report on that.
Cast iron pot. Yeah.
You know, I mean, I was surprised.
How about the cars? You forgotten about the cars?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. You know, some of them were moved all the way up north. And it's quite interesting.
You remember there was this particular election where with the primaries, the MPP primaries, for the executives, and someone shared bicycles and tricycles, I mean mini vehicles to be used for Ubers and stuff for ride hailing. And when he lost, he asked the people to bring it back. He said, and so maybe they wanted to set a new standard. They wanted us to chart a new path.
But like I said, who amongst those of them can say that they did not
annul the entire process without even reading your party's constitution to understand that that's practically impossible? That's my problem. You are asking the party to annul a process that has been administered by the EC and declarations made.
Essentially, they were asking for something that did not exist within their constitution.
That's my point. So if you take a break and reflect, write a very strongly worded memo. Memos sometimes are for internal consumption, right?
And you leak it.
And then make sure that the party charts a different path in making things right. Like I said, what the party did, and I'm not limiting it to the majority in parliament, including the national party itself, right?
They also put out a statement
criticizing is to say that eventually the one the NDC felt that is a criminal. That's it. And you expected people to vote for that person you have described in those ways.
So, I mean, would you say that the majority and the party itself,
they overshot the runway, yes.
They were hasty?
Very.
I mean, Wanda alluded to that here, that he would always support the majority in Parliament, but he feels that with this particular decision, they could have relaxed a bit, allowed the party structures to have worked. Because now, these are not mean people in the party. These are not backbenchers in the party. No. These are front runners in the party. And among them, I would be glad to hear any of them who would say that I did not do anything. I didn't give any TNT to constituents to vote for me during my primaries.
Yeah, the research must start from somewhere. But you see, the research must equally be equitable. I report from Parliament. You cannot tell me that the many majority MPs did not have an interest. They had an interest because they had lost a colleague. The wound was very fresh. The late colleague's wife is default emotionally, the one expected to succeed the late husband. There was a donation of 100,000 Ghana cedis to her to use in what? Cleaning her tears? No, in running a campaign.
These were just colleagues of an MP who is now deceased.
Exactly. Who are
was seeking to comfort his widow.
Good.
Why would you misconstrue
with 100,000 Ghana cedis?
Why would you misconstrue that to be campaign fund?
Why would you think it would
they didn't put any restriction. They didn't put any restriction on what the woman could use the money for. So I agree with you. So the woman decided to use it to fund her campaign.
You have evidence.
I'm telling you that all the 5 people that contested, right? They tell you that Baba Jamal's mistake, and I also feel same.
Was justifying same.
Our cameras specifically, and justify what he did, seeking to explain what he did. That was his crime. All of them, one way or the other, induce the delegate, and they always do it. It's not right, and nobody to misconstrue what we are saying to mean that we are supporting. From day one, we have spoken against that. It's not sustainable. That's how come drug dealers are funding our political campaign activities. Foreigners, even though it's against our political campaign funding act, foreigners are funding our political party campaign activities. That's why I support any move that seeks to bring more transparency in political party funding. What they do is to declare to the EC that we got A amount of money, we spent it on B number of activities. That is it. We should go to a point where the A amount of money you got, how much of it is from Osei-Mensah? How much of it is from Nadidi? How much of it is from Bwedi, the cameraman, who is standing behind the camera that is looking at me at this material point in time? You get it? We should exert much transparency in that regard. So people don't go to Nigeria and raise funds to come and win an election. And after winning an election, the interest there will come knocking and they will have to serve those interests. And we all saw what happened with our COVID contract here and there and what have you. That's what we should be working against.
Wow.
And not be seeking to be much more Catholic than the Pope.
Quite interesting. Well, more figures are trickling in, and shortly we'll be getting to our reporters on the ground to give us some updates. But then the NDC is already saying that they are leading with over 7,000 votes. And I'm okay. Well, maybe I don't. Of course, they are doing their own internal collation. Rashid Tanko Computer says that they are leading with over 7,000 of the votes. And well, when it comes to the numbers, we'll get to the numbers shortly. But you're still watching our live coverage of the Ayawaso East by-elections happening today. In fact, as it stands now, numbers have started trickling in, and the hope is that at least in the next hour, we should have a declaration made by the Electoral Commission. And then the people of the Ayawaso East constituency will then have a candidate or would have a representation in Parliament, one that would succeed their former MP, Nasser Toure, in Parliament. And so we are counting down to that declaration that would be made by the Electoral Commission on the grounds. The Collation Center, remember, is the St. Kizito Catholic Church. That's where that declaration will be made. Already the IGP has stepped in there, and he's leading his men and women in uniform to ensure that the process is devoid of any form of challenge security-wise. And we say kudos to them because all day the process has been very, very peaceful. No incident whatsoever recorded in that particular by-election. And let me walk you through some of the numbers that have come through. And at the Tahani Islamic School polling station, registered voters 431, total votes cast 213, Baba Jamal 90, Baba Ali 26, Umar Sanda 90, Ibrahim LPG 7, not you.
Okay.
And then David also gets 0. So you realize that Umar Sanda is pulling some weights in some of the polling stations. So
they can find out if that's not his electoral area. He's an assemblyman.
Yeah.
So chances are he holds sway there. And of course, but he did well there.
Very well.
I mean, he pulled the same figure as Baba Jamal.
As Baba Jamal.
90.
Quite interesting. So the Ayawaso East, the Presby Church of Hope Center, expected voters were 305, total votes cast 136, Baba Jamal 90, Baba Ali 32, Umar Sanda 14, the rest 0. Let me quickly take you to some other results that have trickled in. Alhaji Disu House 1, NDC 111, LPG 0, NPP 22, Umar Sanda 31. He did better than Baba Ali at the Alhaji Disu House 1. Rejected votes 4. House 2, B1, NDC 160, NPP 32, Umar Sanda 33. Again, he does better than the NPP. And Alhaji Idrisu House 2, B2, NDC 73, NPP 27, Sanda polls 35. He does better.
With the figures you've given us,
yes,
Baba Ali should be concerned. Baba Ali of the NPP should be concerned. Because you've related to about 5 figures,
where
and 3 out of those 5, Sanda beats him.
But
if he continues,
is that surprising? That's not entirely surprising because
it's not entirely surprising, but for Sanda to place second, to Baba Jamal, will spell doom for the NPP in the constituency.
Okay. Well, I mean, I was saying that I was asking if that's surprising because this is someone who came from the fold of the NDC.
Yes.
He came from the fold from the NDC. So as much as the party was dismissive of the dent he might possibly create within the numbers they were going to get, there was a possibility of him taking away, chipping away some of the votes. And that's what we're seeing in some of these areas.
Oh, yes, of course. But we're all relating to that fact that, yes, you cannot tell me that his confidence was out of nothing. For the fact that he rubbished all the olive branches that were extended to his end, meant that he had his feet standing on something. When a blind man says, I'll hit you.
Hold on to that proverb for me. I have my feet standing on something. I'm standing with Obed Kingaglo, who is joining us with some updates. Obed, what do you have for us?
All right, Joshua, if you can hear me right at the St. Kizito Catholic Church, where Collation is expected to start very soon. Ballot boxes from the various polling stations are arriving fast and thick, and very soon the process will begin. Deputy General Secretary of the NDC is here, Mustafa Gbande. Let's engage you briefly. You've monitored the process. What's your first impression?
I think that we have achieved one milestone, that under President Mahama, for the first time we've held a by-election that is violent-free, incident-free. You can see the excitement. 2, I see a general low turnout. Don't forget that today is a market day for Nima. Today is a working day. It also fell into a period where both Christians and Muslims are fasting. Because of these key contributors, you would have a low turnout. Now, you would not expect somebody who is a market woman to abandon his goods and then come and vote. You would not expect somebody who prioritizes fasting to abandon same and come and vote. Largely also, all by-elections in this country generally records low turnout. But my assurance to you is that if 100 people have voted in this election, 80 would have voted for the NDC.
The MPP disagrees. They say that the low turnout is because there's no show of development in this constituency.
Nanado lived just here. Why didn't they tout Nanado's contribution to this?
Reason why they voted MPP out of power.
The reason why John Mahama is building a foundation. Nobody can change a country within a year. It's impossible. We are not governing to the pace of the MPP. They are nowhere near to talk about governance in this country, because Nanado and the MPP in the history of our country had led the most fraudulent regime against the people of Ghana.
How so? How so?
We all know that Nanado's government was a crime scene, a horror movie that impoverished the people of Ghana.
These are wild allegations.
They are not wild allegations. We have not forgotten the one village, one dam Ponzi schemes. We have not forgotten the haircuts. We've not forgotten the fact that they've taken loans and they chop same.
They say now cocoa farmers have
why can't they account for their finance minister? Where is the finance minister of President Akufo-Addo? When they talk about cocoa, yes, we could have handled the issues of communication better than we have done. And I have always believed that you govern the farmers by engaging the farmers. The business of talking to the farmers is not in Accra, it's in the villages.
Yeah, we see the minority in cocoa farms.
Beyond that, the fact that you haven't communicated in a manner that you ought to does not make you the cause of the problem. Were you not here when they bought this thing that we use for computers? What do they call it? The desktop keyboard of a computer at the cost of 4,500. Were you not here? And so we are not here to write by the mistakes of governance, but the NDC is holding governance to responsibility, and we are delivering. We are not following the handbooks of the MPP. For them to have come here shouting that they've not been arrested and that they are free, I can assure you that any election that will be held in this country, the electorates will hold the NPP accountable for what they have done, and it is going to reflect in the election today. If 10% of the people have voted, 80% of the 10% will vote for the NDC, and I know that for a fact.
Finally, before I let you go, there is a candidate in the contest who was NDC and defected to contest independence. People believe that will affect your fortune.
No, that is an estranged member of our party, and we have seen that NDC is not afraid of deflections. It's a solid party that live by principles, organized and disciplined. And for us, in the next 1 hour, you will see that the unity of the NDC always prevail whenever we have to do something. So we are not perturbed about who have deflected and who have not deflected.
I want to thank you very much, Mr. Gbande. That's Mustafa Gbande. That is Deputy General Secretary of the NDC, who just spoke to us. So the ballot boxes are arriving here very, very fast and thick. You can see in your shot that various ballot boxes from the other polling centers are arriving with various electoral officials accompanying them with tight security. You see that security is accompanying them to ensure that there's nothing untoward. That's the situation here at the Collation Center. So it's a busy place right now where collation is expected to start. So officially voting has ended, counting has ended, and the collation process is expected to begin. For the St. Kizito polling station 1, some of the results are already in, and so let me run you through quickly of the results here at the St. Kizito. Earlier I mentioned that this very center, apart from it being the Collation Center, is also has 3 different polling centers. And so for the St. Kizito polling station 3, the NDC candidate, which is Baba Jamal Ahmed, garnered 34 votes, and then the LPG candidates garnered 1 vote. The MPP candidates garnered 9 votes. That is Baba Ali. And then the independent candidate, the other independent candidates garnered 0 votes. Rejected ballots, it's 1. Tanko Computer, who is also the former Deputy Director of Elections in IT, of the NDC is also trying to engage the media. Let's hear what he has to say.
Actually, we should have postponed it. But constitutional, we can't. The Constitution stipulated 60 days. And then so we are boxed with the Constitution. We cannot. And then so we have to rather congratulate them for doing this yeoman's job. The money to defy these all difficulties came out and voted massively for the NDC.
Your opponents are saying they have turned their backs on you because of lack of development in this constituency. How do you respond to that?
The results does not show that. The results rather gave us confidence.
What are the results? You have the results?
Yes. So far,
what are the results?
93 polling stations. And we are doing 8,845. They are doing 3,000.
Interesting.
That tells you that there is mark of confidence for the John Mahama government in the constituency.
How confident are you then that come in the next few, let's say, year or into the next election, you'll have a similar turnout?
In fact, it will be massive. Next, after DC, they shouldn't have contested this election. I told them, I don't know who advised them to contest this election. See, these are the things they do and give BP to their supporters. Because this is not the election you should contest. They should go and do research for their party. For now, NDC is performing. You see, a party performs when the government is on top of issues. Interestingly enough, our government is performing. And so it makes our campaign easier. That is why we've gotten this massive victory today.
There's rather a very worrying accusation which says you used the police to suppress voters. Is that what you did?
Ayawaso West Wagon, when they use those tax, sponsored tax, brutalize people and beat MPs all over in the place. That one, they didn't see anything wrong with that. Today, did you see anybody handle even a weapon? Even a stick. None of the police even holding a stick. Just there. And they were playing with the voters. This is what John Mahama has promised, that it will be peaceful. Come and vote and go. It was so lovely. Unlike our own opponent, macho men, if you see one of their muzzles, I don't know whether they were going for Ukraine to fight. Look at how they brutalize people. And I'll watch, it won't happen. We'll make sure the election is peaceful. The people have voted. The verdict is very clear. And they have given a good verdict for the NDC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tanko.
Mr. Tanko, I am still interested in how you got these results. How are you getting these results?
You were saying NDC cannot collate results. MPP cannot collate now. They don't have results. Ask them. They don't have. See, we are ahead of them. We have done it. I'm telling you, the next few minutes, I'll tell you, we have finished the results. Sharp. And they are going 94.
What's the percentage?
Oh, of course, we are still populated. Currently, we are doing 63.45.
63.45 for Baba Jamal.
Yes.
Right. Finally, from me, people in this constituency say that there's lack of development. People have taken them for granted.
The results did not indicate that. The results as we have it has given us confidence. They have given us enough pat at our back that you have done well NDC. That's what the results is indicating.
But have you done well?
If you don't do well, will they vote for us?
But there's low voter turnout. They are saying that people are not showing now because the NDC has taken the constituents for granted.
My brother, this is a month of Ramadan. Ramadan is a revered, is one of the pillars. Fasting is one of the 5 pillars of Islam. So in the month of Ramadan, our Muslims shouldn't have been subjected to this, but it's constitutional. You see, the constitution is 60 days. You cannot do anything about it. We have to do it. So we have to rather congratulate them for coming out, despite this religious inclination, to vote just to do this national assignment. I give time out to the Nima people. Look, some religious sects, left to them, they won't come. You know, in Ghana, there are some religious sects. There are certain days when you ask them to come to vote, they won't vote. Is that not true? You know it. I don't need to tell you. They won't vote. Yeah. You see, but this religious group, despite that national patriotism, they came out. Some will not come. You can't force them. It's religious inclination. And so we are good to go. We are happy with the turnout. What has happened, Albert, we're expecting a huge one, but because of the religion and the weather today, I can assure you, we are good to go with what we have received.
That's a Stanko Computer who was a former deputy officer in charge of IT and election of the NDC. So we are still here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church, where collation is expected to happen. We are looking at about in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we are sure that all the other ballot boxes from the other centers will be here already.
But King Gaglo and Calvin Powell there at the Collation Center. And Obed says in the next 20 to 30 minutes, from the way things are going, we're likely to get the declaration done. But let's cross over to Isaac Abila and get some figures from him as well. He's in the constituency. Isaac Abila, what figures do you have for us?
Well, Joshua, I have covered two polling centers so far. And the first one I covered was the Frankie's Annex Polling Center A. And in that polling center, NDC's Baba Jamal won. He got 87 votes out of the total votes cast. And the MPP Baba Ali also got 21 votes. Now, the LPG's candidate got 1. And then independent Umar Sanda got 7 votes. Independent David Kano got 1. And the rejected ballots were also 2. Now, the news team moved quickly to the Presbyterian Church of Hope Center, where the collation and the counting tool is done, and the results are carried to the collation center, the constituency collation center. But the figures we have observed and captured here is that the total expected voters who were supposed to be here at the Presbyterian Church of Hope were 305. Out of the 305, only 136 people came out to vote. And out of the 136 people who came out to vote, NDC's Baba Jamal got 90 votes out of the 136 votes. LPG got 0 out of here. And MPP's Baba Ali got 32 votes. And then independent Omar also got 14. And independent David Kano also got 0. Now, that is the provisional results captured here by the election officials. The provisional results have been conveyed to the Constituency Collation Center for the entire constituency collation to be done. But I must say that the process was a peaceful one. Security presence was intact. And as I speak now, we still have security presence at the voting center, even though all the equipment have been conveyed to the Constituency Collation Center. But the process was a full one, both here, the Presby Church of Hope Center and the Frankie's Annex A and B. The process has been peaceful so far, Joshua.
Well, Isaac Abila, thank you so much for the updates. And clearly from the results you're seeing from Isaac Abila's end, it puts Baba Jamal in the lead. And we'll get to know exactly what the overall figure would be. The NDC, however, believes, according to what we heard Tanko Computer say, that they are currently about, 63.45%. In terms of the votes that they have collated so far as a party. Quite interesting there. Like I said, and we've consistently said, no surprises at all. No surprises at all.
The biggest surprise will have been, in fact, the shocker will have been that after it's all said and done, and you are told that the NDC has, for the first time since 1992, since the beginning of the 4th Republican dispensation, has lost Ayawaso East.
That would be the shocker.
That would be the shocker. That would be the shocker. Just as Ayawaso Central was a shocker when Henry Kote lost. Just as Equiapem North was a shocker when the NPP lost that seat for the first time in the constituency's history. This will have been another shocker, right? But look at the dynamics. You have a by-election just a year after a party is in power. Their party has that constituency under lock and key, right? That party has just one message. Go to the constituency and tell them that you are better off with a son whose father is alive and whose mother is equally alive, who will eat and then give you some, than an orphan. And that message resonates. In fact, when we started having or fidgeting with the idea of going to Pandai for a by-election or a rerun, that was the conversation. That was going to be difficult for Matthew Nyendam because the NDC was going to tell the people that we are in power, we hold the key to your development. Well, make that decision and take the key for that development. It worked in Akwetia. So why will it be different anywhere else? So yes, when people say that the NDC did not do what it does elsewhere for by-elections, like what they did in Talensi, what they did in Asenov, what they did in Kumewu, what they did in Akwetia. Here, in Akwetia, yes, some roads were tarred. There were graders on some roads, right? And then, more importantly, to the fortunes of the NDC, there was that promise that vote for our son for us to give you development. It will be interesting to mark 1 year after Bernard Bedu's election to go back to the constituency and find out those promises that were made, how far were the fulfillment of those promises. Yeah, so yes, usually incumbent parties, when there's by-election and it's either in a swing constituency or it's in their stronghold, the hard work just has to do with the promise of doing them well, doing right by them, the fact that you hold power. The unsurmountable task always lies ahead for the opposition. Of course, the exception would then be Asawase. Muntaka became MP when Kufuor had taken over the reins of power as president, where there was no hope for the NDC because the narrative had always been that after the NPP was done with the NDC, there was no coming back. But you look at the dynamics of Asawase and understand how come it voted the way it voted, and since then it had been Mutaka till today as we are speaking. So the dynamics are quite interesting. No surprises there from Ayawaso East, to be honest with you. In fact, if there are any surprises, the surprises will have been that many people decided to observe the holy month by strictly adhering to whatever alliance they had with their maker, rather than coming out to vote, as if coming to vote will have nullified their Ramadan. They could not take
But interestingly now, looking at the numbers that we are also seeing for Umar Sanda, IB related to the fact that, well, this is someone who also has some solid footing in the constituency, aside being a member or a former member of the NDC. He also is an assemblyman. So clearly, there were some stands when it comes to his popularity within the constituency in some specific areas. So for you now, were you surprised seeing the numbers that we are seeing for him?
Well, IB alluded to that proverb where he said that when a blind man says he will hit you with something, he probably has his foot or his feet on some stones or a stone. So I guess is a reason, despite the overtures made to him to rescind the decision to contest in this election, he chose to go ahead. Because even in the last minute, which is yesterday, the chairman of the NDC made another overture, extended the olive branch one more time, and said that if he would rescind his decision, the party would definitely welcome him back into their folds. This morning when we engaged the MC for the area, we posed that same question to him about Umar Sanda. He said, well, beyond the national chairman, even he, as an MC, has equally engaged Umar Sanda, and he says his mind is made up. I guess it's one of those people where he believes that once a decision has been made, you are stronger for it if you stand by it, rather than backtracking and then losing some sort of authority or... people would probably think that you are always flip-flopping. But there are two sides to this. It could be, yes, he deciding to step away could mean a different chapter altogether for him. There's a possibility of him even perhaps joining the opposition NPP. That's also possible. It's because of the way our politics has gone. There are those who also feel that what a missed opportunity. Once these overtures have been made to you, it was a good opportunity to equally use that as a bargaining chip and then put across what you think you need. And then those grievances that you have bottled up, perhaps a good amount of it could be addressed. But ultimately, he chose to stand by his decision. He's chipped away some of the votes of Papa Jamal. Imagine...
Because in some areas, he had the exact number Papa Jamal also had.
I think one of the areas was 90. Imagine Umaru Sanda was not in that contest, it would have been perhaps 180
for
Baba Jamal. And so it's a political risk he has taken. It could pay off or could leave him worse off.
Absolutely.
We have seen people who have left political parties and they are better off. And there are those who have also left. And unfortunately, I mean, it's almost spelled.
Ayawaso left MPP.
I think I would disagree with you with the better. You give me examples.
Well, I'll come back to that. But let's pick Theophilus now and get to find out the figures that Theophilus has. Theophilus, where are you and what figures do you have for us tonight?
Good evening, Joshua. I am at the Nima Post Office Electoral Center where the voting and the collation has ended. And amount 92 votes, followed by LPG's Ibrahim, who had 8 votes. And MPP's Baba Ali had 72 votes, followed by Umar Sanda, who had 53 votes. And independent candidate David had 1 vote, and we had 6 rejected ballots. The total number of votes expected or to cast their votes were 526. However, only 232 showed up to cast their votes, which is less than 50% of the expected turnout. However, one key thing I can point out is that when the results were being mentioned, and Umar Sanda's vote was mentioned, he received some sort of applause from the people gathered around, showing that he has goodwill among the people and they were impressed by his performance. I later moved to the Tahani's Islamic School Center right across the first police center I was at, and the registered voters they were expected were 431. However, 213 voters showed up. And in that center, NDC Baba Jamal had 90 votes. However, Umar Sanda also tied with Baba Jamal, also securing 90 votes in that center. MPP's Baba Ali had 26 votes, and LPG's Ibrahim had 7 votes, with independent candidates David registering 0 votes, and there were no rejected ballots. So as I said earlier, you could see that per the 2 polling stations I visited, Umar Sanda is quite as popular as Baba Jamal. That's what Joshua.
Thank you so much for the updates there. But earlier in the day, like we mentioned, we saw a lot of stalwarts of the NPP in the constituency. Justin from Ponkodia, who is General Secretary of the NPP, was there, and he had some interesting remarks to make. Let's listen to him.
If a cocoa farmer hear what you are saying, the person will be very angry with you. There are no chairs anywhere. People are angry with how this government is managing our economy. But we are not surprised. We in the NPP, we've said it. We said it over and over, that the NDC that renewed in 2012, 2013, 2014, 2015, 2016, the same NDC. The value is the same. Now people are even struggling to pay their electricity. I don't know whether you're able to pay your electricity, whether your electricity bill has gone down or your water bill has gone down. People are very angry. This is not what the NDC promised us. They came on the backdrop that they are going to reduce electricity bill for us. They came on the backdrop that they're going to pass a bill to deal with LGBT. They're going to fight galamsey. Today, what has become of all those political mantra and the promises that they made? Where is the 24-hour economy? So I'll be very surprised when you want to think that things are going on well. So have we checked the price of fuel today?
Fuel prices are down. The dollar rate is down. These are some of the things.
So what's the value of the dollar being down, inflation being down, when I cannot pay my electricity bill, when I don't have a job? What will be the value? What will be the value when they are degrading our forests, all because of mining? What will be the value when the cocoa farmer is suffering? So people are tired of those semantics. The reality on the ground is that people are suffering. Professor Mahama, if you have not heard it, people are suffering. And Ghanaians are getting tired of the NDC. Thank you.
Right, so that's the General Secretary for the New Patriotic Party, Justin Frimpong Kodia, saying Ghanaians are angry and there's nothing new. The NDC we knew way back is still the same NDC, and the president should be focusing on also ameliorating the hardships Ghanaians are going through. Did he? I'll give you a... Okay, Ibrahim.
The Ghanaians are happy. Yeah, we need the picture for Ghanaians are angry. Right, that's just what I like to do.
Well, we're waiting. We're waiting for the end at this point. We are waiting for the end because it's been a very calm Tuesday.
Why didn't you listen to Justin Frimpong?
No, I'm talking about...
Oh, okay.
You know what? I think it's politics, right? What Justin Frimpong Kodia is saying is politics. And, you know, I think that the opposition has been waiting for an opportunity to go at the president and tell the people of Ghana, we told you so. And we have always been the best. And consistently when you hear the NPP talk, they say that they are the best placed party to move Ghana to the next stage when it comes to development. And so they always point at their opponents as being the ones that always, you know, retard the progress of the country. And so for a party that has been in a hurry to pin their opponents to the ground and say, look, you have been terrible at this, you will not be surprised when you hear them talk about electricity, because recently it's been one of the key issues for many Ghanaians, talking about how their electricity has been, you know, running abnormally. People say that they spend a certain amount for a month. Now they realize that it is either doubled, in some instances even tripled for that matter. And so they are, I mean, you will not be surprised when you hear the NPP talk about that. Look at when the president was delivering the State of the Nation address, and the opposition kept harping on the matter of cocoa. They actually brought cocoa pots to the premises, into the chamber to make a point. And so
they smuggled cocoa pots.
And so, I mean, so they have what, 87 cocoa pots? Yeah. Interesting. And so
it can never make a bag.
So are they taking it back?
Well, I don't
know. To the farmers.
Did they take it back?
To the farmers.
Because today they've gone to the cocoa farms to meet the farmers. So are they taking the pots back?
No,
because that's 87.
I think they'll have to dry the beans.
Yes.
Right. Because unless, even if they are able to, you know, you can actually consume.
Yes. You can consume it in a raw state. You can dry it up and then,
Yeah. You can also do cocoa tea.
Cocoa tea. So you think they'll use it for tea?
Yeah.
I believe so too. Perhaps they'll serve some in the Parliament restaurant.
I'll look for.
Check for us and let us know.
After Ramadan. Yeah.
Yes. So you will notice that, look, once they find something that they believe they can use to go at their opponents, they will do so. And you'd realize that in most of the communication from the part of the opposition, that is something they talk about. Justin Frimpong Kodia did not shy away from that. He talked about electricity. He talked about the cocoa farmers issue. And so it's not surprising.
Talk about LGBT.
Yeah, that is something that the government has come under a lot of flack for, because it was a major campaign point for the NDC. And so people feel that for an issue that was very topical to you in the lead up to the polls, we don't think we have seen the urgency that it deserves. And so we'd like to see a lot more urgency on the part of the government.
Particularly because they've also seen that they've not seen much action from the proponents of the bill.
But recently they moved, right?
It's been relayed.
Yes.
It's been relayed, and it's been referred to the committee. I'm sure the process will be expedited because there was extensive consultation when the aborted one, or the one that the president did not assent to, went through the process. So a few changes will be affected, but still a private member's bill. It's still a private member's bill, right? That's contrary to the earlier assurance that the state will shepherd it, right? Yeah.
Well, it's still continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election live on GH1 television. We're also live on Star 103.5 FM and on our social media platforms. We've been with you from morning. We had Lily Mohammed here, Osei-Mensah has also been here. Ibrahim Alassane, I also joined them in the afternoon. We will be making way for others to also steer you for the rest of the evening until the Electoral Commission makes that declaration. But it's still a continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. At the moment, voting has ended. It wasn't characterized by any form of chaos or queues or anything. The major concern that has come up is the low voter turnout, but the NDC is still very confident of victory at the end of the day. We'll see how that will go, but we are steering you through the process, waiting patiently for the counting to be done across all the polling stations, and then they will subsequently go to the Collation Center where we'll get the final results, and then the victor will be told who emerged victorious in this particular contest.
Absolutely, and so stay with us, stay with us. We're live on TV, live on radio, live online as well, and just follow our social media platforms as well, because we're bringing you the cards from some of the interesting bites. We are also posted, because today is a very big day. It's the day that Nana Agrada also comes home. In fact, she's home. She's already visited her church as well. Yes. So quite a lot of things happening today. We'll take a breather. When we do return, be sure that we'll be getting ready for the declaration from the Electoral Commission. Stay with us.
been live here on GH1 TV, your election hub, and we've been bringing you the continued coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. Figures have started rolling in to an extent from what our reporters gather, and it appears that Baba Jamal in most of the polling stations seems to be hitting the higher numbers. Our various correspondents have been taking you through the figures all throughout the day, and we're here to break that down further, to bring you live breaking news as it happens there, as the figures keep trickling in. I'm Natalie Fort, and I'm here with Tutua Danso.
Absolutely. It's been a good run. I mean, like Natalie said, and the happenings right in the Ayawaso East constituency. We recorded an issue of low voter turnout. We saw the massive security deployment also in the constituency, obviously because of what the Ayawaso East constituency is noted for. This is perception-based. It is not fact.
Right.
And also, our reporters, as Natalie said, have been dotted in the
Yes.
and have brought us the various results that have.
They have.
It appears that Baba Jamal is no surprises there. I mean, not to say that Musa Dankwa's prediction was right, but we all know that the Ayawaso East constituency is a
traditional NDC seat.
Strong,
and so
absolutely,
I had a conversation with Dennis Miracles Abwaji yesterday, and he gave a confirmation that he wouldn't be surprised if the NPP loses in that constituency. But one thing that surprised me was with the presence of the independent candidate, and he broke away from the NDC to contest as an independent candidate. That's Umaru Sanda. We see that he's making some inroads, but of course not enough to unseat or make any positive magic for him with regards to this polls. He was very confident when I spoke to him on Saturday the other time that he controls about 20,000 people in that constituency, and so he's very, optimistic that come today he'll be declared winner.
But from what we are seeing from the figures,
unfortunately, he's just been recording single digits at most of the polling stations. Very shortly, also, we'll cross over to the Collation Center where our reporters are. That's Obed King Gaglo and Prince Isian and Calvin, of course. We'll cross over to them shortly for the very latest on what is happening at the Collation Center. But from all indications, the NDC's Baba Jamal is in the early lead. Also, in a bit, we'll have conversations with the relevant resource persons. We'll speak to a political analyst and also a security analyst to assess especially the presence of security in the area, because Natalie, as I mentioned to you earlier, there was heavy security presence in the constituency. There are about 30 police personnel deployed to each polling station, and at the Collation says 100 exactly. And it begs the question: why was it necessary to deploy so much security personnel, considering the fact that right from the onset there was low voter turnout anyway? So what is the indication or the security intel they had to want to deploy so many police personnel? But we'll find out.
Would engage security analysts who will further brief us on that. Yes, the voter turnout is low. However, it still is.
It's been blamed on the Ramadan fast. In the morning, when I was watching our channel, a lot of the political actors, including Baba Jamal himself, said that the low voter turnout was as a result of the fasting. I don't know how true that is, because the fasting, for the Muslims, I mean,
I can't quite speak to that.
I have friends. So they eat around 3 or 4 a.m. And you tell me that by 9 a.m. you're hungry, so you can't vote. It obviously goes beyond the fasting. There's something that we're not being told.
Go beyond the fasting. I think it goes largely to also speak about the sentiments of the voters within the constituency. Certainly, Baba Jamal will find a reasonable excuse to put forward. But I think it goes beyond that. It speaks to the dynamics also within the constituency, as a whole. And I mean, we all know Baba Jamal, the candidate himself, and in the lead up to this, obviously we had some very interesting
what happened during the primaries.
Developments happening during the primaries and the vote buying as per what was seen and communicated. And it's interesting that you mentioned Umar Muhammad, for instance, who, in as much as he spoke to you and felt so confident, the party matters.
Look,
it's taking that independent shift.
At a point, when he sat opposite me, behind the console, I almost believed what he said. I almost took his word for it, because he sounded so confident that he will win.
Now,
and of course,
Vanessa, I'm going to to ask that you just hold briefly.
Right.
Obed Gaglo is at the Collation Center. Is going to be bringing us some details there. Then to Tua, you can share some more insight on that. So let's cross over now to Obed Gaglo, who's at the Collation Center. Obed, what have you got to share so far?
Right, so now finally we are in the Collation Center where the final declaration will happen, and so far the process is ongoing. Tabulation and calculations are ongoing. Various pin sheets are being compared, and additions are ongoing here in the St. Kizito Catholic Church, inside the main hall where the process of collation is happening. And so as the camera pans to the electoral officials who are currently in that process, and you can see also Tanko Computer in the shot, but we've spoken to him already. You see the board over there where it is being projected, the results of various polling stations being projected. And so as and when we are getting to the finale of the whole process, we'll bring you live pictures and videos of that process. But let me engage other candidates who really have not been engaged in this contest. You know that apart from Baba Jamal and the MPP candidates, and of course Sanda, who seem to be mostly seen, we've not really heard of the other candidates, the LPG candidate and the independent candidate. So I have with me one of the candidates who is on the ticket of LPG to speak to us what he makes of the process and how he feels right now, since very soon declarations will be done. You're live on GH1 TV. Tell us your name.
My name is Ibrahim Idrisu. I'm an aspirant of LPG, and then we did what we can do best to make sure that we can also get the best results. So this is what we are waiting for. Inshallah, something better will come out.
You are confident of winning?
Oh, confident of winning. That one, I will not say yes, you understand, but at least I have to get some numbers that will push me for the better next time. Yeah.
Right. I believe that even if you don't win, at least you are measuring your strength for some time to come. Let me ask you, in this contest, what were your motivation? Why did you present yourself to be voted for the people by the people of Ayawaso East constituency?
Oh yeah, the motivation is all about when you look at the community, there are a lot of lack of employment, youth into drug abuse. You know, you can see the structures in our community is not helping. Understand? So my main reason is to come and then see how best we can restructure things to make things work for the better of for the youth. Yeah. So what I'm saying is that what is failing us is all about our schools, the nature of our education is part of what is failing the system. So my vision is all about technical and vocational skills. That is what I'm thinking about introducing to this our community. We have to go back to the drawing board and then support vocational and technical skills. This is what will help us. Yeah.
Let me find out from you. You have observed the process leading to today's election. Moving forward, in terms of voting in this constituency, you know it's been tagged as Nima, it's been a bit rowdy people, a hotspot. What are you doing as a leader in terms of the body politics, changing that narrative? I'll come to you.
If you look at the situation now, Nima is not like the way people think about us. When you should go and then consider the way the voting has gone today, you will see that there is nothing like that. You understand me? Happening, no violence, no nothing. It's violent free. So we are not like the way people think. Yeah, we are not like the way people think. Nima is cool. Everybody is cool now. We don't fight. We think about how, yeah.
Right. Finally, whoever emerges, are you willing to support the person?
Oh, why not? Why not? At least. we are having a better plan for the community. We all are having our ideas. So if it will happen like that, why not?
All right, thank you very much. Let's engage the Director of Research of the Electoral Commission to tell us some few words as the collation process is finally ongoing. Mr. Tete, we are currently drawing close to end of the whole process. Collation is ongoing. Tell me, what is your general impression? We engaged you in the morning. What's your general impression?
But let me push it back to you. What did you see?
Well, we've seen a very peaceful election, and we are impressed. For journalists who cover elections, we are impressed. But we must also hear from you, the election management body. What did the magic for you?
For us, we are administrators, and you are also part of the observers, okay? So we set up the process, we provide the resources, we provide the personnel, and we man the centers for the voters to come out. From your view as an observer, a media observer, I believe you saw what happened. We had such a peaceful election, a very good, conducive atmosphere in terms of security for a successful, peaceful elections. So I think that's it.
Moving forward, what should we expect from the Electoral Commission?
I always say that has been the trump card of the Electoral Commission of Ghana. And I always say, I must say that in terms of Africa, we've been acclaimed as one of the best, among the best. So we will continue to deliver free, fair, transparent, and integrity, election with integrity, and credible elections to the people of Ghana. So we are there for Ghanaians, and that's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Tete. That's the Director of Research for the Electoral Commission speaking to us. Let me still go on and speak to some other stakeholders who are here. He is General Secretary for the LPG, I believe, who is here. That's the candidate we spoke to earlier there. Tell me, you've been observing the process. What do you make of the whole thing? We are finally grinding to a halt. What do you make of the process?
I initially thought this process was going to be a difficult one, thinking about years back having Nima as a hotspot, and currently, as we've all witnessed today, it's just peaceful, it's just smooth, very fair election. I must commend the Electoral Commission for very beautiful work done. The only thing I have to say with the Electoral Commission is they said in our last IPAC meeting when the candidates and the IPAC met, it was they introducing a tablet that is going to capture every result at the polling station. And they were just talking about having it as a pilot process. But honestly, we thought they were supposed to impose it on political system. They were not supposed to say it was a pilot, something that even if something happened, they were not going to rely on those figures that they got from their system that they got. But I think way forward, they should just impose it on us, as we witnessed what happened in Ablekuma and then Dome. If they are scanning results, they should just let everybody know it's their administrational something, and they have the right to introduce anything that they think administrationally is going to help the electoral process. So everything went on very well today, and we are happy. We have a smooth election. We did not win the election, but I know Idrisu, a.k.a. Katara Bosu, is a force to reckon when it comes to Nima. And in 2028, we are just going to bring him back, and he will do very well to, change the dynamics. I think people in Ghana always talk about change, but I don't see why they keep repeating the same mistakes, bringing MPP or bringing NDC back to Parliament. It's not bringing change. It's really repeating same old mistakes, and I wonder why we have to go through such a system day in and day out.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. That's General Secretary of the LPG speaking to us, though he believed that his candidate may not make it. They believe that it is time for Ghanaians to give other political parties the chance to represent their people in Parliament. They believe that the MPP and NDC keep repeating the same old mistakes when given opportunity to govern. And so very soon, final results for the whole contest will be announced right here in this room, here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church. And you see that the various electoral officials from the various centers have come here with their documents, pink sheets. So the brown envelope you see them holding currently contains pink sheets from the various polling stations, and so they are waiting in turns to approach that table, so that it will be computed. When it is computed, it appears on that dashboard over there, where gradually all the 113 polling stations that are here in this constituency will be added, and then the final results will be declared by the returning officer here in the Ayawaso East constituency. And so, by way of updates, these are the current happenings here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church. We are told that there's already jubilation and frenzy happening outside the church premises by supporters of the NDC who believe that they have already carried the day. You remember I spoke to Tanko Computer, who is a former deputy officer in charge of IT and elections, and he showed me some figures that already they are hitting some 80% mark. And so I believe that's the signal the NDC supporters are picking outside, and they have already started jubilating. But in here, it's calm. The tabulation process is going on, the collation process is going on, and the various agents of all the 5 candidates are here to ensure that.
Absolutely. So Obed King Gaglo there, he's at St. Kizito Catholic Church, that's a Collation center, giving details. They're evidently quite calm inside, as he reported. Supporters of the NDC have already begun jubilating outside of the St. Kizito Catholic Church, looking at the numbers coming through, predicting that their candidate, Baba Jamal, will be taking the win there. And one key thing that came up, Tutua, was also the issue of security. I mean, you mentioned, was the police presence a little bit too much? I mean, overdone? It's a positive move, but is it excessive? Right. I think is the question. And we're joined via phone by Richard Kumado. He's a security analyst, to give us some details on this. Good evening to you, and thank you for joining us here on GH1 TV. Now, what's your general assessment of the security situation? Our reporters say that it is relatively calm. Do you think that the police presence was reassuring, or was it excessive in your view?
I think the police did what is expected of them. And there were 2 things, actually: to ensure safety of voters and to ensure they provide security assurances for election officers to do their job. And these election officers are the police agents and electoral commission officers. And to the extent that they have achieved that, since morning to where we are now, then we will say the police have delivered and their professional conduct got the job done.
Right. Now, you would know that we have recorded low voter turnout. Would you in any way liken this to the security presence? Does some excessive security presence, can it result in lower voter turnout, if there's any correlation between the two?
No, I disagree when you say that excessive security available at the police stations. The IGP has done the constituency outlook, did a risk assessment, and determined as an outcome that each of the police stations would need 30 police officers. and the numbers we have at the coalition centers. And that is to ensure that we got a job done appropriately as assigned to them. Why people do not come out to vote or why they did not vote is not a duty of the police. It's the responsibility of the politicians to mobilize their people to come and vote. And irrespective of the police numbers, I don't think that should have an impact at all.
Right. Now, to add,
I had a question for you. I know that you were in the constituency days prior to the elections. What does that intel you picked with regards security, reason for which we had to assign 30 police personnel to a polling station?
Normally, what we do is that you do a constituency outlook. Each constituency is unique and different. Then once you finish the constituency outlook, you pick the results and use it as a benchmark for the risk assessment. When you finish the risk assessment, outcome of the risk assessment, each constituency will determine which option to pick. And we are talking about security econometrics. We are talking about cost, and we are talking about budget. Then you benchmark an operational outline that ensures that you meet up the standards you set for the security budget. So this has always been a basic to determine how many police officers should be at a particular police station. If you look at this particular constituency, you are talking about Mamobi, you are talking about Nima, and you are talking about Kanda. These are three different locations with various outlooks. So it is this particular simple process and procedure that determines who goes where and who does what. And you realize that high-profile police officers go to the ground, get into the close of polls. Because every election has 5 time layers. And within the time layers, we manage it to ensure which of the risks we are going to look out for and whether it will prevent us from providing the services that make sure that we are putting up a professional conduct. And I told you, our objective is ensure there is safety for voters, and number 2, provide security assurances for election officers to do their job. So that is what happened.
Okay, so in the Ayawaso East constituency, during your assessments, what was the outlook like?
No, that we may not disclose all, but we can talk about some of the determinants of the things to look out for when we are talking about outlook.
Okay.
We are talking about population, you are talking about geography or demography, you are talking about history, we are talking about closest police stations, we are talking about characteristics, we are talking about key personalities, you are talking about positions, you are talking about some peculiar activities, we are talking about networks and road networks, and we are talking about many of those things that ensure that you have a clear outlook of where you are going, what is likely to happen, and what should be your determination should it happen, and which one should be priority, which one should be essential, which one should be important, and which one gives you value in the determination of an election within such constituency. And you become fine to determine that we can use this benchmark for the risk assessment itself. And once that is done, the rest becomes deployment in making sure that police operation matches up with cost effectiveness, which is in line with the security budget.
Right. Now, Nadia, I'll let you come in briefly, but before I do that, from my simple calculation, 30 police personnel to 113 polling stations is, we're getting some 3,390 police personnel. Do you think this deployment was as a result of the perception that a lot of people may have about the constituency itself? You mentioned 3 key communities in there, like Nima, Mamubi, and Kanda. Are we dealing with perception or facts?
No, for us, we don't deal with perception at all.
Right.
Even though as intelligence officers, whatever you tell us is of value, but we are talking about actual work in the field, and we don't deal with perceptions at all. If you remember, when we went to Apatia, it was as if the whole police service was there, and the executive was the one leading the car. When it came to the NCC presidential primaries, each police station or each constituency have about 50 to 70 police officers. When we came out from Komewu, both NDC and NPP were clapping for the police.
Right.
Then there was Asin North, and there were a few challenges with it. Then there was Ejusu. Then there was some other ones. So each one presents a unique opportunity and a unique determination and outcome. So it has nothing to do with perception. It has everything to do with the actual work done in the field and what the outlook looks like.
All right.
Nothing.
Interesting. So, I mean, it's a key point raised there that it has nothing to do with perception, because I do think that generally there was quite a lot of perception as it pertains to the constituency. Now, Mr. Kumado, having said that, you mentioned, I mean, generally you commend the police for somewhat protecting a democratic legitimacy by heavy presence, security presence in the constituency. Now, looking at Ayawaso East, even beyond the election, what key security issues would you say, from where you sit as a security analyst, come up that even the winner of this election should bear in mind during their term to better improve security dynamics in the constituency?
Sister, let me say that I'm a security consultant. Number two, stop saying that there were excessive number of police officers. I'm just taking you through the whole spectrum of what we do in determining how many police officers should get to the place. But then, basically, we are at the last moment of the time layers of election. Every election has 5 time layers. By now, the two political parties know who has won, who has lost, because they are done with the coalition. What the police are determined to do is the Electoral Commission must confirm the official results and hold the hand of the winner. Once that is done, the police may not have control over how people celebrate. But a caution or a recommendation to our brothers and sisters, because they're in Ramadan, take it easy, break your fast. When you finish the Ramadan, we can have some games and we can have some, refreshment somewhere. Other than that, there are public safety other rules in this country. Once you create unnecessary traffic on the Kanda Highway, within the Nima Highway, or within the Mamobi Pig Farm there, you might be creating some unnecessary tension that may lead to accidents, and that may lead you to have a conversation with the police that will not be friendly at all. And to the extent that you are within the fasting period, let's avoid some of these ones and move on as the people and make sure the MP work hard in Parliament and make sure Ghana government comes to their aid. And many of the things they have been looking for all this while, they should rather campaign, advocate, and make sure that they get some of those ones and become a better people.
So now, with that being said, I mean, what structural security lessons do you think that we can pick from this by-election moving forward?
Okay, so we don't know where and when we are going for another by-election. Right. But then, if we look at our election generally, to the extent that we all agree that aspects of our elections have become violent, we need to do 3 things. Competent police station officers, people who know the job and they are familiar with the processes and procedures from Electoral Commission. The police put up a professional conduct. And within the space, if we can take away high-profile personalities with a high-risk nature of behavior, if we can take them out of the process, out of the perimeter, out of the zone, and we allow those assigned with responsibility to do the job, I think we'll be fine across the nation.
Right. Okay, Mr. Kumado, I'm just a bit curious. I mean, we all saw what happened during the Ablekuma North by-election, or the rerun, which was largely marred by acts of violence. Looking at what happened in Ayawaso East constituency, is it a case that the police service, learned something from what happened in the Ablekuma North rerun and implemented further recommendations, or it is simply because the people who decided to vote today comported themselves?
It's my true sister. You like trouble. You saw today.
I'm just curious.
You saw today one of the high-profile personalities go to Ayawaso East constituency, isn't he? Did you see that personality entered into the inner perimeter? No. Then we left Ablekuma North. We went to Apatia, and the IGP led the charge. We came to the NPP one. Right. Then we did the NDC primaries, and today here we are. I think we have moved on, and let's leave our history in the past, and let's look forward with a brighter future. That God will and the police will work hard, and everybody will comport themselves, and high-profile personalities will stay away from trouble, and we'll be fine.
Mr. Kumado, thank you. Thank you very much for speaking to us.
Thank you. God bless you guys.
You just heard from Richard Kumado. He is a security analyst, and he makes the point that, look, we've improved when it comes to the security architecture. I think he refused to say that, but I would commend the electorate as well, because you never know what may happen. If the electorate decides to strike, that is when we have issues of insecurity. And I made reference to the Ablekuma North instance because during that rerun, when people were engaged in acts of violence, people were being beaten, you saw the police standing, some of them standing unconcerned. And we spoke to security analysts who explained that, well, you cannot even blame the police service. They were not well resourced enough. But it looks like things have improved from there, because she talks about what happened in Akutia as well, which was largely really peaceful. And what has happened in the Ablekuma East, Ayawaso East, I beg your pardon, has also been really impressive when it comes to security. Then we can talk about low voter turnouts.
Absolutely. I mean, he didn't.
But prior to the elections, what were your expectations
with regards to voter turnout? I wouldn't say I expected an incredibly high voter turnout, I must be honest. In spite of how the talkability of the constituency and all the news prior, I expected some moderate voter turnout, but not as low as has been recorded. What were your expectations?
Well, I want to make reference to what happened during the primaries. I mean, people thronged the premises to elect Baba Jamal as the candidate they preferred on the tickets of the NDC. And so on the back of that, I was hoping that going into today's election would see a lot more people show interest. Then I'm getting, the whole picture, and I'm wondering if the problem is with Baba Jamal, or if indeed the people are just observing their fast. There are some Catholics in Nima as well, and Catholics are equally observing their Lents, and so that is what some of the politicians had said earlier. But there are also some school of thoughts that it may be an issue of preference. People would have loved for the wife of the late Muhammad Nazar Turi.
That is an interesting point.
The people of Nima in that constituency, but or the people of Ayawaso in Parliament. But unfortunately for them, their candidate, or the preferred candidate, lost to Baba Jamal, but she's pledged her support. And I recall that a few weeks ago, she made certain significant donations to the Baba Jamal campaign team, and pledged to be united.
And it was quite a significant step. Exactly. I mean, looking at unity generally within the party, it was quite a key step, and that she took, that supported, the party in general. But Vanessa Tutu, I'm going to ask that you hold briefly. We are going to now engage Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otri, political analyst, via Zoom.
That's great. I have so many questions
for him. Okay, very well. So, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otri, well, first of all, thank you so much for joining us here on GH1 TV. Now, you have obviously been studying the results and all the dynamics of this by-election. What's your general assessment of it? It appears you're on mute, Dr. Otri. Can you? Perfect. Good evening. Yes, hearing you now.
Good evening to as well. I think that today, since morning up to now, I've been granting interviews on this particular Ayawaso East, constituency elections. My general question, I think that the NDC will have to be worried.
Why do you say so?
Yeah, because you need to distinguish between the NDC as a party and a party that is in government. They have formed the government. For now, the government has performed creditably well. Not two ways about that. So the effect of what is happening is what I have christened as the Ashanti disease that is catching up on the NDC. Now, if you look at what transpired before the 2024 elections in terms of the parliamentary primaries, the delegates in the Ashanti region, some went home with fridges, TV sets, motorbikes, name them. So what the general electorate said was that two things. Either you also bring us the same thing before we go and vote, or you ask the delegate that you gave them those things to go and vote. That was the beginning of the apathy against the MPP in Ashanti region, and it affected them. That disease it has caught up with the NDC in the Ayawaso East. There are certain factors, genuinely. Yes, today is a working day. Yes, it's a Muslim-dominated community. Yes, they are in the Ramadan season, and even Christians are also observing Lent, and so on and so forth. And of course, the way and manner Mr. Baba Jamal himself was elected, then if you look at the difference between himself and that of the late MP's wife, that slim margin should tell you that he was not going to have a holiday. And then obviously, if you look at the performance of Mr. Omar Sanda, an independent candidate, I said that in the morning, it is possible that those who voted for the woman are apathetic against Mr. Jamal. And for that reason, they wouldn't go and vote for him. They may turn some of their votes towards the independent candidate. Obviously, he's a person who claims that he was the one who brought the late MP. So he has some kind of sympathy vote. Apart from that, the lesson that the NDC will also have to learn is the fact that politics is about numbers. This one is over. As early as practicable, engage this man. Don't display that arrogance of power. Just because you are in government, you think that that person is inconsequential. No. This ought not to have happened because, look, when you go into a by-election, one, it could be the means by which the party in government is measured in terms of its popularity and how the people have received their policies, positively or negatively. Two, if the main opposition takes part, they also want to see how their opposition has received some kind of acceptance as far as the general masses, are concerned. And that's the more reason why some years back I said that Kumewu was not the real test for the MPP in government in terms of the by-election. The real test, I told them, was in Asin North. And that is exactly what happened. For Kumewu, the NDC went there just to get data to see how best they can strategize with Ashanti region. And I said that if they're able to show up their vote in Kumewu, which they had over 1,000, and if it is replicated in Ashanti region, MPP was going to lose their 2024 elections. Exactly what happened. And the real test came in Asin North, which they were overwhelmingly defeated. That should have made them know that they were going into opposition. But of course, it is about recalcitrancy. And then they felt that, well, they were in power, they would do whatever it takes to win. It did not work out. So this is just a lesson to the NDC as a party. The point is that the grassroots, some of the grassroots have been complaining. What is their complaint about? That those who have found themselves in government do not pick their calls. These are the same set of people who were in a position that if you call them, then they'll pick. You call them and then they will pick. Today, they are not picking their calls. That in itself is brewing some kind of apathy. Two, bear in mind that Greater Accra has been a swing region for that matter. Sometimes it swings to MPP. 2016 it did. 2020 it came back to the NDC. 2024 it came back to the NDC. So it's been swinging. So you do not joke with the region that has been swinging. That is the more reason why, yes, they have won. Of course, everybody knows that Mr. Baba Jamal was going to win. But there are certain things that probably we may have to speak to. But it tells me that the things that I have been proposing, you need to distinguish between the party from the government. There are people who find themselves in government today. They are not picking the cause of the grassroots, and they are holding dual positions. And it's not their fault, because you cannot, for example, be a CEO of Gold Board and still be the communication officer of that's not the party in government. Is he communicating? Where is he communicating? The last time he communicated was where? When Gold Board was said to have made some losses. That was the time he came out. Where is Basintele? He has a lot of work to do.
Doctor,
do you get the point?
Absolutely.
So
now, Dr. Ottery, just briefly, I'm sorry to interrupt you, but you talk about the NDC having the need to be worried and distinguishing between the party in power, the administration in power, and here you're speaking to a broader issue of holding dual roles. Expand on that, and what specifically do you mean in the context of this by-election and in the context, as the figures so far are showing, of their candidates, Baba Jamal?
Well, you see, Mr. Baba Jamal himself was holding the position as an ambassador to Nigeria. Many were those who felt that deciding to come to hold the MPship and you are still holding the ambassadorial position itself was a mark of greed. Avarice, pure avarice. Now the president decides to recall him. That was good. So he was trying to double task. So if he had not won the primaries, then he would have easily gone back to take up that position. But the unfortunate thing happened during the primaries. This vote buying thing came up. The president wanted to wash his hands off it, and then he was recalled. I'm saying that the multitasking is affecting. And this is just a microcosm of the issue. The point is that as long as the grassroots did not get access to those who are in government, and even those who are holding positions within the party itself, apathy is definitely going to come up. This is a form of apathy. This election result is a form of voter apathy. But it is probably at the lower level, so to speak. It has not blossomed into a full-blown problem that they will have to deal with. And that's why I'm saying that it is very rare that a place where, unless complacency, a place where they have been winning since 1992, and though it has been some topsy-turvy sometimes, but in terms of percentage, they've always been beating the MPP with wider margins.
Right.
Sometimes they have closed, but it is not gotten to a point where the MPP could be in a position to win. So this is just a test case. They must go out there, sit down and do introspective analysis of this. Reach out to the people. Let them feel part of the process. Other than that, when voter apathy rears its ugly head, they will not listen to you. And I'm also saying that, you see, if for example, if Mr. Sami Jemfi and co that I mentioned their names, those who are double tasking, if they were not, obviously they would have been in this particular constituency. I did not hear them.
Right.
Unless maybe there is some kind of a division of a sort, for which there is some focus who are opposed to this person and others are for. Therefore, those who are for had to show their faces there. Those who are opposed did not. If that is the case, then that is fair.
Right,
but
now,
other than that, it means that the structures of the party will have to be looked at once again.
Right, now, before Tutu, I bring you in, when you highlight the structures of the party and making reference to Baba Jamal sort of wanting to hold on to his ambassadorship role in the event that he didn't win this by-election, yes, we had the president remove him from that role, but what do you make of the party's handling of the situation in general? There were some who felt like he shouldn't even have remained as the candidate for this by-election. Even though we've moved ahead with it and we're here now, what do you make as a political analyst of the NDC's handling of Baba Jamal and the vote buying?
Yeah, the point is that I don't see anybody innocent when it comes to vote buying in this country. Nobody is innocent. It is only hypocrites and sycophants just because it is somebody's case today. That is why you think that, this person should be flayed. Now, the way and manner the party approached the issue, it was okay. There was the need for them to set some kind of standard. But everybody else who was calling for the man's head is as equally as guilty as the very person that they were calling for his head. Don't mince words about that. Which MP in this country has not engaged in what Mr. Baba Jamal did? Which MP? Including the presidential primaries that happened on the 31st of January for the MPP. When the person was interviewed, he said He had 5 different transportation fares. 5 different transportation fares. So who is innocent? The point is that I told them that the way they wanted to approach the case, yes, you may want to solve a bigger problem in the near future, but you cannot make him a scapegoat.
Okay.
That will create more problems for the party in the near future, because then that will have meant that everybody will be monitoring your internal elections to see whether you give out something and whether you can also crack the whip when it comes to the rest. And that was something they cannot in any way deal with. Then the point also ought to be made that it is the Electoral Commission that conducted the elections. They supervised it. As far as they are concerned, the processes were foolproof, freely, fairly, and transparently done. So once they have declared the winner, the party had no business suggesting that it should be annulled. No. All because they felt that there was that vote buying situation. They couldn't have done anything. Right. Pragmatically, you had just some few days to the elections. Now, if you decide that you are going to annul it, are you going to ask the same people to take part, or you are going to? So it was just a big issue for the party to deal with. But they have demonstrated the goodwill that they will want to solve this particular problem. And I think that in itself is very good. I have not seen that particular measure in the MPP. All what they go about doing is just to deny, when everybody knows that that is an open secret.
Okay, Dr.
Okay. Doc, let me just come in here and refer you to your earlier points you made during your submission that we saw a lot of the big wigs within the party absenting themselves from even campaigning in that constituency. For you, does that give the impression that they were just complacent because, of course, the Ayawaso East constituency has known to be a stronghold of the NDC, or they probably would attend to other important matters?
I think it could be the first one, partly the first one.
Right.
Partly the second one as well. Well, others think that, well, it is our constituency anyway. If I don't go, others will go, and then he's going to win anyway. So that complacency will create a situation where others will not go. But there are other genuine factors that also militated against people going to vote. You see, the sheer presence of the police in itself could intimidate some electorate from going there. And then, of course, it is a holy month that they are fasting. They wouldn't want to engage in things that would dirty them in terms of their interaction or relation with Allah. So some of these things might have influenced their decision not to go out there to vote. That apart, the candidate himself may also have not been that popular with the larger populace. And that also might have also affected the voter turnout anyway. They wouldn't go and vote for the MPP candidate, but they are not also happy with Mr. Baba Jamal. So that is why I say that the structures of the party will have to work. They have a long way to go. These people have been very steadfast with the NDC, and it is because of the way and manner Mr. Rawlings treated them in the past, and they have stuck to the party over the period. The progenitors of Mr. Rawlings, they are the beneficiaries. Right? They are the beneficiaries of the kind of relationship that has been established. They feel at home within the NDC. So it is much ado about nothing if the NPP want to break that particular ice. That is going to be very difficult. What they can do is to ensure that they show up their vote in periods like this. But unfortunately, they still are lagging behind.
Right.
The NPP itself is in disarray. They are now organizing themselves. And knowing very well that they can't win that particular seat, they were not going to waste their resources over there. The person was just supposed to contest, show up, and that was exactly what happened. So as part of the response to your question, the second part is equally part. People were busy. It is a weekday. This is a cosmopolitan area that people will have to fend for themselves, do all manner of things. Queuing to go and vote for somebody, create employment for someone. In a cynical way, others decided not to take part. That could also might have been the cause of the low voter turnout.
Okay, I wanted to stay a bit longer on the issue of low voter turnout because you talk about the fact that in this, election, we haven't really had incidents of voter buying as compared to the earlier primaries held somewhere last month. Do you think that may have also been a factor? Because people would, say to themselves that if I'm not going to get anything out of this voting, why on earth would I want to show up at the polling station to vote? Could that be a factor?
maybe it escaped you. That is what I called it, the Ashanti disease.
Right.
The Ashanti disease. Because you guys, few delegates got all these largesse. Okay, then go and vote for the person. That's exactly the Ashantis did against the MPP. All because, one, sometimes these things tend to bring a candidate that is not overwhelmingly supported by the people they don't like. Yes, but in the name of the umbrella or in the name of the elephant, they still will have to go out there, to vote. Yes, they will prefer their candidate to win than to lose the seat. After all, it is on the ticket of the umbrella. So that is the more reason why others who are committed will have gone out there to vote. But to also have a primaries, delegate, primaries or elections, in which Mr. Jamal won by a slim margin, that in itself should have informed the Baba Jamal's camp,
right,
to do more, to go out there with an olive branch to the late MPs and then to the women's caucus. That is the first thing that they should have done. Secondly, they should have been able to convince Mr. Umar Sanda behind the scenes negotiation. You could have bought him out of it by negotiating with him. Because you see, for the optics, politics for the optics, is quite instructive. Because you always want to get some data. That data, this was supposed to be a bragging right either for the NDC or the MPP. Now you get the data. That data is that which must inform your strategy in the next election as far as that particular area is concerned. And probably can juxtapose that, to the other constituencies within that particular region. And so that's the more reason why I felt that the NPP got it wrong when they did not go for Tamale Central, just because they knew they were going to lose. But you need the data to plan in your next election. The NDC needed the data of Kumewu, which they got, and they got a little over 1,000 votes more than that they got in 2020. And I said that if this particular figure is replicated throughout the rest of the constituencies, the MPP will be in opposition.
Okay, but
MPP was going to be in opposition. And I said that, and if you look at the performance that they put up in the 2024, that is why they are in opposition.
Right.
So data is important in your planning and strategy for the next election. You shouldn't be bothered about you losing or winning, especially the losing aspect. You shouldn't be bothered about losing. It's about getting some data that you can use to plan for your next election.
Now, talk about data. We saw the results or the projections made by Musa Dankwa. He had projected that Baba Jamal was going to win with some 75.3%. At the end of the day, results we are getting from the Collation Center point to a little over 60%. From where you sit, do you think this result in particular will chip something away from Baba Jamal's status in that constituency?
Well, probably Mr. Musa Dankwa should also hasten slowly when it comes to some of these constituency elections. That is one. Of course, Mr. Baba Jamal himself, when he was interviewed about this particular issue, he said that he's not discounting it, but he's skeptical about that particular figure.
Right.
But in the morning, either on your sister station, I said Kasapa or so, I told them that 75, if the voter turnout is low, you won't get the 75. I said that, you should check. You won't get the 75, it is on the high side. 2, if Mr. Umar Sanda, whom he was giving about 3%, if those delegates who voted for the woman and their followers decide to vote for Umar, Baba Jamal will not get the 75. And that is exactly what has happened.
I see.
Baba Jamal, as I said, once you get a slim victory at the delegate level, it tells you that you are not firmly on the ground. You don't have total control over the constituency. You need to do more. So look at the presidential primary that happened within the MPP. Look at the vote Dr. Duchum had in his constituency. The vote that he had showed that even if he closes his eye in the next elections, if he does not become a vice presidential candidate, for example, and he closes his eye, he will win that constituency. So you must have control over your constituency.
Right.
Don't have that, that is going to be difficult. Look at what happened at Afenyo-Markin constituency. Overwhelming majority voted for Mr. Kennedy Japan. That tells you that constituency is they have massive love for Mr. Afenyo-Markin. And that is a seat. You only have to be wasting your time trying to wrestle away from him. It's not going to be possible.
Okay, it's very instructive that you make this point, because I want to ask you what you think Baba Jamal should do going into the 2028 general election. It appears from all indications that he's not exactly the darling boy of the constituency like Afenyo-Markin, whom you mentioned a while ago.
Yeah. So the point ought to be made. We are looking at Mr. Baba Jamal, who transitioned from Akwetia, right, to Ayawaso East. So, like the late Dr. Mutala, also transitioned from one constituency to Temale Central. Well, people have their base there. I think that Mr. Jamal is a very experienced politician. He speaks with soberliness, which I like. He can use that shrewd, kind of skill in negotiating with the stakeholders within the constituency for them to come on board. When it comes to the national elections, most of these people will have no option than to go out there and vote for the umbrella, because this time around there's going to be a presidential candidate on the ticket of the NDC. And obviously, they may want to vote for Mr. Jamal come 2028 as well. But that aside, don't forget that in this country, situations have happened where an MP may have more than the presidential candidate.
Right.
Or a presidential candidate may have more than the MP. It is scattered, those kind of things. So I think that as experienced as he is, somebody who says that he puts aside 2.5 million Ghana cedis to give some kind of
he says interest-free loans.
A non-interest loan to the citizens in that area. I think that should tell the guy is a grassroots person.
Right.
And therefore, he can easily travel this particular, he can easily surmount this hurdle and be able to be loved by the people. I think that the woman support base, the late MP support base, Mr. Omar Sanda, if the chairman thinks they are banning for 8 years, they should have everything. Politics is about numbers.
Right.
And the presidential election is as equally as important as the parliamentary one. So they should not toy with any of them.
Doc, I think Natalie wants to come in, but before she does that, I would like to find out from you. I mean, I'll take your thoughts on results we are getting now, because provisional results from the Coalition Center points to the fact that Baba Jamal is in the early lead with 63%, with the NPP's Ali, trailing with some 23.45%. That's is a total valid vote cast of 17,000 out of the expected over 40,000 votes. Surprises here?
Well, I think the analysis have already been done.
Right.
That means that not even half of the electorate turn out to vote. That is a huge disappointment. And it most often than not affect the ego of the party that owns that seat. It reduces their bragging right. And it does not also mean that the MPP has performed creditably. The MPP has performed abysmally, because I think that the previous elections, they got 29% in the 2024 one. This time it is 23.4%. They changed the candidate. I don't know whether they equally want to change or keep him there. It is just a matter of Mr. Jamal reaching out to the disgruntled members of the constituency. And I think that he can easily surmount that problem.
Okay. Doc, briefly, we know that in a few weeks, Baba Jamal will be sworn into Parliament as the Member of Parliament for the Ayawaso East constituency. What do you expect should be his typical welcome? And I'm asking this because we know what happened during the primaries where he was accused of engaging in vote buying and the statements released by the majority leader, even ahead of the party. What should he be expecting? A cold, attitude from the majority especially?
The majority will dare not do any such thing.
Right.
Trust me, politicians, once the issue is over, they will want to embrace. Alienating him in itself will create a problem for all of them. As I said earlier on, none is innocent.
Right. Doc, thank you very much. Thank you very much for speaking to us. And Natalie, I don't know if you have a final question for Doc before we go to the Collation Center now.
I think he's made some very salient points. And, of course, the issue of low voter turnout is quite pressing. It's a key issue there, which, as he puts it, can somewhat demotivate or reduce the ego of the party. But let's head to the constituency, because Calvin Powell is there currently. There's some jubilant supporters from the Baba Jamal camp, for the most part, as has been communicated. As you see on your screens in the live pictures there, Calvin Powell is in the Ayawaso East constituency engaging some supporters. Calvin?
Baba Jamal has come to stay. Baba Jamal has a long way to go, but has come to stay. And peacemaker, but Baba Jamal has come to stay. Baba Jamal has a long way to go, but has come to stay.
But they've not declared the elections yet. Why are you happy?
I'm happy because we, the NDC, have already collated our results. We know our stand, so we are happy. We are even jubilating. As at now, we know where we stand. Yes.
You say you know your stand. What's the results? Can you tell us?
I can't tell you the results, but we already collated our results. We know it as at now. We are just waiting for the EC to declare her own. So
if after declaration you realize that what you have realized is not the case, how are you going to take it?
No, please. As I said, we've already known our results. Yes. I know what I'm saying. I can't tell you everything. It's our secrets. We, the NDC, we have our secrets. We can't disclose our secrets to you. So please, I know what I'm saying. We've already won. We are just waiting for the EC to declare us.
Yeah. So let's assume that your candidate is leading. But looking at the turnout, are you not disappointed? This is a stronghold of NDC, and the turnout is quite embarrassing. Don't you think so?
You know, by elections, people don't normally come out to vote. So it's normal to us. As for by-election, people don't normally come. And then today too is a working day. Yes. So, a lot of people have gone to work. Yes. Powell engaging some very jubilant supporters composed this song for Baba Jamal, confident that indeed their candidate has won, as they put it. But that's the song, yes. Baba Jamal has come to stay. Quite
and I think they use the party's anthem to compose that song, because you know the NDC.
Right. Yeah.
I see. But just like Baba Jamal has come to stay.
Right.
Hanan Abdul Adam, our presidential affairs correspondent, has come to stay, haven't you? It's good to see you. But you have covered a number of by-elections in the country. Right. I remember the last time you were in the Ayawaso constituency, for instance, when John Kuma passed, and I think you've been to a couple of other constituencies. Let's talk about the issue of low voter turnout, because like the lady rightly said, when it comes to by-elections, the voter turnout isn't too high, because really the ultimate determiner is always with the general election. Yeah. But 17,000 out of the expected over 40,000. How do you assess this?
Well, you know, the general election, like you mentioned, the euphoria is quite high. There's a lot of campaign activities, intense campaigning.
Right.
It doesn't really matter whatever time it is, whether during Christmas, whether during Easter, or whether during Eid al-Fitr or Eid al-Adha. People will go out there and ensure that they participate. But with by-election, people who live outside the constituency will not see the need to travel back and go and vote. In Akwetia, for example, it was the same thing. People originally from Akwetia who work outside Akwetia or do business outside Akwetia decided not to come back and vote. Okay, one, because of the heavy security deployment in that area, the barriers that were erected from what's the name, Nsawam to Akwetia itself was quite huge. There were a lot of activities going in there, and the security presence.
I remember even the presence of that Black Maria.
Exactly. So people actually, if you look at quite a number of by-elections, especially after the Telensi by-election, which was bloody, people who are very reluctant in coming out or participating in that. By Ayawaso East, I didn't expect such number. At least about 25,000, 30,000 would have, been reasonable for me. But 17,000, I didn't quite.
It's not even up to 20,000.
Less than half.
Yes, it's less than half.
It's significant.
It is actually.
And even looking at the fact that the residents or voters in that area, some of them live or most of them also live around Medina, Ashaman and other areas, which is not, and Sabon-Zongo, for example, which is just here, not too far from, Nima and Ruga, Kanda, and other places. And I'm surprised that, they didn't actually turn out. This is by far very low for me in terms of my experience. And I think that even though the NDC candidate, Baba Jamal, actually did a lot of work compared to his, contender, main contender, Ali Yusuf. I think it also played, a role. Yeah. The NDC's national chairman went in there, the general secretary was there, other party big wigs were there. But for the MPP, it was, lacking. But Doc said something. I think that also played.
What was that?
A minimal role. The situation could have been better if the candidate who stood for the MPP in 2024
was maintained. Right.
Because this is somebody the people in that area are quite familiar with, And
he garnered about 28% of the total vote.
And even though he didn't actually perform well compared to what the party did in 2020, I think that
maintaining him would be better, certainly.
His popularity in there, especially during that time, because he had enough time to campaign, especially for the general election. But Ali did not have enough time to actually campaign. Yeah. I also have information to the effect that I don't know how that true is, that he was logistically challenged, to be able to move around. If you listen to some of his interviews, he says that he's not well to do to be, giving people transportation, like Baba Jamal.
Comparing himself with Baba Jamal.
Comparing himself with Baba Jamal. But
now, one key thing, Hanan, and you can speak to this much better than Tutua and I can. There was the issue raised even by Baba Jamal of the impact of the fasting period on voter turnout. Yeah. What do you make of the two? Is there any correlation?
Like I said, for those who live outside the constituency, may not see the need to, come. Because the people who live it or who vote in the constituency are by extension also residents of Medina. Sabon-Zongo, which is just here, and the Ablekuma Central Constituency, that's around Abusua area. Others are also in Ashaman. For the case of the people in Ashama, you could say fine. But for those who are just around Newtown, Circle, Kanda, Abusua, not to turn out to vote, I think it goes beyond the fasting. Yeah. Because one is, the person just comes, verifies himself and go cast his ballot. But I don't know how, or the distance from wherever they are casting their ballot and where they reside is actually not too far.
It's close.
If you know the area very well, it's actually very close and it's very compact. They share boundaries with...
So, not to cut you, and even over 100 polling stations were created for this.
Yes.
Just to, create that proximity for the voters.
Exactly, and to make it so easy, make the process very smooth so that there's no acrimony. There's no tension, especially like Baba Jamal says during Ramadan, people will not want to engage in any violent activities or controversial activities, somewhat, right. and you know, and all that. But I will not.
So you think it's
blame it largely? Yeah, I think it's a multiple combination of factors. I will not, you know, zero it down to fasting. Yes, I will not zero it down to fasting. But Baba Jamal has a lot of work to do because he's going to face a lot of challenges. One, because already before the polls, some of the market women are saying that why should they vote? Because if they are not seeing any change. And you know, in that area, there's a lot of high unemployment. Okay? They also have issues of sanitation. Sanitation is also another major challenge in that area. And you know, before the first Mahama government, his first administration entered power in 2016, the Nima Storm Drain project has started. And currently, that project is continuing through to, that is under the Greater Accra Integrated Resilient project, that is a Garrett project. It's also part of it. But if he is not able to address the issue of unemployment like he's promising, he is going to have a good run for his money in the next general election. Because if the NPP are also smart enough to ensure that they bring Umaru Sanda into their fold, because from where it stands now, it doesn't look like Umaru Sanda would want to go back to the NDC. But even if he wants to go, it is going to be taken through the constitutional process of the NDC, where he's supposed to sit back for some 2 years before. But as to whether he's interested in staying for 2 years before, you know, being readmitted into the party after he had
it's not likely.
Refused to accept the offer the national chairman was making him to return to the party. If the NPP are smart enough, they'll be able to show up their votes. Remember, sometime in 2012, there about 2012, 2016, when Kofi Wayo attempted, he gave the late MP a good run for his money, because he actually ensured that the votes of the MPP, you know, actually came very high. You know, that was in 2012. Right. So it was quite a competition between the two.
But not to cut you, talk about Umaru Sanda, the independent candidate. When he announced that he was going to contest as an independent candidate, I hosted him on Saturday on radio. He says that he is not leaving the NDC today or tomorrow, despite the official communique from the party. He says that they formed the NDC. He's part of the founding fathers in that constituency.
But interestingly,
you know, who formed the NDC. So it wouldn't make
his words were he's not leaving the NDC.
He says that he's a social democrat through and through. He's not going to join any other political party. But if the NDC doesn't want him, that's their problem. If elections are to be held today and he goes to the polls, he will vote for the NDC. So I don't know how the NPP...
How does that dynamic then
play out? I don't know how strategic they can be in pulling him towards the economy.
Why I was giving that scenario is that, you know, the MPP needs somebody who is very strong, you know, a grassroots person.
Right.
Somebody who connects or resonates with the people. And remember, just as you said, Sanda is somebody who has served as an assemblyman for a very long time in that area. He's very known.
I understand he's very accessible too.
Exactly. And undisputed, he's a true social democrat.
Right.
He's been there since the formation of the constituency or the party. But this will not be the first time he's breaking away from the NDC.
Oh, he's done it before.
He's done it before.
And what were his reasons?
Remember when, you know, the NDC somewhere in 2000 had issues, and Gozitano currently, who is the presidential advisor on the 24-hour economy, formed the National Reform Party and ran a very rigorous campaign that ensured that the NDC, you know, lost the election in 2000. So Sanda was part of, you know, that, you know,
part of the
crop
National
of people.
Reform Party.
No, not National Reform. He was part of that crop of. So, you know, the party divided at the time. Obeda Samoa was the national chairman of the party under Chairman Rawlings. He was also Attorney General at the time. Also, broke away from the party.
Right.
Remember, there was this Fonka boys, and all that, who broke away from the party together with Nana Kone-Addo Agyemang. So Sanda was part of
this breakaway group.
Part of this breakaway group. So he's not new to this, and that is why he's telling you that he's not going anywhere.
It appears to be a very stubborn
Exactly.
party member.
So you see, like the reason why I was giving you that scenario is that back to the matter is that if they are able to rope in Sanda, he understands the local politics, the dynamics of the constituency, the needs and what have you. And because he's accessible compared to all these candidates and there's 5 candidates amongst them, he's the most accessible one.
But with his commitment, but with his comments in terms of his commitment to the NDC as he made while engaging with us today, do you see that? How do you see that then playing out?
That will not hold, because it appears he's also holding on to the same position as Koko Anyidoho, who says that even though the party had written to him, expelling him from the party, he still holds himself as a member of the NDC. And even though he has misconducted himself according to the party, what Sanda had done is synonymous to every other political party, including the MPP. Okay? The former Clote College chairman, Valentino Ninoy, who currently has issues in America, broke away from the NPP to contest the constituency as an independent candidate in the 2016 elections, when Flip Addison, then lawyer for the MPP in the 2012, famous 2012 election petition, was also running. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who was then the candidate for the presidential candidate for the MPP, had to intervene, spoke to him on several occasions to say that come back to the party. He refused. The then general secretary at the time, Kwabena Japan, spoke to him. He refused. John Boydu took over. He refused to listen to anybody. But after the elections, and the party applied the constitution by saying that, okay, after going against the party to contest as an independent, which they lost, miserably, you are out of the party, and then you must go through the constitutional procedure to return back to the party. And that is the same thing that's going to apply to Sanda. There's no two ways about it. If he had taken the fiat given to him, or the pass given to him by the party's national chairman, to say that I've been a prodigal son, I'm back, take me back, that would have been easier. But if you insist after the election and you want to still hold yourself as a member of the NDC, he's going to have a difficult time, just like Koko Anyidoho, who is not able to attend some important functions of the NDC. He's not able to assert his authority, even in his own constituency where he comes from.
The party has got its laws,
exactly. So you just have to abide. Every association has its laws, regulations, and then procedures that everybody must follow. And one of the conventions was what the national chairman was giving to him, but he refused to take it. So it is going to be difficult.
And talk about Koko Anyidoho, who we spoke to him earlier this morning, and he says that, we all understand, or he assumes that we all know what happened between he and the NDC. And he says that his breakaway, or he didn't voluntarily leave the NDC.
He's trying to say that he was pushed out of the party. But
who pushed him? This is not about him anyway, but I'm just curious.
Exactly. So it is for him to tell us who pushed him out.
But when you were making your submission, you said that Baba Jamal has a lot of work to do.
Yes.
What I want to understand is, does he have a lot of work to do as a candidate, Baba Jamal, or on behalf of the NDC? Because Dr. Jonathan Asante had earlier said that the NDC has a lot of work to do if this is the results they could churn out at the end of this by-election. Is it he as a candidate or the NDC as a party?
I was earlier telling you about the sentiment of the market women in them, the youth who need employment, and there's a lot of violent crimes in that area, and all is attributed to the high unemployment in that area. The market women need infrastructure. The Nima market is one of the oldest markets and it is one of the busiest markets in the Greater Accra region. And the assembly, the Ayawaso East Municipal Assembly, gets most of its revenue almost 90% of his revenue from the Nima markets,
Right.
the Nima Mamudu market enclave. All right. And so if you look at the current situation of the market, it is not, the best. Even though the former MP tried, because there were some bus terminals in the area, he tried to do these pavements for them,
Right.
which has improved the sanitary condition of that area. But they want a well-structured market, okay? And we know that the government is building this modern 24-hour economy market, and understand that the Nima market is one of those that are being earmarked for that project.
Right.
If Baba Jamal is not able to push very harder for that to even begin, it's going to be a problem. The unemployment, he himself, as of the time he was even campaigning to become the NDC's parliamentary candidate, was promising jobs. Okay? And if he's not able to deliver those jobs, it is going to be difficult for him to go back to these people and convince them that vote for me, I will do this for you, just like the politicians do whenever they are campaigning, even though they are not supposed to say they will create jobs or provide jobs.
They go
but
to the Electorate
they go to the
developmental
Electorate.
agents.
MPs. It's not actually
and promise
accurate.
mouth-watering,
It's become a norm, but it's
exactly.
It's not
So if he's not able to deliver some of these things, it is going to feed into what the outcome is going to be in 2028. A lot of the people are going to restrain, okay? Because what I do know is that even if some of them are not going to vote for the NDC, it is going to be the case of what happened to the MPP in the Ashanti region, where about, let's say 30% of their supporters didn't show up to vote. And that is going to affect, or it will go a long way to affect Baba Jamal if he intends to come back to represent the party in 2028.
You serve as a presidential correspondent, reporting, as Huzua put it, on such elections for quite some time now, studying the candidate, Baba Jamal, his political history. He's got quite a long political history, most recent serving as ambassador in Nigeria. What do you think of him? How would you assess him and the possibility, looking at his nature, of him fulfilling some of these things, just studying the candidate as a person?
Well, Baba Jamal, as I've monitored his politics, I have had the opportunity to interact with him at the time. This current president made him deputy minister for labor and employment. He worked as a deputy minister to current education minister Haruna Idrisu at the time. And his kind of politics is that he is the, olden generation kind of politician. He is a grassroots, mobilizer. You see, he has this ability to convince people. He has that. He's naturally gifted, with that. But nowadays, the dynamics have changed. It is going to work for him if he's going to use the same network that he has, having, served as Deputy General Secretary for the party in some time past, served as a Deputy Minister, served as MP for one-term MP for Akwetia and all that. So he knows the ins and outs of Parliament. He knows where to go, and press for whatever he needs for his people. Okay? I think that he'll be able to do that. But currently, the party or the government has, should I even say, less than 3 years, to govern, because the campaign season is going to kick in the last year of John Dramani Mahama, okay? And he has to double up his efforts, to ensure that whatever he is promising or has promised the people, he's able to deliver at least, if not 60% of it, but he should be able to deliver half of it, so that he can have, or he will be able to get some breathing space that people may consider, at least you've started something. But if he's not able to do so, I fear for him, honestly. Even though he might win, but he may not win with a convincing margin, as if the other candidates, for the late MP, would have had it. But I'll be very much, impressed if he continues with whatever the former MP
what were the key initiatives of the former MP in the constituency?
Yeah, the key initiatives of the MP was to, improve the issues of sanitation in the area. Like I mentioned, in 2016, he was heavily involved in ensuring that storm drain, Nima storm drain that starts from Kaukudi through to Paloma, you know how the situation is around that area when, it rains.
When it rains.
Okay, the issue of unemployment, some time ago, there were a lot of police visibility between the boundaries of Nima and then Mamobi, to ensure that there's adequate security, the provision of, street lights, in the area. Like I mentioned, the Nima Mahmudu market station, the bus terminal there was in a very deplorable condition. He ensured that, that was done. They have good roads. They have good roads in Nima, but even though a few of it will need a little improvement. Yeah. But for me, the general issue there is two: the market project, then unemployment. Those are the two issues Baba Jamal would have to tackle, and tackle through. He must tackle them aggressively.
Looking at the time frame of the administration.
I see. Prior to most by-elections, we see a number of developmental works being undertaken in the various constituencies. Yes. You have seen a number with your own eyes. I have seen a couple on television. We can talk about the recent one, Akwitia. Yes. We can talk about a number of by-elections where, you suddenly see mass construction of roads in the constituency. Yeah. In this election,
unfortunately,
it's been completely different.
Yes.
What's your reading into that?
Yeah, I think it's a good start for me.
Yeah, it's a good start.
Honestly. Right. Because in Akwetia, for example, we woke up one morning and the constituents were all over. And you see, interestingly, some of them were actually pointing to journalists that, okay, so now they were not doing all this, and because there's a by-election, now, they are doing this. And you see, it plays a role. It plays, a role.
Does it play a role in convincing the people to vote for them?
Of course, it does.
The last minutes.
Yeah, it does.
Do the people not recognize that it's
especially for those who are undecided.
Right.
Yeah.
Especially for those who are undecided. You see, the moment they see that, okay, they quickly, especially for those who also have influence, right? Like the traditional authorities, like some economic leads, local economic leads
within
in the area,
community.
And then opinion leaders. You see, they are very influential in convincing the people that, hey, these people mean good for us, so vote for them, reward them or compensate them for whatever they are doing. And it plays a role. Because if you look at the Akwetia situation, for example, most of the areas the MPP were winning were some of the areas that some of this road construction was going on. And the people responded positively, because we realized that the MPP lost some of these areas. But interestingly also, Tutua, the MPP also had their votes go up in some of the NDC's strongholds in Akwetia, for example. But in the case of James Jachikwasin's Asin North by-election, you see, the MPP did that, and didn't work. It didn't work for them. They started road projects. The then president, and Ado Danko Akufo-Addo went there, supervised some of these projects, but it didn't work for them. But interestingly, it worked for them in the Kumewu by-election. We saw that as well. Even when voting was going on in Kumewu, the graders, the payloaders, and what have you were moving. And even close to some of the polling stations, voting centers, you had construction of roads, ongoing. And it paid off for the, for the MPP, even though there was a breakaway MPP man who is a former MP for the area who contested the election as an independent candidate. And you remember, that is why the NDC then pulled out of the election to support, the independent candidates and urging their supporters in that constituency to vote for the independent. But even with all that, okay, the MPP still won or went ahead to win the by-election. But typically of Ayawaso East, I'm sure that because the party feels that it is our stronghold, it doesn't really matter, just like Tamale Central.
So there was some level of complacency in there.
I wouldn't say complacency per se, but it is just maybe to say the party was overconfident that this is our stronghold, regardless of whatever you do, the MPP does, we are still going to win. It is not to say that people of Ayawaso East, they don't need development. If you ask me, Nima is not the only. See, the Jubilee House is part of Ayawaso East.
Yes.
37 military hospital is part of Ayawaso East. Kaokodi is
Where,
part of it.
Gold House is.
Gold House, yeah, it's part of it. Just that Accra girls and you know, heading towards Pig Farm traffic light.
That's
those areas,
that's
a different constituency and doesn't form part of, you know, the area. Kanda GBC is part of. It's part of Ayawaso East.
Okay.
The Kanda cluster of schools, Kanda is part of it. And Kanda cluster of schools, they have also issues, okay? There are a lot of schools in there, they need furniture, dilapidated school buildings that needs additional school blocks, they need sanitary facilities, you know, and all that. So there's a lot, you know, the people need. But it appears the party feels that, well, even if you don't take any development to that area,
they'll still vote for you. Do you think that's the reason we also didn't see a lot of the party bigwigs in the constituency? It was just a few days ago that I saw that the party's chairman, Isidin Ketia, was in the constituency. Then I think about 2 or 3 days ago, Malik Basantele and his 5K men were also there. Ordinarily, you'd see, you know,
a lot
that
more
mass invasion of these bigwigs in the constituency, if they really mean business.
I mean, we had Dr. Osei mention the dual role thing, which I think was a very key point. Because if you've got work on the ground, you're not really likely to be there. So I think that forms quite a key.
Right.
But in addition to that, what will you say the other reasons might be?
So, like I said, if the people were seeing some work being done, okay, maybe the 17,000 would have moved to 20,000.
Okay, the voters.
Yeah, they would have played a part in that. And if it was not Ramadan also, which I believe is just going to be 1%, okay, which I believe is just going to be 1% of the effect in there, okay. And then also, if the MPP themselves had campaigned rigorously, it would have helped. If you check the 2020 election, for example, Nanado went in there to campaign. The former First Lady Rebecca Ikufado went in there to campaign. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia went in there to campaign. Haja Samira went in there to campaign. Okay, the then national chairman went in there. So, but this time around, unlike the Akwetia by-election, where you had almost everybody, the minority leader, Afenyo-Markin, coming in there to campaign. We saw what transpired when they were all there. We saw, what's his name?
That's where Ochebefi says that if if the NDC wins in that constituency, he will not return to. He was going to resign as a member of parliament, but he's still there.
Yes. So you realize that Kennedy Ohina Japan was also there to campaign, and you know, it was quite massive. But in the last moment, we saw the chief of staff also go in, and the Julius Debra, national chairman, Fifi Kwete, you know, and the likes. I've seen people asking the whereabouts of the CEO of the Gold Board and the party's communications officer, Sami Jemfi. And I don't want to hold brief for him, but I understand that he has a funeral.
He's in the Ashanti region as we speak.
Yes.
He lost his father-in-law as a result of an alleged armed robbery incident.
So maybe, I don't know, but I think maybe
it could be
the reason why he was not, you know, present. But I think even in Akwetia, he wasn't really present in there like that. He wasn't, you know, in there campaigning, you know, and all that. And even, like, just like we are saying, the presence of these people, you know, motivates people. You know,
the delegates.
Yes, the electorate. You know, it motivates them. You know, they motivate them and encourage them to go out to campaign. But you see, I think that we shouldn't limit this to the political parties. They do their bit, you know, by campaigning, because it is going to be in their favor one way or the other.
Of course.
But I think that it should be it is the duty of the NCCE, you know, to whip up voter education.
That's a key.
That's the key area. But today, if you ask the NCCE how many campaigns
do we see enough presence and impact of the NCCE and
no, I don't really see. But that's what I'm saying. I was coming to that because if you don't see them visible in the area, running, you know, what's the name, civic education materials, you know, and all that, they'll tell you that, well, we are orphans. We don't have money.
Yeah, funding, of course.
Okay, they'll blame it on funding issues.
I know, but the last time I spoke to Caitlin Nadi, she's the boss of the NCC. I spoke to her on Saturday on Star FM, and she was very confident that they were educating people not to get themselves involved in some of these things. They were trying to enlighten people in the various communities. They talk about digitizing the system, and I was particularly concerned because when you go to the rural areas, for instance, how many people care about digitalization? Exactly. So if you have to deliver information to them and you don't employ any other means, how does it get to them? And she says that, you know, they still use the community centers and other traditional means of delivering information in there, but unfortunately the reality still stands.
I think the reality, absolutely. I think the reality.
So it means that the education either hasn't gone down well, or there isn't any education to begin with.
It really isn't as effective as it should be. I think that's quite obvious.
I don't think what they do is actually effective, and I think that they need to change their strategy
mechanism as a whole.
But you know, my thing is the Ghanaian electorate is very deliberate.
Yeah.
We've heard from some people who'd say that, well, I've taken money from candidate A, but I know who I'm voting for.
Yeah, we had that even in the case of Baba Jamal. Many of the voters seemed very informed and aware of what they were doing.
Whether you present money or properties, he or she will still vote for whoever he or she wants.
And would still collect the money.
And in the absence of that money, the person will still go and cast their ballots for whoever they want. I think that politicians are beginning to underrate the electorate. The electorates are becoming discerning, if you ask me. It is not about the usual thing. Vote for me and I will build a church in your community. Vote for me and I will make sure that I pay your children's school fees. The electorate is becoming discerning each and every single day. And that is one thing that, unfortunately, most of these politicians are not taken into consideration, because politicking in this country has changed. It's a shame that, you know, we're not taking note of it, but unfortunately, it appears the floating voters are beginning to outweigh the typical partisan people. People are now making decisions based on reasons,
on the performance of what they're actually seeing,
and based on personal analysis, and not, you know, purely because of party affiliation. Otherwise, in a constituency like mine, in the Ablekuma West constituency, Dansoman, which has always known to be a typical NDC stronghold, wouldn't have voted for an NDC candidate. Well, we can attribute it to, of course, the whole green wave, but there are some people that were typically traditional, but now, you know, they sit and say that, let me analyze the performance of the party or the representative in the constituency, the MCE, the assemblyman, what has been done, and then take a decision to vote. That is one thing that politicians
it's quite is missing. You know, we've obviously got a large young voter population as well.
And these Gen Z do not really care about party affiliations. They don't care about the fact that my mother supported the NDC.
I mean, you can have a whole family line that is more MPP or NDC affiliated, but you will find them, you know, clearly supporting who the party that they feel is performing. So really, it boils down to performance. And one key thing, Hanan, is prior to the election, we had.
I just want to give this information out briefly because provisional results we are getting from the Collation Center points to the fact that after the collation of 81 polling stations out of the 103, 13 polling station results. The NDC's Baba Jamal has 62.31%, and the NPP's Ali Yusuf has 24.43%. And the votes from the others, including Umaru Sanda, the LPG's candidate, and of course one other independent candidate, constitute some 13.27%. In a bit, we'll cross over to the Collation Center to get the very latest on what is happening, because the result declaration should be done in a bit. So we'll cross over there for live updates. But Hanan, I think Natalie, you had a question for Hanan.
Yes, absolutely. I was looking at the figures as well that you just mentioned. But what I was raising, Hanan, was the support of the widow of the late MP prior to this. How do you see that dynamic playing out? I mean, in terms of, in the event that Baba Jamal, as per what the figures are saying, wins, and that support that she offered?
Initially, what happened, the accusation of vote buying and all that, there were fears that supporters of the widow of the late MP will not, support Baba Jamal, or they will not endorse him or vote for him at all. But you see, she did something that was, very interesting. Quickly, she congratulated him. Quickly is a key word there. Yes, right. So she quickly issued a statement. Congratulated. She didn't end there. She went ahead to support him with campaign materials. Printed a lot of T-shirts.
Party paraphernalia.
Yes. And after that, she also added an undisclosed amount of money to support, his campaign. And that was, widely captured. And you see, she also gave out a message to the effect that she's with him 100%, 101%, and encouraged, her supporters to do same, and also encourage residents of, Nima or the Ayawaso East constituency to vote or to throw their weight behind Baba Jamal. And you see, that also played a significant role in ensuring that whatever results that we are getting are now, even though it is disappointing, the turnout is disappointing, but it appears it is in favor of Baba Jamal. So I think that she has supported him, she has done whatever she has to do, and she had, for me, if you ask me, she had no option than to do so. Because one,
it was the party first.
Exactly, party first. And of course, the party also gave you an opportunity, and you can't get angry. Okay? You are serving on two boards. She's also serving, I think she's the only female serving on the Hajj board. Yes. And then she's also a member of a certain board created by the Ministry of Energy, because she has a background, in energy-related matters. So I think she had no option, but others could have, called back given the situation she was in. But she was smart enough to say that, or she was quick enough to come out to diffuse that tension that was brewing immediately after, the primaries was conducted vis-a-vis the issue of alleged vote buying that the party had investigated, and then subsequently gave Baba Jamal the pass to go and contest because they had limited time to apply any sanction or to call for, a rerun. And I think that with the issue, Dr. Jonathan Asante, Ochiri touched on about, I think you asked him about whether the majority side,
I was going to ask you that
would give him a good welcome.
A cold shoulder or not?
I don't think. You see, I'm sure before that all these issues would be, addressed. They will use
But how many NDC MPs did you see in the constituency campaigning for Baba Jamal?
I don't think I saw anyone.
Yeah. Precisely.
I don't think I saw.
I mean, I'm not trying to suggest anything, but we can get the indication.
Yes. But you see, they themselves are not immune to whatever happened. And Doc actually...
And that's what he touched on.
Exactly. So you see, they will come around. It's a family affair. They will get over it. And then...
But, I know it's a family affair, but the optics matter.
Right?
The optics matter a lot.
It's politics.
Exactly. And yes, if the constituency do not see that large support coming in from the party, either through the executive or the legislative branch, it sends a certain signal.
I think it does send quite
a certain signal to them.
Yeah. You see, but look, even though a lot of people disagreed and said, the president did was, cosmetic. Okay. by recalling him
from the High Commission.
From the High Commission. Ordinarily, he would have held on to the position until the election was over. Okay. It was bound to happen. But the party also, considered legal implications
of him holding on to the High Commission.
No, of him being sanctioned.
Right.
Per what happened during the by-election. Okay. And so I think that what will work for the party, not only even the NDC, but for the MPP as well, because the MPP were those initially consistently complaining about, vote buying in their internal politics.
Right.
So I think that this should serve as the starting point for them to get it right.
For both of them.
For both of them.
Parties.
And I understand that the CDD, has the government's backing to initiate a private members bill to, regulate political financing. That will include all these vote buying issues, and all that. How much you are even, supposed to spend.
Right.
Okay. And the key one for me is declaration. Okay, you must declare
your assets.
Your assets. Yes,
right.
It includes that. That's what we are getting. It includes you declaring your asset.
Right.
It must also include you being ensuring that you are transparent and accountable for the monies that you get, where the money is coming from.
Yeah.
Okay. Who is donating to you? Even whoever is donating to your campaign, is the person getting it from the right sources?
The source of that,
the source of
those funding.
Okay. Issues of tax returns is on the high side in terms of this bill that we understand is being initiated by the CDD with government backing this bill by the CDD. So it will be in their best interest for both of them, if indeed true, they are not, actually playing it well in the public, but behind the scenes, they will still go back to, the behavior of yesterday.
My little concern is if it wouldn't be the usual talk. Because you recall that a couple of years back, I think the OSP invited one MC or DC over allegations of vote buying.
That was in the Jubilation municipality.
Exactly, that MC.
Yes.
And this is the whole OSP.
Yes.
Inviting him for an investigation over allegations of vote buying. What became of that issue?
I think that was sometime immediately Martin Amidu left office.
Precisely. So my concern is if the OSP couldn't do too much to curb vote buying.
It has.
What will a bill
do?
I think that it will also strengthen the OSP's powers or his mandate. It will also strengthen, EOCO, that's EOCO.
Yeah.
It will also strengthen what's the name? The Attorney General's office. It will also strengthen the CID as well. So I think that it will give them
the various agencies.
Yes, various agencies who are connected in terms of dealing with some of these crimes. The CID, it's also mandated to do some of these things. EOCO, OSP, amongst others, they are all part of those who are supposed to look into some of these matters. But I think that it will help. But you see, it all boils down to the justice system of this country. Okay, the courts are very wide open. Okay, if the state doesn't take these cases there, what would the courts do? Okay, so I think that the OSP, we must revisit that particular issue. The MCU was caught on camera, allegedly
doling out
money. I think he was very angry that he gave them money
and they didn't
vote for him. Okay, so I don't know honestly what had become of that investigation, and I think that we should revisit it, and the OSP should also update that. I know that he's updating Ghanaians on the OSP's website with
on that issue.
On the cases that he's working
They're investigating.
on. Okay, right. And I think that it's about time, even though the man has left office. I think that it's about time we revisit that area to ensure that some of these issues are actually dealt with.
Now, we've got Hajia Bintu joining us now via phone. Vanessa, as you mentioned, we've got some figures having come through, and that's with the NDC, Baba Jamal, 62.31%, MPP, 24.43%, and the others, 13.27%. Hajia Bintu is a member of the Baba Jamal campaign. Thank you for joining us, Hajia Bintu. It's evident that your candidate is in the lead. What do you make of the entire by-election process?
Good evening, Natalie, and good evening to your listeners too. My candidate has won the election. He's not in the lead. My intel and the results so far collated by the party. Baba Jamal has won, and then we're just here waiting for the Electoral Commission to officially.
Right, now, Hajia, please kindly just hold briefly. You mentioned, I made the comment that he's in the lead. You say he's won. And what's the party's figure, since as a party you've got your figures?
Yes, the party's figures they gave us is around, I'm quoting, it's around 8,000. Yes, 8,000. And then it's about 70% win for Baba Jamal. So we are yet to hear from the Electoral Commission.
These are not the official results. These are that of the party, of the NDC. Yes. Right, carry on.
Those results are provisional. So we do not come and speak to it. Things can change. So we're waiting for the Electoral Commission to give us their own figure. Then we can correspond and then look at the figures if they are matching. Then the candidate elect or the MP elect and declared officially by the Electoral Commission.
Very well. Now, Hajia, I was asking you what you make of the entire by-election process. We've recorded relatively, that's very low, in fact, voter turnout, less than half. What do you make of that? And is that somewhat demotivating, in spite of the fact that your candidate is winning, as you put it?
In every by-election, and especially the Ayawaso one, there are exceptions, and every by-elections are special. So, considering a lot of factors, from the morning to the afternoon to the evening, people were saying low turnout, voter apathy, and a whole lot. But I don't see it as that. The fact that people didn't come out in batches to come and make noise or get crowded at the polling station doesn't mean they were not voting. In fact, the turnout is very impressive. We are grateful for the people who voted today. And then we also commend the police for professionalism. I think the way the police handled the people is the reason why people are thinking that there were low turnout. Another factor we should also look at is that the by-election is happening within a space of a time that people are going to work. It's a working hour. There were a lot of things that the Electoral Commission couldn't put in place for people to do voter transfer or other factors to be considered for them. And then we shouldn't also forget that the register, a lot of people that are containing their names, some have been traveled, others are dead. So all those factors come together to showcase the fact that everybody cannot vote on the election day like this. But the turnout is impressive. And then it will lead to lessons that the party will have to look at and then figure out some of these challenges and find a way of maybe handling them. So far, so good. Team Baba Jamal is grateful from day one to now, the work that we have done, how we handle the elections, and the way forward.
Now, Hajia Bintu, we're going to re-engage you in just a few minutes right here, so thank you for your time. We'll re-engage you in a few minutes as we have to head to the Coalition Center now, where our reporter, Obed Gaglo, is. That's the St. Kizito Catholic Church. And he has some updates for us from the Coalition Center. Obed, what more can you report currently?
for the good people of Ayawaso East.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mr. Baba Jamal, let me still Baba Ali, I must say, all of you bear the name Baba, so forgive me for that. So Baba Ali, let me find out from you your impression about the police presence and the whole serene atmosphere of today's by-election. No, Nima is noted to be. Some believe it's a perception, but they still have that perception that it's a bit rowdy, a lot of election violence. But it appears
that is a perception. There has never been any election in Ayawaso East where people in Ayawaso East, NDC, NPP, will engage in a fight. It has never happened. It has never happened. But we know that there may be few occasions where people will be taken from Ayawaso East to go and cause mayhem in other places. But for it to happen here, it has never happened. You know, we live like brothers and sisters. You have relatives who are NDC, some are NPP. We live together. We are fine with them. So I don't foresee that to happen in the near future where NPP, NDC will engage in a fight all because of election. No, it won't happen.
Okay. What was your message to constituents in this election?
Oh, the message didn't bring the votes. So why do I have to re-echo the message?
Probably it didn't go as you expected. So we want to know the messaging.
Oh no. I don't think we should be speaking about messaging at this time. There is an MP elect. We congratulate him. We'll move on.
I want to know, are you disappointed?
Oh, why should I be disappointed? The election is like a game of football. You win today, you lose. Yes, so it's normal. It's normal. And if you can't stand the heat in politics or losing an election, then it's better you don't venture. Yes. The Arsenal fans, they can tell you this better. Yes.
Last time we spoke, you were highly optimistic of the win.
Sure.
You said you would be uprooting the NDC, who have been in this constituency for quite some time.
Yeah, that didn't happen.
So
that didn't happen. Next step, as I mentioned earlier, we are going to focus on the reorganization of the party. Reorganization. Yes, that will be our focus for now.
Right. So that's the NPP parliamentary candidate Baba Ali, I must say, who just spoke to us. He is already conceded defeat and has congratulated NDC's Baba Jamal. Both of them bear the name Baba, so a bit confusing there, but he is Baba Ali and the NDC parliamentary candidate is Baba Jamal. Though the Electoral Commission is yet to officially declare the final results for tonight, he has gracefully conceded defeat and has congratulated Baba Jamal, and has also hinted that he's going to do his homework, come back strongly in 2028. So, as you see in the background, the collation process is still ongoing. I can count about a number of maximum 25 electoral officials who are yet to go to the collation table to go through the process, which will bring us to the end of this collation process today, so that the official declaration will be done here by the returning officer for the winner to be declared, although the main contender of Baba Jamal has already conceded defeat. And so we'll be bringing you that official declaration when the time is up. And so from the St. Kizito Catholic Church here in Nima, back to you in the studio.
We let you go there. Can you clarify how many polling centers are left as it stands, and have you cited Baba Jamal? Is he present? You cited Baba Jamal. Is he there?
Unfortunately, able to hear from Coalition is all ongoing. We understand there are about some 25 electoral officers who are yet to get to the coalition table for the coalition to come to an end, for the declaration of the results to be made later this evening. You are still watching your election hub on GH1 television, on Star FM, and of course our affiliates across the country. This is our continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election, which has seen Baba Jamal take the early lead per the provisional results that's available
Baba
to
Jamal
us.
is not.
Please go on.
Waiting for him to show up as the process of collation is being completed. Definitely, Baba Jamal should be in here because the returning officer must declare him as the winner, and so we are expecting that Baba Jamal will show up here so that declaration will be made.
Okay, but Obed, are you able to tell us the number of polling station results are yet to be collated? Hello, Obed, can you hear me? Okay, we'll try and get Obed's attention on that matter.
I think there are quite a number of polling stations left per what we are saying, because we are familiar with whatever the system and whatever is happening there.
But are you surprised? I mean, 17,000 votes cast. Why are we still here?
See, they must be very careful, in whatever they are doing.
Right.
Because you see, even though Baba Jamal is in the lead, but they have to collate every single result or every single ballot until there's such a time that they've balanced, the Excel sheet that we saw earlier. Until they balance that sheet, the returning officer will not declare the results, and so it will take some time. I think that is some 11 minutes to the top of the hour 9. It appears we should expect that we are still going to be here for some time before the final.
But whilst we wait, I'm happy that we finally got to hear from Baba Ali Yusuf, who took a swipe at Arsenal fans for no apparent reason.
I heard it.
I'm sorry, sir. That's an unforgivable thing to say. That was... We get close to winning and we never win.
No.
Watch out for us this season. And I'm saying this on behalf of myself and Hanan.
Yes.
And the millions of Arsenal fans across the world.
Yes.
We are taking the cup this year, please.
No, and you see, he has to come back. I'll be grateful if Obed will get him to come back so that he renders
an unqualified
apology.
Yes.
For that comment that he made.
But
we are not. I know him, so I'm going to take him on.
Please do, but
I'm going to take him on.
He said something.
If he doesn't apologize, in fact, our lawyers will write to him.
No problem.
Yes.
He said
he shouldn't make such an analysis again and bring in Arsenal.
You cannot compare yourself to Arsenal fans, please. But he said something that really struck me. He says that he wasn't disappointed at the outcome of the polls. And I find that really surprising because earlier when we spoke to him, he talked about the fact that when it comes to data and science, you don't expect that to be implemented in the Ayawaso East constituency. I'm sure he was making reference to what happened during the primaries. And so for him not to say that he wasn't disappointed, I'm surprised because data that we have from Global Info Analytics points to the fact that Baba Jamal was going to take the lead in this election. What do you make of that? Is it like he's just making 2 points at the same time?
When you don't expect him from the beginning to say that he wasn't going to win. You know, you are going into...
But what he was so confident that when it comes to data and science, you don't get that being implemented in the Ayawaso East constituency. Essentially saying that data and Ayawaso East constituency are very parallel. And
I'm saying that. Take the boxing bout between Aite Powers and Bokum Banku, for example.
Right.
Aite Powers was very overly confident that, he's going to floor Banku. You understand? But in the end, what happened? Banku was also... You see, the same thing happened Bokum Banku and Basti as well. Where Banku was like, he has beaten Aite Powers with...
Who is Basti Samer?
I mean, Basti Samer is his boy and all that. In the end, what happened? So you see, that is how, these contests are. You start with some level of confidence that you are going to win. And of course, you don't go to the electorates or you don't grant media interviews where the electorates are listening to you, and to tell them that, you are just in the race for the fun of it, knowing very well that you are not going to win. You understand? But it is also to, inspire them to change their mind, even if they are not voting for you, But it didn't play out for him, that way. And any candidate, who is contesting constituencies like Ayawaso East, Ayawaso North, those two constituencies knows very well that it is not going to be,
a safe seat for
the
MPP.
safe seat, for you to grab. You must work very hard. That's why I said earlier that.
But
the changing of the candidates didn't really work for them.
I think that during the era of the former Interior Minister Henry Korte, what did the magic for him?
Henry Korte, that seat is a safe seat for the MPP.
Right.
The MPP had always won that seat. Okay. Until recently. Even the candidate, the NDC candidate who won against Henry Korte, did not anticipate he was going to win with that margin.
Right.
And I'm not sure he was also, really confident that he was going to win.
Right.
That's why a lot of people felt like, well, it was by some divine intervention. That is how come he won the seat. Right. But Henry Korte was also highly confident that,
comfortable.
I've done a lot. He has helped a lot of the youth gain employment in the security sector, given the fact that he has been Deputy National Security Minister, he has been a Deputy Greater Accra Regional, Deputy Interior Minister, Regional Minister, before going back to the Interior Ministry again. So, and this is someone who has been there for
a while.
A while. He took over from the famous Sheikh Isikwe.
Absolutely, yes.
Who has been a member of parliament in that area since 2001. So you don't really expect that he will win. But in Nima, the dynamics is sort of different. In Mamobi, is the same. You try your best, but it will take some, extra hard work for you to be able to get the kind of results that will unseat an NDC, candidate. Unless, of course, there's some apathy in there.
Yes.
There's some disquiet in there. In the constituency whereby the people or the NDC people do not like the candidate that was presented by the party. And of course, that there's a strong candidate. And just like in Medina, let me digress a bit. Some people are of the view that if Boniface Abubakar Sadiq had come up against Francis Xavier Sosu in the 2024 general elections, given the issues, internal issues within the party,
I'm going to have to hold you briefly.
A good round of
Hanan, a key point that you raised there, but Obed King Gaglo, who is on the ground at the Coalition Center, has the MPP regional chairman with him and is engaging now. Obed, over to you.
All the elections. So that's why we are here. I think the election has been good.
For the Blue Army, your people on the ground, what do you tell them now? Some might feel heartbroken, others might feel, well, let's go on. What do you tell them currently as we speak?
At the entrance, when I was entering, one of the officers outside made a statement that he who fights and runs away lives to fight another day. I think that we have a very good candidate in the person of Baba Ali Yusuf. he's done a very good campaign. Unfortunately, the constituents have decided that it should be Baba Jamal. Democratic as we are, we accept this, and then we go and rework our strategy again, and then come hopefully 2028. So we think that we should all encourage ourselves. We really put up our best. Unfortunately, our best wasn't enough to give us the victory we're looking for. So we only have to go back, reorganize ourselves, and come at it again, hopefully 2028.
Wait, do you still believe the MPP? Do you still believe that the Ayawaso, this seat, will one day come to?
Oh, yes. But before 2024, were you thinking that Abdekumanov would have gone to NDC or Domi Kwabenya? I mean, the electorates are becoming more and more sophisticated and unpredictable. You cannot tell. One of the NDC top guys in this constituency made a comment. I was standing by and I eavesdropped it. What he said was that the candidate that we have this time, he thinks that we should have brought Baba Ali in 2024. And if we had done that, he would have won the election this time, considering the fact that this is the first time he's hitting at it. And the short time to campaign and the results that we've had. Don't forget that Baba Jamal is a known face politically outside of this constituency. He's been in parliament before. Baba Ali is now taking a shot at it for the first time. And if this is his performance, given the opportunity again, you can tell how he will perform. So we think that we just need to go and come again. Basically, that's what it is.
Right. Mr. Divine Agohum, you're live on GH1 TV. I want to find out from you. As it stands now, the MPP has only 5 representation in terms of MPs in Parliament. Is there going to be a time that we see that the MPP is coming back strong with more seats here in the Greater Accra region, especially when you are the Greater Accra Regional Chairman?
Thank you. Yes, prior to 2016, I don't think anyone was expecting MPP could win 21 seats. We did win 21 seats. Nobody was expecting in 2024 that the NDC would win the number of seats that they have in Parliament today. So I said earlier that the Ghanaian voter is becoming more and more sophisticated and unpredictable. We are having 5 seats in this region now. If you sum it together, from 169 seats in Parliament, the party has dropped seats to 88, now 87. So if we've gone that down and we're up, it simply means that we can come back again. And we are so confident that considering the lessons that we've learned, all the reformation processes that the party is going through at the moment, which all comes out good. If we continue this way, it simply means that 2028, the story will be different.
I spoke to some of your party stalwarts who showed up this morning, Hawa Kumsin, John Boyd. They say that the low voter turnout, apart from the Ramadan, is because the people in this constituency are beginning to reject the NDC already. Do you share in that view?
Technically, that's what it means, because this is their stronghold. So if their people are not coming out to vote, then it simply means that their interest in the government is going down. Basically, that's what it means. Unfortunately, it has not gone down to the extent where it will give us the advantage we are looking for. So we are hoping that gradually, especially if we repeat our candidate again, the results will be different.
Right. We know the MPP is currently doing reorganization. How is that going?
Yes, on the 1st of March, that's the last 2 days, we started the registration of our members at the polling station. And we have a period of 1 month to do that, after which we'll be doing the polling station election, then the electoral area coordinators and the team. Then we'll move to the constituency election. So far, we've just taken off. We believe that we'll be able to, have the party structure, organization, and then the election is done somewhere by September, and then that will be it. Now that we have elected our flag bearer already, it simply means that that problem, that one is taken care of. We will now have to look at the party organization. Once we are done, we are ready for 20.
Will Mr. Agohum contest for regional chairman again?
No.
You're not going again. And so, but what will you be doing for the party then?
Oh, there are several, areas of opportunity that once you avail yourself, you would serve the party. You cannot only serve as a regional chairman. I can be in any other position. Right. But for now, the decision is made that I'm not contesting as the regional chairman for Greater Accra.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agohum. So that's Divine Agohum, who is the Greater Accra regional chairman of the New Patriotic Party, speaking to us about the elections that went on. In fact, I must say it's still going on because the official declaration has not been made. He believes that the MPP is going to reorganize, come back stronger, and regain its glory here in the Greater Accra region. So in very few minutes, the time we are waiting for will come and will bring you that official declaration of the winner of the Ayawaso East by-election here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church here in Ima.
That's Obed King Gaglo on the ground there, St. Kizito Catholic Church, the Collation Center. And those are some live visuals that you saw from there. Now, you had Obed engage with Baba Ali Yusuf of the NPP. He clearly conceded defeat, congratulated Baba Jamal as well. And you just saw his engagement, interaction with the NPP Greater Accra Regional Chairman, who also clearly made some points, some key points there, including the fact that this was Baba Ali's first run and bringing him again. In his words, he's likely to garner some more votes. And that brings me to the point you were making earlier, Hanan, of the possible maintenance of Zach Rahman and how that could have helped the NPP.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So if they had done that with Zach Rahman for this by-election, it would have made it easy for them, to maintain some of the votes that they had in the last elections and be able to convince a significant number of people to their fold. Okay, and I like the fact that he is admitting to that. So, and I hope that they will maintain him. Okay, if they maintain
maintain the same candidate.
That's
right.
It will go a long way to help them. And I think that he has fought a good fight. I mean, that's his first time, 23%, even though it's, down there. If he had had about 30%,
it's more promising, of course.
It would have been more promising, especially given the fact that quite a number of people did not turn out. Yeah. At least if he had pushed harder enough, but just like he said, that he was logistically constrained, so he was not able to do quite a number of things. But that constituency, you don't even need to buy fuel.
That is my.
I'm wondering how extreme these logistical constraints were.
That's my confusion, because
you don't need to
as
buy
I said
fuel
earlier, those are very.
Or maybe he needed money to influence people.
So that is what he's clearly leaning towards, which could be slightly problematic.
When I spoke to the independent candidates, he made the same pronouncement that, well, he didn't want to contest in the primaries because he doesn't have money like Baba Jamal does.
I think they're all comparing themselves to Baba Jamal here in terms of
the electorate or the delegates. Then
exactly. So he feels that
to convince them to vote
as an independent candidate gives him the pass. Because he doesn't even need to go see some group of delegates in one corner.
And that gentleman in question claimed that he had control over 20,000 people in their constituency. I wonder what happened.
No, I think it's because I don't know how many people reside in his what's the name area,
right?
In his area within
the constituency where he is an assembly member. I don't know the total number of.
So if you like, the comment he was making was in relation to this.
I'm sure it's in relation to the electoral area. Electoral area, but I don't think up to 20,000.
But he was very confident. He said that he controls about 20,000. So I don't even know why.
So I'm not sure he got
the figures haven't quite proved that to be true.
Up to the 20,000 that he was boasting of.
Certainly not.
Certainly.
But it's quite troubling that they all made that point of not having enough money. Clearly, they're comparing themselves to Baba Jamal.
It goes back to the point that politics in this country has been overly monetized. It goes back to that point. And the political class themselves will need to sit up. Even the assembly election, you don't go there empty-handed. Yes, you don't go there empty-handed. Of course, you have to provide certain things. But this is a constituency that is easy for you to campaign. I mean, even with a bicycle. You can't go around.
So you say he didn't put
from let's say Nima Runabout up to the Flagstaff House. That is even.
Can even take a walk, I guess.
Exactly. That's the longest distance you could go, and you could even go there on foot.
Right.
Okay. So
it actually helped to engage with the
exactly. Unlike those on foot. Like, okay, let me use Asinov and Akwetia for example. It's not easy.
Those are big constituencies.
And you see, it is even interesting. On the day of the election, we had to even abandon our car because the traffic there. We had to get down from the car, walk from Buidia to what's the name? The Collation Center. That is.
Yeah.
After like the main Akwetia township.
Right.
And there you could see the challenge of candidates, the challenges that candidates go through because they will need fuel.
The size of the constituency.
Feeding, of course. But in this case, it's not like that. Okay. And I think that he had every opportunity.
So you do feel like he could have pulled his weight some more?
He could have pulled his weight some more. And even there, the media, like there are some media houses within. There's a local station, Maraba FM. I've worked there. I've worked there before.
Right.
Okay. So that is even easy. You can actually even use the local radio station in there because the local radio station speaks the language of the people.
Yeah. But do you think he meant to win this election? And I'm asking because when Obed asked him what his message was,
he didn't quite.
He concealed it at this point in time.
He said it's not necessary to have a message. You've got a winner.
But I think before the election,
I think
that's a good point because he is a candidate nonetheless. Exactly. So you would want to carry forward some message.
Sorry, Hanan, before you comment, Obed equally spoke to one of the independent candidates. I think the LPG's candidate. He said that he was interested in pushing vocational
education, TVET
in that constituency.
And that was very good.
That is somebody who means business.
I think it's a very valid point, Tutua, because we are speaking about the candidates. Vanessa Tutua. No, Tutua is perfect. I mean, we're speaking, Tutua, of course.
The Arsenal First Lady.
The Arsenal fans. Yes. I'll leave myself out of that battle. We're speaking to the candidate. It goes beyond now. I mean, we've got 2028. You would want people to still believe in you as a candidate. And he had nothing to say. I think that's a very valid point. What does it say about him, though, Hanan?
I think that, he doesn't really... I also think that he has a communication deficit.
Right.
Okay. Because unlike Baba Jamal, who is able to,
he's
command vocal, he's able to, he has, like I said, he has the ability to convince people.
Right.
You see, and he's a lawyer. You understand? He's able to prick your psychological emotions and, and all that. But I think Yusuf is, this is first attempt.
Is he a novice in politics?
He is not. He has been a grassroots person. Okay. I think that he's been part of those who had even attempted to become an assembly member in there. Okay.
Right.
Yes. So, but I don't think it should have been difficult for him to communicate what his message was.
A brief message, yeah.
Because you need to convince the people. Just like, I was giving you the example of Medina. Boniface was able to convince the people that he's going to change Medina. Okay. He gave reasons why the people should not vote for the NDC's candidate, then candidate Amadou Sorogo, who had served, who had been the longest serving member of parliament for the area. Okay. He gave reasons why they shouldn't vote for him. And he gave strong reasons why the people should vote for him, even though his party then was in opposition. That was in 2016. Okay, and the people bought into his idea. He spoke about the fact that he's going to bring skills training like the independent candidate, the LPG candidate was talking about.
Okay,
he said he was going to improve the roads infrastructure in there. Okay, he promised that he was going to bring infrastructure development. Okay, and indeed, he played into the emotions of the people because the people actually believed that Ahmadu Sorugo had served for a very long time. Okay, having been in parliament for such a long time since 2004. Okay, what has been the impact of this MP after several promises and upon promises and at every electoral cycle? Has he been able to deliver?
Yeah.
Okay, and even as an opposition candidate, you could see traces of Boniface, delivering, giving signs of delivering his promises.
Right.
Okay, so it worked for him.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, he served for one term, even though he was able to lobby for the first AstroTurf, like standard AstroTurf pitch to be built in that area, which I benefit from every Saturdays. Okay. Okay. I benefit from that every Saturdays because I play there for 2 hours, 6 to 8 a.m. But the people rejected him.
Yeah.
I live around that area, and that road, ever since I moved in there, it was just a rough road. But he was able to make it, an asphalt road. He was able to ensure that the World Bank project came in terms of drain system. So I'm just giving this background so that Ali would go back to the drawing board, look out for what didn't work for him, improve on that, and come back stronger. I think that is going to do him a lot of good.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, Baba Jamal has arrived apparently at the Collation Center. So let's head over there now as Obed King Gaglo engages Baba Jamal. Okay, we understand that he's at the Collation Center, but Obed has not said to engage him just yet, but he'll be engaging him shortly.
So I think that's what is happening now. If you see the candidate who has been projected or tipped
to win,
and arriving there means that, everything has been sorted.
Getting close to
the returning officer is about,
announcing
him, declaring the results first, okay, and then announcing, the winner. So basically, that is why Baba Jamal, we understand, has arrived at the Collation Center. And very soon, those processes will go through. And before that, the agents would have to tally the results, sign. You could see him in there. And you see, interestingly, someone is wearing an Asna JC in there. Yes. And I understand that is Baba Jamal's campaign manager. If I look closely, maybe in there, I say, he's also an assemblyman. Okay, someone is blocking him. I think he's also an assemblyman. Even during the campaign, I understand that the campaign for this election, I understand that he is the campaign manager for Baba Jamal. And that's Baba Jamal sitting in there with his wife.
His wife?
Yes, beaming with smiles, knowing very well that
it's quite obvious
he will go to Parliament.
He will go to Parliament
again.
And I don't know why I'm interested in that now, Jay-Z.
Well, you would be interested, Hanan. It's no coincidence. Yes. I think that's important.
Okay, so I understand that is Baba Khalid. I think his name is Khalid Nuhu, but they call him Baba Alaji. I understand
in the Arsenal jersey?
Yeah, in the Arsenal. I understand he's also an assembly member.
Right.
But I don't know which electoral area. And it is confirmed that he's a campaign manager for an aide. He's an aide and also the campaign coordinator or manager for Baba Jamal. That's quite interesting that your good friend was using Arsenal to analyze his defeat.
It appears the person wearing the Arsenal jerseys with the winning team.
Exactly. And then
no coincidence indeed.
And then the campaign manager or campaign coordinator goes into the Collation Center with an Arsenal jersey.
It's certainly both of you are very happy about that.
I mean, it's a sign.
It's an indication that Arsenal may be lifting the
probably it could be. It would certainly be to the two of you. No, but I don't think it's a coincidence.
It's good to see Baba Jamal at the Collation Center.
Very positive smiles you can see from him and his wife.
His partner, evidently signifying victory because, from all indications, he has taken the early lead, and in a bit we will go to the Collation Center and wait for the official declaration from the Electoral Commission. 113 polling stations were available for the voting. Over 40,000 electors expected to vote, but the total valid vote cast at the end of the day was just hovering around some 17,000. This is still our continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election in the Ayawaso East constituency. Baba Jamal will go to Parliament again, from all indications, and we'll hear from the Electoral Commission in a bit. I am Tutu Adam, so I've been here with Natalie Forts, and then of course our Presidential Affairs correspondent Hanan Abdul Adam. Earlier there was Lily Mohammed and Ibrahim Al-Hassan. There was Nadede Tete. There was Joshua Osei-Mensah and Ibrahim Al-Hassan again, but he's gone on to break his fast, and Hanan broke his fast earlier, so he's in our midst. We are still doing some analysis on what has been happening, with regards to this particular election. We've spoken to a security analyst and a political analyst. We've also heard from
and a security analyst
security as well. Yes. We've also heard from members of the various camps.
The
NPP. The NPP in this case has a message to run with for the whole of this month.
They do, and that's that the interest in the government is declining, which was said by...
just as Jonathan Asante-Otchere said, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Otchere said, if you're polling less than half of the people that you expected to show up at during this election, then it means that as a party you have a lot of work to do. And I don't know about you, but I monitor social media, and I'm very active on Facebook, especially because that's where a lot of the political commentary goes on.
And on X as well.
Exactly, on X as well. You see the commentary from the grassroots people who say that they are not being paid attention to. They are being sidelined. Today I saw a video of a certain man. I don't know if you know him.
That's from Medina. I don't know
Ex-Do from Medina.
Yeah.
He was weeping because he says that during the campaign season, he invested so much and even sold 2 of his taxis just to campaign for the NDC. After the party won power, he received a phone call, and the first question was, Ex-Do, do you have any university degree? And he says no. And the person says, I'm sorry. Ex-Do is shattered. And there are several Ex-Dos in the country at the moment.
I think
there are some people who come to me and say that, I know you interview the politicians, please. I campaign for them. I belong to their TikTok team, or I belong to their Facebook team. Can you please ask this person A or person B to check his inbox, to return my calls, because I need to be employed. And some of these people are not like Ex-Do who do not have a university degree. Some of these people actually have their first and second degrees and are still home, waiting to be employed. So it just sends a message about the general atmosphere when it comes to the grassroots level and how they're beginning to perceive these kinds of elections. Because at the end of the day, if it doesn't translate into real progress for them, either directly or indirectly, then they don't see the points. And I believe that going into next week, the NPP will be running with this message. Now they are focused on cocoa politics. So,
the cocoa politics, it appears it is not going to die down in a moment.
Of course. Today the minority chief whip was in another cocoa farm with some members of parliament.
But I think that you are spot on with this issue of people beginning to feel bitter. I equally receive such messages, and
But I'm sure for Natalie, they go to her and ask her for money because she's a rich woman.
They will say the politicians are not responding to their messages. Let's zoo or slide into the DM of the ever elegant
Natalie Ford,
who is always looking shatically huhushous.
Oh no, Hannah, let's not begin
on the screens.
But it's a concerning issue.
Yes,
it's a very concerning
issue. Yes, it is. And I think that the party, one way or the other, would have to turn to their people. Because
if
you ask me what actually went wrong for the MPP in the 2024 elections is because of some of these reasons. Because you could clearly hear people saying that. I remember Awusi Dede interviewed a certain gentleman in I think Jamestown or so.
Right.
And he was clearly saying the same thing that what's his name?
Exdo saying.
Exdo from Medina is saying. So I think
it's troubling.
It's troubling, and you see, it goes back to the kind of promises that politicians make to these
promises that are not feasible and are not that achievable.
And you see, sometimes too, the politicians know the moment they get onto the stage and grab the microphone, it's as if they are possessed. They say
things they don't mean.
They don't actually mean, and you see, they say things that is not actually discussed at their, at their teams meeting, pre-campaign meetings.
They introduce things that are just on the spot.
You understand? That they think that when they win power, they'll be able to do it. But then when reality sets in, then it becomes a challenge for them.
Yeah. And this point actually reminds me of 2020 when Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the central region said that
the
they would construct or they put up an airport in Cape Coast.
Right.
About a year later, President Akufo-Addo was being interviewed and said that I never said I was going to put up any airports in the central region. So it just really boils down to what you say. When they mount the stages, it appears they are being possessed. And talk about the central region on this issue of voter apathy. I covered the elections in Cape Coast largely. The sentiments were literally the same.
Yes.
Those who were going to vote for the NDC because they thought the NPP hadn't done too much for them, so they didn't see
the need
not to vote for the
that
NPP.
Area is also a swing region.
I
like them for a reason.
Honestly, talk about liking them. Cape Coast, the people in the central region are who you can confidently describe as the kingmakers.
Yeah.
They don't vote based on party affiliations.
Yes.
Otherwise, in 2020. NDC would have won in that region because Nana Jane is from Cape Coast.
Exactly.
They vote based on performance.
On performance, which is what it should be.
Honestly,
really, that's what it should.
When I got there, I was, as a journalist myself, I was enlightened because you think that the people at Kotokraba Market or those at the sea, the beaches, are just
Elamina and the likes.
You think they are just there and they consume whatever it is that you give them, but they're actually very analytical. You go to the market and you're having conversations with the market, and they tell you that MPP, but it hasn't happened.
Yes.
They are very analytical, so
and that's what it should be. And that it also boils down to your points earlier, Hanan, of the NCCE. This is where we need education for the voters who are not quite like that to be able to discern.
And unfortunately, they will come back to tell you that they don't have.
Well, what's another problem Caitlin and her team are facing? I think they need to get the needed support because
I think it needs to be addressed head on.
Honestly,
from all
it is becoming tiring hearing
quite
the
troubling.
issue of no funds. Why are you there as an institution?
No, but from where I sit, they have had an opportunity to see their working plan it's beautiful, but
working plan. This is on paper.
It's just on paper.
No, this is a plan that they've put on paper to execute.
Right.
Okay. But without the funds, they say they can execute.
Right.
Okay.
The Ayawaso East Constituency.
Right. Benjamin, so we see that the various party agents have already gotten up, ready to accompany the returning officer to come and declare the results. And so that is what we are just waiting for. Baban Jamal having some interaction with his campaign team members. We don't really know what they are talking about, but I'm sure it's good news that they have. And so in no time, Ayawaso East will have a replacement of their demised member of parliament who happens to be Honorable Nasir Toure Mahama, who passed on. We believe that very soon that declaration will be made. We see that some party executives are working towards Baba Jamal. That is a deputy national organizer of the NDC. He's called Kobi Ballon. There, he has been pretending over all party agents here at the Collation Center. I'm sure that he finally has spoken to the returning officers, and very, very, very soon, that declaration we are all waiting for will be made. Benjamin, will close very soon. You've lived in this constituency before. How's the feeling?
Before I come to I live in here in the constituency before, it's quite surprising that I haven't seen the other candidates, understand me, who contested in today's by-election. I haven't seen the Osei-Mensah, not of the channel 1 TV, not that one, not City FM, Osei-Mensah, but the NDC, Osei-Mensah, who left the NDC and also became an independent candidate. Having met him here, the other candidates, the other independent candidate also is not here. I can just see the MPP candidate here together with Baba Jama. I don't know what is happening though, but like you said, I have been here. I was born, bred, and even battered here at Nima. I know all the nooks and crannies here and in this constituency. So far, so good. I thank God that, what other people perceive Nima to be didn't come to pass. And I must commend the IGP. I must commend the Ghana Police Service. They've been top-notch. To think of the Akwetia by-election also, they were just, off there, talking about today's by-election also at Ayawaso East constituency. So whispered to them that they've lost, so they shouldn't even come here. But so far, so good. We thank God because we are in democracy.
Right. Let me find out from you. Apart from the late MP, do you have some memories of the other members of parliament who represented this constituency? It looks like apart from the late MP, that's all we know. Do you remember any of them?
Yeah, we talk of the former youth and sports minister, who also passed on, I think, last year or last 2 years abroad. We also have, I think he's the only person, in 1992, it was just one constituency where the former youth and sports minister was the MP before it was separated or it was divided from the one constituency to Ayawaso North constituency and Ayawaso East constituency, where Ayawaso North constituency we already know as Jaja, Yusuf Jaja, the deputy tourism minister, as the MP there. And now we are waiting patiently from 7 a.m. right up to now, from January with the announcement and everything, February, with the primaries, NDC primaries, with, alleged voter-induced and all that. So far, so good. We thank God.
Do you ever think that voter inducement will stop in our politics?
I think it is a game now. Without money, as an individual, you cannot campaign. You cannot contest in any election in this country. That is the reality. We must just accept that. But how can we reduce it? It is surprising. Today, I haven't heard of any, voter inducement. I haven't heard of any sharing of money. I didn't hear of, I don't know, maybe we are in Ramadan. And, as Muslims, we have to keep the Ramadan, holy. As Christians, we are also in Lent. As Catholics, we are in Lent. We have to keep the Lenten season so holy because we are mourning our sins. So I think, we thank God. There haven't been any, vote buying. I haven't heard. So far, so good. And I think, again, I must congratulate the Ghana Police Service because security here was top-notch. Security visibility from Ayawaso North constituency, so from Accra Girls right up to the Nima police station. Obed, it's I don't know. I'm just lost for words. Obed.
Finally, before we will get that official declaration, there is this perception about Nima. You grew up here.
Yeah.
What can be done to reduce that perception about Nima?
I think in Nima, we deserve development. That is basically what we deserve. I can also tell you that in Nima here, apart from the Accra Girls Senior High School here in Nima, which is a public institution, I haven't seen any public institution here. Education is very key here in our constituency. Sanitation is very key. when you talk of sanitation, especially on Wednesdays, you know, Nima Wednesdays is our Nima market. It's our market day. So on Wednesdays, it is not easy here. The litters, the rubbish moving here and there. To talk of security, I think Nima is a 24-hour economy. Yeah, I must say in this country.
Always trading, always awake.
Yes, we are always awake, 24/7, from 12 a.m. to 12 a.m. And you know, I love Nima so well because when I was growing up here in Nima, you can go out and come late and still see people on the street. You know, hawking. You see people still on the street. You know, conversing, playing cards. You know, educating ourselves. You know, you see these imams also talking to our people, our Muslim brothers and sisters, on how to live, you know, a chaste life and what have you. So Nima, I think we need development in all spheres of our lives, with education, security here. Like I said, NDC must start a 24-hour economy here, because Nima is already, you know, practicalizing the 24-hour economy. So I think Nima is already doing that. And education, like I said, sanitation. Our roads are also bad here. Our roads. I think the late MP was doing well until his untimely demise. And I pray that the next MP, you know, will continue whatever he's left. You know, to talk about the Nima runabout, we all know it is under construction. You know, the MP wanted to, you know, have a good edifice for the constituency, and God, we cannot say God did well or God didn't do well. All we say is, God, thank you, you know, because we don't know why God called the member of parliament, the former member of parliament, you know, Nazar Ture Mahama, to himself, Obed.
All right. That's my colleague Benjamin Saki, who has been with me since morning that we showed up here, and my time check is 9:50, and we are still here waiting for that official declaration from the Electoral Commission. Baba Jamal and his team members are still here, are still waiting for that time to come. And so I think we should all keep tabs, just wait for that minute, which we believe will come very soon, and we will be bringing you live pictures as we are still here waiting for the returning officer to dot the I's and cross the T's to ensure that that declaration is devoid of any mistake whatsoever. So Natalie, very soon that declaration will be made, and we'll bring you that live update here at the St. Kizito Catholic Church in Nima.
The Coalition Center reporting that soon we are expected to have the declaration made by the returning officer, by the Electoral Commission. And you did see some pictures of Baba Jamal there as well, members of his team. And very briefly, Hanan and Tutua, we heard Obed just highlight the former MP who unfortunately passed away. What would you say, Hanan, especially to some of his achievements within the constituency that Baba Jamal has to measure up to?
Baba Jamal is filling a big shoe because for some of the things that we know, he had some widows that he was really taking care of. So in this particular period, you would see him giving them support. Money. So you see, during Ramadan, there's something we call zakat. So the annual zakat that he would give in terms of monetary, he gives it to, you know, the widows, you know, to support them, those who are already having businesses. You know, he gives them to, you know, support them to, you know, scale it up. Others who are fresh widows also and are not really well to do, he supports them to start up some businesses. I know for sure that through Maslog, he has also been able to get some tricycles for some young men to start business or to start some work for themselves, so that they'll be able to pay back these monies. And of course, in talking about these widows as well, this social intervention things that he does, he puts smiles on their faces during this Eid celebration by giving them some cloth to sew and wear, look beautiful, because it's a celebration of joy, you know, and all that. So people need to look their best. So these are some of the little things that he does for, you know, widows and all that. And in terms of education, I also understand that, especially before or during his death, I heard quite a number of commentaries, especially from his former secretary, press secretary, who says, for example, that he has invested a lot in terms of providing furniture for some deprived schools, and you know, within the constituency. You know, Nima, for example, has a lot of, you know, Islamic schools, so he supports some of these areas. I understand that quite a number of initiatives that he had started. Actually, these initiatives was started by the community themselves, by ensuring that they eliminate or eradicate filth in the
sanitation issue.
Sanitation issue by cementing, you know, areas that were exposed and all that. So they cemented. So it comes in, you know, to support them either with sand or either with cement, so that, you know, they ensure that they seal up the place and get rid of the filth, you know, and all that. So in terms of education, I know he has done quite a bit per what the records that his family and his aides have shared or have shared. So I think that he would have to continue that. Baba Jamal will also have to deal with the unemployment issue, like I said.
Yeah.
Yes. The markets project was something that the MP should be pushing for, because the government has started the construction of the 24-hour markets. So I believe that if those discussions are still fresh and available, Baba Jamal should be interested in that. And if he doesn't, the people are going to pressure him to ensure that that, you know, is done. Especially the decongestion of the Nima highway. You know, it's supposed to be a highway, but if you go, the traders have taken over the place. There's little space for you and I, you know, to go through and make our way to whatever we are going. So that needs to be addressed as well. And the issue of the storm drain, provision of what's the name? Employment. Baba Jamal.
He's got a lot of work
to do.
Yes.
Because the youth are going to be knocking on his door.
That's true.
That they are going to be knocking on his door.
That's true.
And then he's even lucky, because those are the two issues he will have to deal with: the markets and then the unemployment issue. Because it's an urban constituency. What else? Because they have water. You know, just that some sanitation issues that they have
need to be addressed.
Exactly, that needs to be addressed. Aside that, what else? You know, I mean, I think that the policies that the government is also bringing is also to the benefits of the people in the area. And so a national apprenticeship program like this is of explanation to do. And there's like our former colleague Musa would say, Kasa from Kasa plenty talk doesn't buy boot. So he has to, you know, lobby hard, just as they position themselves to be agents of development. So he has to do that. He has to lobby the finance minister a lot. Yes, he has to lobby the Pablo Jojo Pariado, the youth minister, to be able to pay attention to his constituency, how volatile the constituency is to a lot of youth clashes. You know, something that they must work on. And you see, Nima, if Baba Jamal is very strategic, could use sports
development.
Yes, to address a lot of issues in the area. For example, Natalie, I'll challenge you to go to Nima downside. There's a small pitch there. The likes of Kudus
played there.
Yeah, they played there. And if he wants to change the narrative about it, he could do sports.
Yeah.
Yes. And could get the sports minister, the National Sports Authority, the Sports Council, and all that.
Involved. I think that's a very key point.
Talent hunt.
Yeah, I mean, beyond saying employment, specifically just following his the by-election and during the entire campaign process, what into detail would you say he touched on? I mean, employment is one thing, but the question is, how, and specifically as you're raising sports, is employment in and of itself.
He spoke about infrastructure
Did he speak
development.
to them keenly?
He spoke about infrastructure development.
Street lights, roads.
Major. And what is major in terms of the infrastructure development is the redevelopment of the Nima market.
Of the markets. That's key.
That is key. Okay. And you see, the place is congested and there's no space. Okay. So the redevelopment of the markets would play a key role, in ensuring that, because you see it's flat. Then if you want to expand it, because of limited space, then you are looking at building, like what we have the Makwala Mall, for example. Okay, where you use the down floor for this petty trading, market stores and all that, where that will not cost much. For traders to rent and imply their trade.
Right.
Okay, where you would have those who are trading by the roadside could occupy, the top floor. And then I understand that some people were proposing, especially the community members, that usually there's no space for parking. So if this new complex that they intend to build would have an upper floor like the Makwala one, where there's a car park at the top, or there's going to be an underground car park, which is going to. But my worry also is that, okay, where are you moving these traders to be able to undertake this? Because Nima tomorrow is going to be the Nima market day, and from the Nima runabout,
it's on Wednesdays.
On Wednesdays, and from the Nima runabout, it's something else. People travel far and near to come and trade there. Okay, and by midnight, and I'm sure by now some of the trucks from Techimine, some of the trucks from Volta region, bringing this fresh vegetables from the mountains, Cropon and the likes, would be arriving in making their way, them because of maybe this by-election and the heavy presence of the security. And so it is a commercial area, a lot of business activities out there. And interestingly, the women and the young girls in there are very industrious. They like to engage in petty trading, and all that. So that's why I said he doesn't really have too much to do. It is just for him to facilitate or create an enabling environment for them to carry on whatever they are doing, except to address the unemployment situation.
Absolutely.
Yes.
And I'm very happy about the home market concept, because if Nima, these are the real business people.
Yeah.
They are into trading, and for those who do not trade, they're into vocation. You find a lot of those businesses in there. But my concern when it comes to the market would be with how friendly the prices will be when it comes to getting the traders off the street and making them occupy the markets or the spaces in there. And I'm saying this because a few days ago we saw the protest by the Makwala market women who are decrying high prices in rents and some increments, I think in some VAT or so. I'm hoping that, when that market is constructed, the typical people in Nima will not be sidelined, and the rent charges will not be so high that it would just turn the building into a waste of efforts. That's really my interest.
What I do know in terms of this is that those who are currently occupying some stores or spaces there would be factored in. I'm sure that they will still have their space for them. They will still have their space. But whatever addition that is going to be made, that is where you are going to have others. So if you check the Makwala market, Makwala Mall, for example, those who are the first floor, second floor, third floor are those who are either dealing in jewelry. What was the name? Carbonated drinks, You know, like
actually now there's everything there.
Yeah, there's everything there.
I think that you do your shopping in Medina a lot. You should go to Makola in recent times.
I go to Makola.
From Medina.
Okay. No, I go to Makola.
But there's everything there. Actually.
Medina. No, there's everything in Medina, but I still go to Makola.
That's a very interesting decision to make. But there's everything that I said
because
earlier.
here the proximity from here to that place is not really
okay.
Yeah,
right.
Yes.
And I don't know if you've been there yourself.
Makola, yes.
Everything. Everything is there.
Yes.
There are jewelry shops.
Yes.
There are hair shops.
Right.
There are bag shops. There are people that import clothes.
Stationery.
Every single thing you can think of. All of that. Yeah. Makeup shops.
Yes.
Cosmetic shops. Essentially, every type of shop is in there.
So I think that is how they want to. I feel if they do same there, but you see the Nima market, typically majority of the trading there is the consumables.
Yeah, what's their need? I mean, because we can put everything there, all right,
them,
but what's the pressing need?
What the pressing need is that they need space. They need space, and the space is one. So the number of traders are more than the space available. Okay, so that is why I think that whatever addition that is going to be done is going to have the existing space. Okay, with we'll have maybe like Democrat. That will help.
No, but that would be really beautiful.
Yes, parking space.
If that happens,
and that would change the environment.
I think that should basically be one of his topmost priorities.
Because as Hanan keeps saying, there's too much congestion around that area.
Yeah.
If you're driving,
it's tough. It's very tough.
Between 5 p.m. and 6 p.m., you dread it.
Yeah.
Because movement literally stalls.
Yes. Yeah.
You find it, there are people that are moving and they don't care about you. I mean, they have to do what they have to do.
Yes.
But imagine that there was adequate space. There won't be the struggle for space between human beings and vehicles. I'm just hoping that market, which the president has even talked about as one of his priority projects, will be a really modern market that will not just absorb the traders, but also absorb vehicles. We're hoping, to see that in the coming, who knows, months or before the president's term.
So what we are seeing now is that I think the agents are just cross-checking their figures before they append their signature onto the pink sheet. That would give the returning officer the permission to announce the results. So in your shot, the gentleman in brown or khaki shirt, that is Kobe Ballon. He is one of the deputy national organizers of the ruling NDC, and he's in a tete-a-tete with the gentleman in white, who I'm sure is also a party stalwart in the constituency. And the other person, I'm sure, is an electoral officer. And just as we were complaining earlier, the delay, we do not really understand what this delay is all about. I mean, it's past 10.
Yes. In one single constituency.
One single constituency with low voter turnout.
A little over 17,000.
It's 17,048 votes.
48. So imagine if we had
all 40,000 had showed up.
We may go even beyond 12. Absolutely.
Yes. And
I mean, that remains
the chairperson of the Electoral Commission or the election management body should be concerned about what is happening. I'm sure. I mean, you see, all these police officers who have been stationed there, some who have been stationed there since yesterday. I mean, it's a drain on.
Definitely. I mean,
on them,
irrespective of their profession, they are human.
I mean, they are human. I mean, they should also retire and go have some rest. But to keep all of them, including journalists.
Yeah, it remains a key concern, really. I think that
stakeholders who are interested in whatever is happening there. And I think I saw an independent observer in there. Of course, Codeo would have to be there to monitor. And I'm sure that Kobe Ballon is giving information to the party hierarchy about what is happening at the moment. And I think that they should be up and doing in terms of some of these things. I mean, if it was in a general election, I don't think it would be this calm.
This calm.
Yes,
definitely.
I don't think it would be this calm, and we should try as much as possible to avoid, these delays. So that
the repercussions of the delays, like you're saying, if you weren't, say, in Ramadan and all those other factors, people could get rather
And I'm sure that by now, a lot of those who were waiting for the declaration at 8 p.m. so that they can jubilate a little and go back and rest will not be there.
Certainly not.
Yes, exactly. So I don't think Baba Jamal's jubilation is going to be anything interesting.
It will not be serious this evening.
Of course.
It will not be very colorful and exciting.
And all that.
People are quite tired.
Probably maybe they had anticipated or planned.
And I think earlier Obed mentioned that he hadn't spotted any other candidate.
Yes.
At the point at which Baba Jamal, of course, and his wife and team were seated there, we had Obed mention that at that point there were no other candidates.
Probably, I'm sure by now he has also gone back home because the results have not been declared, and I don't think he'll be interested in coming back there to congratulate Baba Jamal in person anymore.
Unless he wants to join the team to celebrate.
Exactly. which will be possible. I mean, he will not want to have himself get himself into trouble by joining the NDC to celebrate. Okay. So he will just be watching probably on GH1 TV or watch via our social media handles as the process.
Definitely.
But one thing that I'm excited about is with the fact that the outcome of these elections were pretty much predictable, because you can imagine if this election was a keenly contested one.
Yeah.
And
relating
at this
to the delay?
time, you're still waiting for declaration of results. I don't think that the supporters of the various parties would be calmly waiting for that declaration, because that anxiety build-up can lead into
it could lead to some electoral violence, as well.
And that is why I disagreed with Yusuf when he said that whether MPP or NDC, they are family, they will not fight and all that. But if it was a keenly contested.
Yes, because it wasn't keenly, it wasn't quite a
but this time,
contested election.
It wouldn't have been easy. But I'm happy that they've been able to conduct themselves in a calmly manner.
Imagine in a constituency like Ododo-Diodio, you wouldn't have.
Completely different dynamics, and certainly it wouldn't.
Because the people would be in a hurry to get the declaration.
Well, Hanan, you just run us through what we are seeing, the pictures that you're seeing on the screens. They're mentioning the key people, and as you highlighted, officials of the EC clearly tallying and going through the figures. And we've brought you throughout the entire day here on your election hub on GH1 TV and Star FM. The continued and continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-election. Our team has been on the ground, of course, in the constituency and right here in the studios as well. We've brought you the very latest as it happens on GH1 TV, Star FM, and across our social media platforms and our sister stations as well. It's evident that Baba Jamal has won this, but of course, we cannot go ahead as journalists to officially say so until we receive that official declaration from the EC. And Tutu, as you mentioned, you've got a total vote cast of 17,048, rejected ballots 120. Yes, and a total number of polling stations, as mentioned earlier, 113. So that's been the latest, really, with regards to the Ayawaso East by-election. And we were earlier highlighting the big shoes that Baba Jamal would have to step into. And Hanan, you were mentioning this Nima market, really, as one of the topmost priorities, what should be the topmost priority of Baba Jamal within the constituency. I mean, generally, we have engaged the members of the constituency, residents as well, who... Do you gather that there's that high level of support for Baba Jamal, and even looking away from the numbers of voters, generally, do we see that sentiment of support?
Yes, you see, one of the reasons why some people would support him is that the argument they make is that if your mother is in the kitchen, okay, you get a huge chunk of the food if it is being shared among a lot, okay. So, but if your mother is not in the kitchen, you are as good as an orphan, okay. So that is the argument they were making, that Baba Jamal should lead or represent them in parliament, so that he will be able to lobby the same party he's representing, which is the NDC, which is currently also running the affairs of the country. So it will going to be easy, unlike if they vote for a candidate who is in an opposition candidate. Okay, so people will buy into that idea. Okay, and like I said earlier, they will hold him to that if he doesn't, fulfill whatever commitment that or social contract that he had entered into with the people of Ayawaso East. So they will wait patiently for him to be sworn in, and the goodwill is going to be there. Okay. The chairman of the party also came in there to make some promises that, just as I said, that the party, because it is the party that is in power, of course, when they send Baba Jamal to parliament, he will go and bring them development. Okay, so the people would be anxiously waiting for the development to come, right?
And that is the problem with the political messaging. Baba Jamal is not a developmental agent.
It's a development
agent. Is to make
because
laws.
He will tell you.
This is the messaging as MP. Exactly. Many get it confused, really, as per the work of an MP. You say he's a development agent.
No, if he goes another leg of the whole argument, if he goes promising, if he goes campaigning rather, to enact laws, do you know what the people are going to tell? Now laws may be.
Not necessarily.
No. You see, it's a double-edged sword.
Exactly.
Where the people have their expectations, and what the candidates or the parliamentary candidates or the would-be MPs are also promising. Do you understand?
And we've
practiced this kind of.
I think it's become
campaign.
a norm. It's become a norm.
It shouldn't.
It shouldn't.
It's a mistake.
But we've practiced this for a very long time, to use some few years to be able to conscientize the minds of the people.
Right, so we're saying ideally our MPs should not be campaigning with them making these promises, really. It's not within their domain.
Yes. It is not Baba Jamal's business to construct schools.
The thing is that it is not even limited to here. If you go to Nigeria, it's even worse. It's never in Nigeria, it is like that. The MPs or Senate, they elect, they have senators, they have governors, and then local assembly. Okay. It's like that.
I agree. I'm only saying.
I mean, it's a big discussion to tackle at this point, but it's worth highlighting.
We need to start.
It's worth highlighting.
We need to start somewhere.
We can't make it a norm.
Yes,
you know,
it shouldn't be.
There should always be a starting point, but unfortunately, as he said, he's already gone promising. So people will hold him to his words, and he'll be expected to deliver. But maybe when he gets to Parliament, he's not even a novice in Parliament anyway. But that reality will still dawn on him anyway. That, I'm here to make laws for you. I'm here to put into consideration the things that affect you directly in that constituency, highlight them in Parliament, and get the needed attention for you.
But it's like you said, he's not a novice in Parliament. I mean, he's been in Parliament before, so he knows how the work goes.
He knows what to expect.
I think it's a different ball game for them. When it's campaigning, it's campaigning. It's a different hat, and it's a hat of convincing people. And if it takes promises that may even be unachievable,
and you know what's interesting? They
wear the
come back
lawmaker
to us to
hat.
complain.
Right.
I Kadai on the verdict has had several MPs who come to say that, well, I spend about 50,000 cedis in a month only on funerals.
Yeah.
That's only on funerals. So you can imagine for education, those who need health care.
That is why I have a problem with the people. Sometimes we reporters, we go out there.
Yeah.
And some of the things the people in the constituency say about their people. For example, when Okoboy lost his seat, people were saying that he doesn't come for weddings. You don't see him at
Precisely. He doesn't attend social gatherings.
Yeah, I understand.
And the voted him out.
So sometimes,
So they are compelled to attend funerals.
Compelled.
I mean, if you have MP friends, like every weekend, I have to leave on Thursday. Yeah. Even in Parliament, sometimes you have to adjourn early on Fridays, maybe end the session about 2, 3 or 4 p.m. so that people can make it to their constituencies to attend some of these social gatherings. Because if you do not come, it is indicative that you've grown horns and you're arrogant.
And going back to their constituencies is extremely expensive.
Yeah.
Going back to their constituencies.
It is.
I know someone
traveling to their constituencies, right? Yeah.
You see, now they don't like to take they don't like to go by road. For those who are outside Accra.
For obvious reasons.
For obvious reasons. Okay. Except for those maybe who are from the central region. So for those who are in the western region, he's compared to fly. Okay. And even MPs in the Ashanti region, they don't even drive.
No.
Not all of them drive.
Right.
They fly, they go by
this
air.
This Saturday, when you go to the Prempeh International Airport, you see most of them there.
Exactly.
They are flying.
They're flying. And it's not easy. And you see, sometimes too, like we always say, they are the ones who brought this upon themselves.
Of course.
Because I like you said, one of the conversations I heard Dr. Kabiru, who is a first-time MP. I mean, talking about how he spends 30,000
on funerals alone.
On funerals alone. And how much does he spend on weddings?
Right.
Weddings, right? And how much does he spend on naming ceremonies?
Those have not been accounted for. And this is the first time MP whose party is in opposition.
Opposition. So imagine. And then the last time, the former Deputy Transport Minister, now MP for Bushogu, also came here. Okay, sat here and complained about how much he spends. And even said that the Kabiru doesn't even spend.
It's become a money game, really.
So,
and it just increases corruption, and the cycle goes on and on.
Yeah, I remember. Let me tell you this story. I remember when the previous government decided that they were going to hold a referendum for elections of MMDCs and all that. Okay. Yeah. Then I did a poster of myself as an independent candidate to become the mayor of Tamale. Okay. Come and see at the time. People asking me whether I have money. People offering me all those things. Okay, even someone who was not running on a ticket of any political party. Okay, how much you are even supposed to spend in a day? It's not easy. It is not easy. I mean, we've covered campaign intensively, and we know what goes into, some of these things. And that is why sometimes I feel for these politicians. It's not easy. And for first-time MPs who are in opposition, it is not an easy, enterprise, for them. You are even better off sometimes if your party is in power. And you are worse off if your party is in power and you don't have connections. Okay, you don't. When I talk about connections, you don't have the network,
right?
Okay, to be able to get some developmental projects to your area, and they will compare what you are doing or another MP is doing in his constituency, even when he's not a minister. Okay.
Yeah.
To whatever you are doing and say that you are lazy and you are not working well. I mean, and the kind of demands that constituents make from their MPs it is not reasonable at all. I mean, how do you vote out an MP and say because he doesn't attend FINBA, he doesn't attend naming ceremony, he doesn't attend social gatherings, and all that? I mean, it's good, but you see, it is interesting.
But
I'm coming. Let me make this last one. You want the MP, to be present during naming ceremonies, funerals, and what have you. But when the MP comes and say that National Sanitation Day, come and assist the Municipal Assembly, and then you say you have business to attend to. Right. But when he doesn't show up at naming ceremonies or social, you have a problem with it. You see? So I think...
Is this something we can do away with? Is it something that can, we can curb?
It will take time.
Yeah.
It is going to take quite some time. Okay, the NCCA cannot do it alone. The politicians themselves will have to be on board. If indeed they want to. You see, some time ago, there was this forum at CDD, and the former first deputy speaker, who is again the former MP for Bakwai. He says that Bakwai, he's also coming from a rural constituency, and he knows the challenges of his people.
Yeah.
Okay. He blatantly said he doesn't attend to people who come to him with issues of help me marry.
Like monetary needs.
Yeah, monetary needs to take a wife. So if I help you take a wife, it means that I'm going to help you
get her pregnant.
And manage the family and all.
Exactly, manage your family and all that. And so he was brutal on that. But when it comes to the issue of education, I mean, he said he will support it wholeheartedly, especially if the said student is from not well-to-do family, brilliant, and have...
I mean, that is, of course...
And we saw it with Educhum as well, supporting a lot of,
he's big on education.
STEM courses for because engineering, medicine and all that for students from his constituency.
Right.
Okay? But, I mean, for the life of me, you see, it's difficult, though. But
it's tough. I mean, it has to begin somewhere.
Yeah,
but indeed, it is.
This monetization pays so that
very
I give you this. And that is why, for me, I support the idea that we should scrap the delegate system. That one is even worse than the general election.
That's true.
It's even worse.
The delegates are actually entitled, during those...
They are more entitled than the constituents.
Internal party politics.
Yes.
But you asked the question if it can be eliminated.
Right.
It can be eliminated if we start correcting ignorance. Because you think about it critically, and the foundation of all of this is ignorance. People do not know the exact roles of the municipal chief executive, the assembly member, the members of parliament. People do not understand how local governance works. And so once somebody who is desperate for power comes to them and says, oh, vote for me into this position, I can do A, B, C, and D for you. They don't question what the person has said. They just take it because the promises sound really good to the ear, and it becomes a culture.
And
then their demands from the promiser, it's a problem.
Vanessa, it will interest you to know that there's a problem with sanitation. There's a problem with street light
in the constituency. Generally,
no, in the
Ayawaso East constituency.
Okay, and there's problem about education, for example, and then the person that people point to is MP.
Precisely.
Instead of assembly member or the municipal
chief executive
or the DC.
Yeah. It's a problem. It can make those in those positions also sort of get away without, adequately working. It can. But it's still, the question still remains how, we've got the NCCE, we've got journalists ourselves, we've got the voters, we've got the politicians. Where do we begin? Somewhat as well, many benefits. And I think there's a huge number of people who benefit from this. And those people are key in the system themselves.
Selfishly guarding their interests.
And so it makes it tough, really, where there's that much gain to actually deal.
10 years ago, it all began with one trade. Discipline became my edge. And today, I trade with confidence and consistency. 10 years of helping traders grow. FTMO.
Juicy stuff. Then we can tell if the Ghanaian people are ready for change. Because mind you, a couple of years back, CDD conducted a research and came out with the findings that if you want to be a member of parliament, you spend about 4 million Ghana cedis, that's over $600,000 just to get into parliament. In the 4 years, you don't even make that $600,000.
Some of the MPs even said that they spend more than that.
Of course, they do. It depends on you, how you present yourself to the constituents and the kind of things you say and the kind of demands they have.
Yeah.
But if you're able to tell them that, look, the real person in charge of, spearheading developments is your MCE or the DC who has access to the Assembly's common fund, then we can start making headway. Until then, like you said, the people that are in it for their own good will selfishly guard their interest. And for the people who do not know, the trend continues and people suffer in silence. Because I know of instances where people leave Parliament and they live miserable lives.
Let me tell
you. They
you.
have absolutely nothing
Just
to show
recently.
for what they've done for the country because they invested so much into the people based on what they told them. You know,
to fulfill their promise.
Exactly.
Right.
Just recently, when we were in Parliament, a former MP came. Actually, two of them came. I don't want to mention their names. And interestingly, those who were like the security and then the other, parliamentary staff, they don't even know these individuals. They don't even know them. Okay, and these were people who serve in that house, and there's a national event and they are attending, and then some of them want to access the elevator, and then they are being asked, where are you going? You understand? And I've seen quite a number, of those situations, and for me, it is very disturbing. And I remember I saw a certain MP who was being searched, and you see, interestingly, he gave himself out to be searched because he knows that he's no longer a member of Parliament.
Right.
Okay, but other MPs who are quite known would pass without former MPs.
Of course.
They are known because they are known, because this one is not known. They
have to take him through the process.
Process. So sometimes, I remember I was telling one of the security guys that you don't know this man. And
it's the security.
Yes, I was telling this guy. I said, you don't know this man? He said, oh no. I mentioned his name and his constituency. He said, oh. Then he was like, yes, sir. Then they have to give him courtesy. So when the man crossed, he looked at me and said, young man, how did you know me? I said, I've been around quite
a while.
Years to know, quite a while to know that you are this. And this was an MP who was vocal. And I remember when Ago TV was doing an evening political program, he was a regular.
Right.
Yes, he was a very vocal. But unfortunately, he comes to pass through the same office that he had occupied just a few years down the line. You know what I mean?
And you're liking this somewhat to his generosity or ability to give when he was in office, or just his popularity in general?
No, he was popular and he was accessible. Yes, and this other man who even served as a minister, as an MP and a minister, he was served as a regional minister, but he came to power. They didn't recognize him. They had to take him through. And you see, some of them who are lawyers, when they exit party, for them, they are lucky. They still maintain contacts. They still have some few cases to do because they are lawyers and and all that. And that is, actually, for me, it is good that a lot of lawyers are now taking interest in going to Parliament to be able to, participate.
Make some reforms.
Make some reforms and all that. And for them, they when they exit, do not really, have it. But others, because they devote a lot of time to Parliament, leaving their professional careers. So sometimes before they go back to actually
invent themselves
in the profession,
it becomes a problem.
It becomes a problem. You understand? Others too are also doing farming. So for them, it is going on well for them. But for lawyers, every now and then, either for consulting and all that, they are always available.
So, that's the reason this 2 p.m. sitting time for parliamentarians works for some MPs, because in the morning they can attend to their respective businesses, especially for the lawyers. They can be in their law firms until 2 p.m. when they make their way to Parliament. But you're still watching our continuous coverage of the Ayawaso East by-elections. Voting ended over some 5 hours ago. We are still waiting for the Electoral Commission to come through with the official declaration. Only God knows what they are.
I mean, I hope they would speak to the delay. We'll see how that goes as per any...
They need to explain.
Certainly.
Because, you know, from the footages that we saw, they look really calm. They don't look as if they're in a hurry to collate the results. I actually saw people laughing. Not that they cannot laugh, but
they look rather relaxed.
Why are you laughing when we are seriously waiting for the results to be declared, and we're still waiting? The masses are out there waiting. Like I said earlier, fortunately, this election wasn't one that was keenly contested, as in the case of the Ablekuma North or Akutia. The outcome was pretty much predictable, and so people are relaxed knowing that their candidate has either won or lost. And so that has, you know, calmed tempers a bit. But unfortunately, for the Muslims who started celebrating way earlier and have been waiting to celebrate with their candidates, I'm sure by now they're in bed. Life goes on.
Just as we are.
Life goes on.
And they need to wake up early. And a lot of people are outraged about why, as about 7 p.m., and you see someone is saying that even those who didn't vote knew the results by 7 p.m.
Yeah.
You know, people are really getting
by 6 p.m. actually. By 6 p.m.
Yeah, people are really getting tired of, you know, this delay, and I mean it's pointless. It's almost 11 p.m. and I mean results are not being declared. I mean for a small constituency like what's the name?
Ayawaso East.
And I mean it's 10 over 10:30. It's
about 30 minutes to 11 o'clock. Can there not be any interim communication by the EC? Is it a practice that could be?
I've been checking their socials. Yes, I've been checking their socials to actually see whether there's anything. There's actually nothing in there.
So that's another issue as well, because delaying is one thing, but then communicating within the period of the delay.
On
the verified
Electoral Commission
page on Facebook, is that?
Yeah. When was your last post?
Okay, their last post. It's even interesting. Their last post is as at August 2025.
That's the last post on Facebook.
Last post that I've seen here. I'm refreshing, but still cannot see.
I see.
Trying to find out what their last post is, even on X.
Sometimes the Electoral Commission sets itself up for public ridicule.
Exactly. And I mean,
in recent times, we've had both the NPP and the NDC say that the EC is not the best. The EC chair and her deputies must go.
And when they win power, they forget
for
to do
the
the
EC
reforms.
chair and her deputies, President Mahama and all, you know, after that petition to have the EC chair and her deputies removed, did not materialize. You know, they've had to sigh or heave a sigh of relief. But unfortunately, we are not seeing it in their outputs as competent electoral commissioners.
I agree. I think that this, given even post that event and that being cleared, we could say by the president and the Council of State, it's a good time to prove
people,
right.
And these political
it's good time to use this.
Their website is also not working. ec.gov.gh.
What comes up when you visit the site?
There's no secure connection. That's even a problem. Earlier it says that error 100.
And this is on the EC website. This is the Electoral Commission of
ec.gov.gh. Anybody
Ghana
who is watching can also check it. There's no information.
No, I think really beyond, talking about
X,
social media and what's on the X. What's the last post on the X page?
On their X page, and
is it August 2025 as well?
August.
Same.
August 2025. The last update was, as they've published, was for the Tamale Central Constituency by-election. That was their
last year.
Last year. And interesting, we are in 2026, and there's no...
This is a key agency. This is the EC.
Yeah, and the Facebook, when I checked, was their verified. You can see the verification in there.
Yes.
So you refresh, you check, and it is the same.
Right, we can't roll this on the screen currently for viewers, but it's a concern. I wish we could, but it's a major concern.
The
website as well, being indicated as not secure.
It's not secure.
It's a problem. This is our Electoral Commission. of Ghana.
Okay, so I think that the website.
It's up now.
So the website.
Okay, the website has popped up.
Yeah,
Okay,
it has popped out now after refreshing.
Okay.
And it has. So this is the banner of what you see.
Right. The
2024 presidential election updates. That is the last update.
The last update.
Or the welcome
most recent.
screen.
Yeah.
Yes, the welcome screen when you open their website, and this is what you have.
And I just saw a message from one of our reporters on the ground that says that the NDC supporters are frustrated as the Electoral Commission is taking way too long to declare the results, because I'm sure they are still waiting outside the Collation Center. They're not leaving without seeing Baba Jamal being declared as winner of the Ayawaso East by-elections there. But unfortunately, still, the Electoral Commission is yet to come out to declare their official results, despite the fact that we have had some hints. But of course, as Natalie said, we cannot go with speculations. We deal with only verified facts. And so we are impatiently waiting for the declaration of results from the Electoral Commission. Clearly, Baba Jamal has taken the lead in this election, with the NPP's candidates trailing with some 24%. And this is provisional results that we had after collating 8.
Contested. Like the results came in earlier.
With the presence of the flags in that constituency, and the results still came in a lot earlier.
Was the same thing, came in earlier.
Owes us an explanation. I mean, upon obviously the declaration.
Well, I just know that communicating is a form of respect. I hope they know that, and they don't take.
I do think. I mean, beyond. It's great that the website popped up eventually, and the social media pages are there.
They are there,
but it's dated up until 2025.
I actually confirmed. Their last post was in March, August 2025. I think now what they do is whenever there's an event coming up, they send the communiques to the journalists on their platforms. They don't really post it out there on their main page, which is actually a fault, because it's not only journalists that are interested in knowing what they're up to. They're Ghanaians that would like to visit their page to update themselves with what is happening. Unfortunately, the Electoral Commission of Ghana is still yet to declare results from the Ayawaso East constituency. We are still waiting.
Mensah, please. I mean, this is absolutely unacceptable.
Yeah, I think beyond this by-election, it would be a good prompt for the EC.
And there's no communication.
Put some more, take time and efforts into their communication, particularly in the digital age that we are in today. We find out many ministries and agencies. I mean, we can refer to at least an X page and know what's going on. And at such a crucial time as this, it is a necessity. In fact, it's not even an option.
And it's 10:41 now. About 19 minutes to the top of the hour, 11 p.m. We're still waiting. That would be 6 hours after voting ended in that constituency, which saw 17,048 people go to the various polling stations to cast their ballots, with only 120 rejected ballots. We're hoping that by 11 p.m. the Electoral Commission would have rectified whatever issue that they are dealing with at the moment and declare the results, so that people can go home, the Muslims in there can go home, rest, wake up early in the morning, eat, prepare for their fast the following day, and get their lives back, because this is not the end of the world. It's only an election in one constituency, and the outcomes were so predictable that we don't have to be doing this to ourselves. But we're still waiting.
We certainly
We're still
are waiting.
impatiently
For that official declaration. And our man on the ground at the Coalition Center, Obed King Gaglo, joins us now with some more updates. Obed, hope you have some more to share.
Right. So, Natalie, right there in your shot, you see that the final pink sheet for the declaration has been signed by various agents of the political parties, signifying that in no time the results will be declared. You see that they have now stood up, and the returning officer is getting ready to declare the results. Baba Jama is still here, and interestingly, we also see the MPP candidate also here. Very good sportsmanship, I must say, from him, though he has already considered defeat. He's still here. Per our time check, it's some 17 minutes to the hour of 11, and they are still here. We are all tired. Why it's taking a very long time for the Electoral Commission to declare the results. A lot of people believe that this election, the by-election, should not take the Electoral Commission over hours to declare this result, especially when there was low voter turnout. And so that's the pink sheet that they are finalizing to come and declare. And we are told that outside, there's a lot of frustrations from NDC supporters who are just waiting with bated breath for this official declaration so that they can continue their party. Already there's party outside, but they are waiting for that official declaration so that that party will be done in its entirety. And so we still cannot tell why the result took so long for it to be declared, but hopefully in the next 2-3 minutes we see that all the agents have gathered there signing the pink sheet for the final declaration. As I mentioned earlier, the statistics that have been shown on the board there shows that the total number of polling stations in this constituency, which is 113, all of them had figures coming from there, and the low voter turnout indeed is manifesting because according to the Director of Research at the Electoral Commission, Mr. Fred Tete, they are recording less than 50% of the voters who showed up today. And so that's the situation here. They are getting ready, final touches to the pink sheet that is being signed by the officials of the Electoral Commission and also the party agent, so that all parties will agree to the results that will be mentioned over here. Baba Jamal and the wife are still seated waiting for that declaration. My colleague journalists are all still here, tired. Some are tired, relaxing, resting, and waiting for that time to come so that this election will be over for us to go home, so that business can continue tomorrow. I think this has been one of the very, very, very longest coalition I've seen since my entire life of following elections, especially when there is low voter turnout. But in no time, we are pretty sure that that announcement will be made. Benjamin Saki is still here. He went out to engage some of the party people, the NDC party people. Benjamin, you've been outside. What are the supporters of the NDC saying?
They are frustrated. They are just urging the Electoral Commission to kindly declare Baba Jama officially as the new MP for this constituency. That's all they are saying. You could see from their voices, sounds, sights. I don't know. It's just an eyesore. This is just by-election with low turnout. Low turnout. So out of the 49,000, over 49,000 voters expected to vote, just 17,000 So I don't know whether it is 1/4. My math is not good. Is it 1/4 or is it 1/2 or one what? I don't know. The NDC supporters outside are very, very frustrated. They are livid. They don't understand why from 7 a.m. right up to 5 p.m. for the close of polls. Now it is eating closer to 12 or 11.
11.
That is too much. That is just low turnout of a by-election. And I don't know. Some of them are saying, I don't know. Some of them said John Dramani Mahama must ask the EC chairperson to out. Seriously, they are calling for a head because this they say it's not. I don't know the word to use to qualify.
It's not.
They say. I don't know the adjective to use to qualify what they are saying. But all they are saying is they are calling the head of the EC chair that she's not doing her job well. This is just a by-election with low turnouts, just low turnouts, and we are still here. Journalists are tired, EC officials are tired, polling agents are tired. You could even see Baba Jama seated quietly, but you could see that he is tired. Baba Jama, you could see he is tired with the wife. You could see the MPP candidate also, Baba Jamal, also seated with bated breath. You understand me? Tired. Journalists are here, tired. The polling agents are tired. EC officials are tired. Even our Ghana Police Service are also tired. They're asking themselves, what is happening? What is happening? EC, please, what is happening?
Right, Benjamin, but hopefully we are all tired, as you say, but very in the next 2-3 minutes, I am hopeful that the Electoral Commission will come and declare the result, because we see that the pin sheets are being signed. You know, we have 5 agents, and so the agents are signing. I can see that the agents are signing the pin sheets, and so in the next few minutes, very few minutes, I see that they are now done. They are drawing closer to the media, and I'm sure Baba Jamal will be called closer there to also witness that declaration of this by-election, so that we can go home and prepare for tomorrow. As you see on that projector, the total number of votes cast, 17,048. That is being projected now, and the rejected ballots 120. What do you make of the number of rejected ballots? 120 rejected ballots.
That is too much. That is not much. It is small and it's not much. But rejected ballots, 17,000, and rejecting 120, I think is good.
No. So no. The total vote cast is rather 17,000. But
do you find yourself saying, my marketing agency just doesn't know my business? We've heard it before, and well, we're different. At Kinetic 319, we specialize in strategy, planning, buying, and analyzing paid media campaigns for businesses across the globe, while seeking to know your business better than any other agency team.
So sometimes when they are voting, those mistakes happen. But we are very, very hopeful that in no time, as you see the officials signing those pin sheets, very, very soon, the declaration will be done. The total number of polling stations, as we mentioned earlier, was 113, and there are other polling stations. That's the special, the special one. But for today, it's only 113 polling stations that is being used, because you know the special voting. In your shot, you see the Greater Accra Regional NDC and MPP, I must say, congratulating Baba Jamal, that's Divine Agohum, who we spoke to earlier, the team from the MPP, congratulating Baba Jamal. That's the MPP parliamentary candidate, Baba Ali, congratulating Baba Jamal. A bit of confusion here. Every journalist wants to catch the shots of Baba Jamal, and so we are getting ready. We are getting ready to have him here and let him speak to us. And so basically, that's what the time we are waiting for, so that we can wrap up the election here. So in no time, that declaration will be made, and we will now go home. And so the do that. That's the Electoral Commission about to declare the winner of the election. Please, they are asking you to come forward so that they can capture for the sake of our cameras. All right. All right. Please come forward for us. So we are asking the returning officer to come and declare the elections. We are asking him to come forward so that we can capture that declaration by the officer.
Hello. Please, can we have some silence?
Please proceed. Please proceed. Please proceed.
At the end of the voting exercise for the parliamentary by-elections for Ayawaso East Municipal, Ayawaso East Constituency, 5 candidates contested. The first one is Baba Jamal Ahmed, and he polled 10,884 votes. The next candidate also polled 43 votes. The second candidate, please, let me retake. There are 5 candidates who contested in the polls. Number 1 on the ballot is Baba Jamal Ahmed, and he polled 10,884 votes. The second candidate on the ballot is Ibrahim Idrisu, and he also polled 43 votes. The third candidate on the ballot is Yusuf Ali Baba, who also polled 4,009 votes. The fourth candidate is Muhammad Umar Sanda, who also polled 1,885 votes. The fifth candidate, also an independent candidate, is Kano David, and he polled 104 votes. In all, votes were rejected. And in that case, total votes cast amounts to 17,048. Looking at the just announced results, I, Samuel Mofori, the returning officer of Ayawaso East Constituency, hereby announce to you your new MP-elect, Honorable Baba Jamal Ahmed. Exactly.
Let him come close to you. Don't move. I don't want to
On this note, I hereby introduce to you your MP-elect in the name of Honorable Baba Jamal Ahmed. Congratulations, Honorable.
Thank you.
A word with you.
Let's do it nicely. Let's do it nicely.
Right, Honorable, talk to us. Your reaction to this victory that has come through.
In the first place, I want to thank the Almighty Allah for giving us this victory. I want to state that this victory is not for me, Baba Jamal, alone. It's for the good people of East Ayawaso. I want to thank all of them for having confidence in me and electing me as their parliamentary candidate or parliamentary candidate elect. Let me state that I dedicate this victory to my 93-year-old mother, Mimi, for promising to support me and ensuring that one day I'll go back to Parliament. Today, her vision and wish has come true, and I thank Allah for her life, and I dedicate this victory to my mother, Mimi, and also want to thank my wife here and my family, my children, for the spirit of endurance that they've gone through since I made this project my vision to go back to Parliament. I know they've gone through a lot, and I thank them for standing beside me and supporting me all this while. I want to also give special thanks to the national executives of NDC, the chairman and the general secretary. I want to also thank the regional executives of Greater Accra. I want to also thank the constituency executives of East Ayawaso, and more so, my people from Akwetia who came in their numbers to support me for this project. I want to thank all of them. Let me also give a special thanks to the president once again for finding me worthy to go and work in Nigeria. Those few months that I stayed in Nigeria has added to my experience, which I'm taking to Parliament to serve this country better. I thank the president so much, and also want to assure the people of East Ayawaso that the resetting of East Ayawaso starts now. We are going to Parliament. We are coming to reset the whole constituency and ensure that what East Ayawaso deserves comes to pass. Thank you very much, the press, for all these weeks that you have also been chasing. For all this year that the press, you have been chasing, working with us. I understand sometimes late night that you follow us. I want to thank the press for your support. And I want to believe that I'm going to form a partnership with the press as we reset East Ayawaso. We are going to work together. Please correct us when we are wrong, but please do that in a good and proper professional way. Let me tell you one story, that today, East Ayawaso's story has been rewritten. East Ayawaso has gone through 2 elections. Our primaries went on peacefully without an incident, not even one incident of violence or criminality, not even one. Now we have had the general election and not even a single criminal or violent incident was recorded. And you, the press, will bear me witness. This tells you that we are rewriting the history of Nima, we are rewriting the history of East Ayawaso. This has been one of the most peaceful elections, and that is going to be the nature of Nima and East Ayawaso going forward. That is what we want the world to see. We want the world to see that East Ayawaso people are peaceful, East Ayawaso people are peaceful, peace-loving people. So we need to change the image that we have. I want to thank all my imams, my chiefs, and my constituency executives, that, and more so, our highly respected His Holiness, Chief Imam, Dr. Sharbutu, who also prayed for us. And I think that Allah has accepted his prayer for all of us. And today, we are on a good path. Let every member of East Ayawaso listen to me. From today, we are going to rewrite the history of East Ayawaso. In the market, on the street, in the ghettos, in the bases, there is going to be new East Ayawaso, and that is why I am here to pursue that vision, to ensure that we rebrand East Ayawaso, especially Nima, with a new face of peace, of development, of professionalism, and inshallah, we shall achieve that. Thank you very much for listening to me, and I thank all Ghanaians, those who sympathize with me in these difficult times, those who sympathize with me. I thank everybody, especially the party grassroots, who didn't forsake me in my difficult times, who came through for me. I thank all the grassroots people. I will be there for them as they were there for me. We thank Allah. Assalamu alaikum. And
all right, so that's the end of this election here, and we have wrapped up, and it is party frenzy all out there already. They are celebrating out there, and there's no much talk now. Baba Jamal has been declared winner of the election. And Benjamin, we are done. Yeah. We are all tired, and so we are wrapping up. I want to wish you a happy birthday. I'm told today is your birthday, but you stayed here for this election. We are done. Yeah. Over to you in the studio. From the two of us, Benjamin Saki, myself, Obed King Aglo. Have a good night.
Benjamin Saki and Obed King-Aglo there from the Coalition Center, and said in the words of Baba Jamal, the reset of East Ayawaso begins now. Officially elected MP for Ayawaso East constituency, garnering 10,884 votes in that constituency. Since 7 a.m. up until now, our viewers have tuned in and followed through, and for that we thank you. A constituency that once mourned its MP has now chosen its new representative in Parliament. It's been a pleasure bringing you this. I am Natalie Forts and have done this with
Tutua done. So I don't know how to feel, but I'm happy that finally, we're getting to wrap up. But as Baba Jamal said, the resetting of the Ayawaso East constituency begins now. So we will certainly monitor what he means exactly by that statement, and that brings us to a close of our coverage of the East by-elections that happened today between our 5 candidates, and Baba Jamal has emerged victorious with some over 10,000 that constituency. You've been with us, like Natalie said, from 7 a.m. and this began with the morning show team. Right. That's Osei-Mensah, Lily Mohammed, IB, Ibrahim Al-Hassan, of course, mid-belts, Nadede Tete, Osei-Mensah, and IB were here again. And this evening it's been myself, Natalie Ford, and Hanan Abdul Adam. But we need to take a rest. The Electoral Commission didn't tell us the reason they delayed, but we'll find out subsequently and have relevant conversations on the back of that. So we do not have to repeat such a needless act. But that's it from us here. And a big thank you going out to our producers, led by Eko, Anand, Stella, and the directors at the back there. Thank you very much for doing an awesome job with us. We are done for the day. We are going to get some rest and return tomorrow with more news for you. But there's more news when you visit starfm.com.gh. Once again, I am Tutua done so. And I've been doing this with Natalie Ford.
With Natalie
Have
Ford.
a wonderful evening.
Thank you for watching. Have a good evening.